For example, the performance of the engine, the fuel flow rate, the configuration of the flaps, those are structures on the wing, the configuration of the cockpit, the electronic systems on board, the electrical systems on board, the avionics on board, the control inputs by the pilots. That's one. And then, of course, there is the cockpit voice recorder, which records the conversations of the pilot. And so you corroborate what were the pilots saying and what does the data show. Remember, the cockpit voice recorder, in other words, the recordings of the conversations by the pilots themselves, is not necessarily enough to solve a mystery like this. You need data from the digital flight data recorders. Why is this important? It is important because Air India operates more Dreamliners than any other wide-body aircraft in its fleet. What is a wide-body aircraft? It is a long-range airliner with twin aisles inside the cabin, but the Dreamliner is used by airlines across the world. Therefore, this will have a bearing on Dreamliner operations for any number of airlines and carriers across the world. Is there a systemic problem with the Boeing 787? Is this as a result of a problem within Air India, a maintenance defect, pilot defect, or perhaps a combination of all factors? We will get to the truth soon enough.
All right, that's the big breaking news coming in at the moment. What we are learning is that this is information coming in from the government, that the data from Black Box has been downloaded and, it has been successfully secured. This clearly means that the Ahmedabad plane crash mystery is expected to be solved in the near future, and this is the latest coming in. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Big breaking news coming in at this point in time in connection with the Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Shifting our focus now, our big coverage on Shubhanshu Shukla's journey to space continues on NDTV at 4:30 p.m. Indian Air Force Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will become the first Indian ever to set foot on the International Space Station. About 28 hours after liftoff, SpaceX Dragon capsule carrying 4 Axiom 4 crew members, including India, Shubhanshu Shukla, will dock at the space station, beginning the 14-day mission. Well, in his first call from space, Shubhanshu Shukla called his experience as indescribable. Greeting with a namaskar from space, Shubhanshu said that he's getting used to zero gravity, like a baby learning how to walk. But he's really enjoying every moment. He's also said that this mission was a strong step forward for India's human space program and for the upcoming Gaganyaan mission. Remember, during the 14-day mission, the astronauts are scheduled for a list of experiments and planned interactions as well. Let's first listen in to Shubhanshu Shukla and his crew members from Axiom 4 mission.
नमस्कार, एक छोटा सा संदेश मेरे सारे देशवासियों के लिए। कुछ ही देर कल 1 महीने क्वारंटीन में रहने के बाद कल हम लोग लॉन्च पैड 39 से लॉन्च हुए, जहां से पहली मून लैंडिंग, जहां से अपोलो 11 मिशन भी लॉन्च हुआ था। और इस समय स्पेस में बहुत ही ज़्यादा उत्साह, बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ। और जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं और इस जर्नी का एक हिस्सा हैं। तो ये ISS तक जाने के लिए मेरी एक जर्नी की शुरुआत है एक तरह से। अभी हम लोग कुछ ही घंटों में ISS में डॉक करेंगे और फिर हम इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे जाके रहेंगे। बट कहीं ना कहीं ये भी दर्शाता है कि ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की एक छोटा सा स्टेप पर एक बहुत सॉलिड और स्टेडी स्टेप है उस डायरेक्शन में जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं गगनयान जैसे मिशन को लेके। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप सब मेरी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बने। आप भी उतना ही प्राउड फील करें जितना मैं फील कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज ये सब हमारे केवल टेक्निकल एकम्प्लिशमेंट को नहीं दर्शाता है, बल्कि हमारे ये होप्स या हमारे एम्बिशंस या हमारी एस्पिरेशंस को दर्शाता है कि हम किस तरफ जाना चाहते हैं। तो आइए मेरे साथ इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बनिए। मेरी पूरी कोशिश रहेगी कि अगले 14 दिनों में मेरा जो मिशन एकम्प्लिशमेंट है, जो टास्क है, वो तो मैं अचीव करूं ही, बट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस एक्सपीरियंस को मैं किस तरह से अपनी फ़ोटोज़ और वीडियोज़ में कैप्चर करूं, ताकि मैं वापस आके आप लोगों के साथ इसे शेयर कर सकूं। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप मेरे थ्रू ये जर्नी एक्सपीरियंस करें और इसका हिस्सा बने। एंड चलिए अगले 14 दिन को एक्साइटिंग बनाते हैं और साथ में स्पेस में रहते हैं। धन्यवाद। Hello everyone, Namaskar from space. I'm thrilled to be here with my fellow astronauts, as Peggy said, 1 veteran and 3 rookies, and wow, what a ride it was. Frankly, when I was sitting in the capsule in Grace yesterday on the launch pad, my only thought in my mind was that let's just go. After 30 days of quarantine, it was a feeling that I just wanted to go. The excitement and all was, probably far away. It was just the feeling that let's just leave here. But when the ride started, it was something like you getting pushed back into the seat. It was an amazing ride. And then suddenly, nothing. Everything silenced, and you were just floating. You unbuckle, and you were just floating in the silence of vacuum. It was an amazing feeling. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has been a part of this. I understand that this is not a personal accomplishment. It is a collective achievement of each and every one of you who has been a part of this journey. And to make this possible, I really want to thank each one of you. Also to family and friends, your support has mattered so much. This is so much because of all of you guys. We showed you joy and grace. This is Swan, a great symbol. It looks really cute, but we have a very important swan in our Indian culture, which we are about. Swan symbolizes wisdom. It also has the ability to discern. So this means a lot more, not just a zero-G indicator for us. And I think that we all have symbolism in Poland and in Hungary, in India as well. So I think this looks like a coincidence, but it is not. That it has more meaning than what we are attaching it to it. The capsule itself, Grace, has been very kind. I was not feeling very great when we, got shot into the vacuum. But since yesterday, I've been told that I've been sleeping a lot, which is a good sign. So I think that's a great sign. I'm getting used to this quite well, enjoying the views, enjoying the entire experience, learning like a baby, learning the new steps, learning how to walk, learning how to control yourself, everything, learning how to eat, I think. So it's a new environment, new challenge, and I'm really enjoying this experience with my fellow astronauts here. And it's good to make mistakes, but it's better to see somebody else do that too. So it has been a fun time up here. That is all I have to say. Thank you so much, guys, for making this happen, and I'm sure that we are going to have a great time.
Welcome, Earthlings, from Grace. We are in the newest capsule, Dragon capsule, and we are very happy with her. She's got a little bit of a new spacecraft smell, and we're loving her a bunch. It's so much fun to be up in space again. Always fun to be in space, but it's really fun to be in space with 3 new astronauts, and they've got a lot to share with you. But we just wanted to welcome you on board, Grace.
Alright, hi everyone from space. Üdvözlök mindenkit a világűrből. We had an amazing ride, as Shuk said. We were actually only a few seconds away from a few more days of quarantine. So even though we were sitting basically almost 3 hours in our capsule, our new capsule, and those times could be sometimes a little bit boring, we had those minutes and seconds when it was actually very, very exciting, even before the launch. When the launch happened, it was a feeling that I could not predict. We have been trying to prepare for those minutes and seconds for a long time, including the centrifuge training, including fighter jet trainings as well. But the rocket launch is completely something else. I was really, really happy that we could do this finally, and we also wanted to thank you for thanks for everyone around the world, and every person, every team who made this beautiful day happen, because finally our day came.
only 4 of us, but we have with us our ZOG indicator, Joy, that started to float with us just when we injected into orbit. Joy is floating with us all over the capsule, so sometimes we have to find him and her here with us. But it's an amazing feeling to be in orbit for the first time. When I unbuckled for the first time, I didn't feel 100%, but then everything settled, and when I looked out through the window for the first time, the view was just stunning.
Where we are?
Now we are flying over Europe. We have just before this conference, we saw passing Italy, Sicily, the Greek islands, and the Balkans, and now we are going a bit slightly up north, so towards Hungary and Poland a bit on the side. So yes, this is a great moment to be able to see back on Europe, on home, on our countries, and yes, Maggie, you can show the view through the window. Okay.
And well, this message from Shubhanshu Shukla comes just 4 decades after Rakesh Sharma, the first Indian to orbit the space, told the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi that India looked सारे जहां से अच्छा from space. Listen in.
बगैर किसी झिझक के कह सकता हूँ कि सारे जहां से अच्छा।
एक छोटा सा स्टेप पर एक बहुत सॉलिड और स्टेडी स्टेप है उस डायरेक्शन में जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं गगनयान जैसे मिशन को लेके। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सब मेरी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बने।
All right, very beautiful message coming in from Shubhanshu Shukla as he's about to complete the docking at around 4:30 p.m. This is what we're learning, and that will begin his 14-day journey into space, and we all wish his safe return. Well, we have some more news that's coming in at this point in time. We are given to understand that US President Donald Trump has weighed in on the victory of Indian origin politician Zohran Mamdani in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary, calling him a 100% communist lunatic. Trump has also criticized other progressive leaders who support Mamdani, including Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Chuck Schumer, after former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo conceded the election. Meanwhile, actor-turned-BJP MP Kangana Ranaut has also launched a big attack on Mamdani. Ranaut has claimed that Mamdani sounds more Pakistani than Indian. My colleague Vishal Vivek also now joining us on the broadcast. Vishal, put this into context for our viewers. Trump launching a big attack on Mamdani, as well as we have BJP MP Kangana Ranaut also speaking about it.
Yes, so there's a big context to this. The fact that Mamdani belongs to the same circle as AOC, as you mentioned, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's one of the most famous left-leaning politicians in US. So he belongs to the same cadre, and he is being projected as the next big Democratic voice. He's almost poised to become the next New York City mayor. He just replaced Andrew Cuomo as the main primary candidate on the Democratic calendar. So that remains to be seen. But he's almost set to be the New York City mayor, because New York almost certainly always votes Democratic. So that will be interesting to be seen. But as far as the controversy regarding his comments is concerned, he has been, spotted at many anti-India rallies in the U.S. He has made some objectionable comments against the PM, against PM Modi. So these are some of the things that he's done in the recent past that has, given him a lot of traction. At the same time, a lot of brickbats as well. As you mentioned, Kangana has attacked him, Donald Trump has attacked him, and now even Congress has joined in all these folks and attacked him. So the thread is common here. They've all been talking about how anti-India his stance is, and he's been quite brazen about it. He's been quite rabid about it, is what these politicians are claiming, especially Donald Trump, who has gone on to Truth Social and labeled him as a lunatic, commie lunatic. So that goes to show how deep this resentment goes.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for getting us those details there. Well, big updates now coming in at the moment, and statements from Donald Trump as well as Indian BJP MP Kangana Ranaut there. All right. We will keep an eye on the developments here on this big story. Meanwhile, it's time for a short break here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Shubhanshu Shukla's heartfelt message from space says his supporters are part of this journey with him.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर। If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with
Big breakthrough in the Crash probe. We're talking about AI 171 black box data that has been downloaded, and analysis of the black box data is underway. Emergency face-off. We're talking about an FR against Karnataka BJP's social media site X handle after a controversial message on social media site where Indira Gandhi was equated to Hitler by the BJP leader. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who addressed the CSO, this is SCO, this is the Defence Minister's meeting in China, and refusing to sign a document which dilutes India's stand on terrorism. He's gone on to say there's no mention of Pahalgam, and therefore Rajnath Singh refusing to sign on the SCO document in China. And after the shocker from Mumbai, where an elderly cancer patient was dumped in a pile of garbage by her own grandson, now action is being taken. 3 people have been booked. And from space, Shubhanshu Shukla delivered his first personal message, a heartfelt message from orbit, hours after lifting off aboard. This is the mission to the International Space Station. The crew shared lighter moments as well from Grace, the capsule there, and Shubhanshu Shukla thanking all his supporters, particularly his wife.
जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं।
Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including very crucial information that is coming about. And Vishnu Som has all the details of the data from the black boxes that has been recovered from the Air India plane crash has now successfully been downloaded. To know more on this, Vishnu joining me. Vishnu, a big breakthrough there, and of course raising hopes as far as the recovery of the data is concerned.
Well, the data has been recovered. And that's the reason why we have this huge, big breaking news story. Not only has it been recovered, it is now being analyzed by Indian investigators and also the US National Transport Safety Board. Now, this is as per legal requirements, but we now have the entire sequence of events of what has taken place. But the big story that we are presently tracking is that despite the damage which was sustained by the black boxes, the data from the black boxes of AI-171, which is the Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which went down in a crash just after taking off from Ahmedabad on a flight to London Gatwick. That data has now been recovered. The flight was able to fly for just about 30-35 seconds after takeoff from Ahmedabad. It crashed. It resulted in the death of more than 270 people, both on the aircraft and on the ground. But the data we now have, and it's an entire sequence of events of the recovery of those black boxes, and I'm going to go through a couple of those points so that we fully understand what's taking place. I think this government statement makes the point that all international regulations are being followed. India is a member of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and therefore the data being recovered is being done as part of a process. Now, the most significant part of what we now know is that on the evening of the 24th of June, 2025, the team led by the Director General of the Accident Investigation Board with technical members from the AAIB and the National Transportation Safety Board began the data extraction process. Something called the crash protection module from the front black box was safely retrieved. And on the 25th of June, 2025, the memory module was successfully accessed and its data was downloaded at the AAIB lab. The analysis of the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder is now underway. These efforts aim to reconstruct the sequence of events which led to the accident and identify contributing factors to enhance aviation safety and prevent future occurrences. All actions are being taken as per international norms and also domestic laws. I think the key point over here is that this is going to be followed very closely, not just in terms of Air India, which has more Dreamliners in service than any other wide-body aircraft that it presently operates, but also by international operators of the Boeing 787, because what took place on that day remains a huge mystery. How did an aircraft which has never had a crash before appear to have lost engine power, which resulted in it going down shortly after takeoff within approximately 35 seconds of the crash? Was there a rolling back of engine power? The pilot had declared a mayday, remember. If so, what caused that? Was there a massive electrical failure? Was the aircraft improperly configured? These are just a couple of questions. Was there potentially poor fuel contamination or poor fuel which resulted in fuel contamination? Was there pilot error? Was there a mix of many factors? Were there concerns about maintenance at Air India? All of these will be answered. Now, what they're trying to do is reconstruct the events based on the data that they are looking at. I think the key part of this is to understand what exactly a black box is. For starters, and we've said this repeatedly, I think it's important that we repeat this information. A black box isn't black in color. It's in fact orangish in color. It's made in that way so that it attracts attention. Now, what we do know is the dates in which the two black boxes of the aircraft were recovered. And this government statement says both the cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorders were recovered. These are both collectively part of what is known as a black box unit. There are two of these units on the aircraft, one in the front of the aircraft, one behind the aircraft. There's the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. Both of these were recovered, one from a rooftop of the building at the crash site on the 13th of June 2025. The other was recovered 3 days later from the debris itself. Standard operating procedures were followed. It was stored carefully. It was transported. It was put under 24-hour police protection with CCTV footage monitoring all of this. It was kept in Ahmedabad. Subsequently, on the 24th of June, both of these black boxes were flown by the Indian Air Force to Delhi. And the front black box, the black box located in the front of the aircraft, that arrived at 2 p.m. on the 24th of June. The one in the rear arrived at 5:15 on the 24th of June, which leads me to believe that given the sensitivity and the importance of this entire investigation, both these black boxes were flown in on separate aircraft of the Indian Air Force. And on the evening of the 24th of June, a team led by the Director General of the Aircraft Accident Investigation Board, which is India's accident investigator, along with technical members from the National Transportation Safety Board, which is the American regulator, they began the data extraction process. The crash protection module, that's a part of the black box, from the front black box, which as I understand it was more damaged, was safely retrieved. And a day later, on the 25th of June, in other words, yesterday, the memory module was successfully accessed, right? And its data was downloaded at the Accident Investigation Board lab in Delhi. This comes at a time when there was a sense that perhaps this needed to be sent out, perhaps to the US, to the United Kingdom, to Singapore, where facilities exist to actually download this data. But we've set up a lab recently in India, and this data has been downloaded at this lab. Now, what is the data? There are two elements. There's the cockpit voice recorder, which records the conversations of the pilot. And then there is the digital flight data recorder, which records 1,000+ parameters on everything on the flight. The fuel flow, the condition of the engines, whether the engines were throttling up, were they throttling down, the power to the engines, the surface of the wings, whether the flaps were deployed. Flaps are structures on the wing of an aircraft which actually influence the manner in which the aircraft flies. Very, very important as an aircraft takes off and lands. There's one line of thought that perhaps those flaps were not were improperly configured. Some say that that's not the case. We will know one way or the other with this data. What about the cockpit instrumentation? What about the electrical harnesses on board? What about the overall electrical systems? What about what the pilots were saying? Because is that corroborating with what the data shows? Remember, the recovery of just the conversations of the pilot alone is not enough in something like this. Sometimes the pilots might be thinking that something is going wrong when in fact the data tells you something different. So what they are trying to do, and I quote, these efforts aim to reconstruct the sequence of events leading to the accident and identify contributing factors to enhance aviation safety. A final couple of points. Number one, this is critical for Air India, as I mentioned. There are tens of thousands of passengers. There are thousands of passengers at the very least who travel on Dreamliners every single day. But the Dreamliner is one of the most successful Boeing models in recent times. It is operated by dozens of airlines across the world. And therefore, if there is something systemically problematic with the Dreamliner aircraft, would this is something which therefore impacts airlines across the world? Or is it something to do with Air India and Air India alone? As I understand it, and I would stand corrected on this, given India's legal prerogative to follow the ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization norms, we are a signatory. The preliminary report has to come out within 1 month. So we've not reached that 1 month period as yet. Obviously, there is a lot of interest in this across the world. But on the basis of the fact that you've actually got data, which is a massive breakthrough, I would suggest that the preliminary report, right, which basically tells you this is what we know so far, this is what it seems to be, that would be out perhaps even in a matter of days.
Absolutely, Vishnu. Of course, that will answer all those questions that you have.
I would suggest some of those questions, Divya, because it's a preliminary report, and a final report, Divya, can actually take several months to go through. Whenever there is a crash, Divya, and sorry to interrupt you, but I think it's a point worth making. There is very often not one factor. There are many factors. For example, if there is an issue with the flight surfaces or the flap setting done by the pilot, then that goes into training. That goes into issues like fatigue. That goes into whether the fly-by-wire control system of the aircraft was working properly. Were there hydraulic issues as well? I've already named 4 or 5. There could be many more such conditions. So you need to analyze all of this, and you need to understand where exactly things started going wrong. That could take about 2-3 months. That's my guess, perhaps even longer. but the immediate cause of the crash, which gives you a basic idea of what went wrong, within 1 month, there should be that preliminary report.
Right, Vishnu, of course, answering some of the questions at least, and what really went wrong and what was really said, the communication that the pilot had with his co-pilot, perhaps with other members of the crew and the passengers on board that ill-fated flight. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for breaking it down for us. Moving on now to more news, and this is in regard to Union Water Minister C.R. Patil, who's gone on to say that Indus Water Treaty won't be restored, while dismissing former Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari's threat that Islamabad would go to war if India denies its share of water under the Indus Water Treaty, reiterating basically what Home Minister Amit Shah just said last week, that in regard to the Indus Water Treaty, that will not be restored. That is something that C.R. Patil has now gone on to confirm yet again.
मैं आपको एक लाइन में इतना कह सकता हूं कि पानी कहीं नहीं जाएगा। बाकी बिलावल क्या कहते हैं वो उनका प्रश्न है, उनका अपना पॉलिटिक्स वहाँ करना है, इसके लिए वो कहते रहेंगे। उन्होंने तो धमकियां भी दी थी कि पानी नहीं बहेगा तो खून बहेगा, वो भी आपने सुना होगा। तो ऐसे गिदड़ धमकियों से तो हम डरते भी नहीं है, मगर कुछ बातें समय पर ही अच्छी लगती है, इसके लिए उसका जवाब समय पर ही आपको मिलना वो भी उचित है।
Akhilesh, my colleague, joining us to get us the very latest. Akhilesh, this really comes on the heels of the statement that was made by Bilawal Bhutto. Take us through what the Water Minister today has gone on to say, something that has been said in a very strong statement by Amit Shah just recently.
That's correct, Tiva. In fact, the Water Resources Minister has endorsed what Home Minister Amit Shah has said about not restoring the Indus Water Treaty. He has made it very clear that India will not review, not renegotiate the Indus Water Treaty. Whatever Bilawal Bhutto says, India will not be scared with these threats of starting war on water. India has made it very clear that war and the water and the blood, they cannot flow together. In fact, India is working on a long-term plan to construct a 160-kilometer long canal to connect the river water of Indus to Ganga Canal, and that will help to states like Rajasthan and Delhi. And in fact, the Water Resources Minister has also made very clear, Mr. C.R. Patil said, that India has received various letters from Pakistan. He has actually confirmed NDTV's story that Pakistan has been pleading by writing stories to India that India should reconsider on stand to keep the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, but India is not going to yield to those demands.
Thank you so much, Akhilesh, for joining us with all those details. Let's also get you the latest, and this is in regard to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh in China has put out a very stern message and has refused to sign a joint statement at that Shanghai Cooperation Organization meet that has taken place because it did not mention the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed 26 innocent lives and did not reflect India's strong position on terrorism, while skipping any mention of Pahalgam. The document mentioned Balochistan, and that is what India is being accused of creating unrest there, and something that India has strongly been refuting.
It is imperative that those who sponsor, nurture and utilize terrorism for their narrow and selfish ends must bear the consequences. Some countries use cross-border terrorism as an instrument of policy and provide shelter to terrorists. There should be no place for such double standards. Yes, you should not hesitate to criticize such nations. India's zero tolerance for terrorism is manifest today through its actions. This includes our right to defend ourselves against terrorism. And we have shown that epicenters of terrorism are no longer safe, and we will not hesitate to target them. The pattern of the Pahalgam terror attack matches with LET's previous terror attacks in India. In exercising its right to defend against terrorism and preempt as well as deter further cross-border terrorist attacks, India on 7th May 2025 successfully launched Operation Sindoor to dismantle cross-border terrorist infrastructure. We reiterate the need to hold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers and sponsors of reprehensible acts of terrorism, including cross-border terrorism, accountable and bring them to justice.
This is the strongest possible message that the Defence Minister has sent out in the presence of the other Defence Ministers of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which includes the Chinese, the Russian, and especially the Pakistani Defence Minister there, by refusing to sign a document where an attempt was made by the SCO to remove any mention of Pahalgam and to add Balochistan is a huge move by India. Remember, as a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, anti-terror, counter-terror, condemnation of terrorist acts is one of the principal resolutions and motivations of this entire setup. And for them to try and remove Pahalgam and add Balochistan is a very big slight. So Rajnath Singh refusing to sign that document is a huge deal. But in the presence of the Chinese and Pakistani defense ministers, to propound the theory that has been set in stone after Operation Sindoor, that acts of terror are seen as acts of war, is a huge message that India has sent out. Remember, India has just completed a large diplomatic outreach to the rest of the world regarding Operation Sindoor, trying to convince the world in many ways that Pakistan-sponsored terror continues to be the biggest global national security threat. And therefore, what Rajnath Singh has basically done at the SCO is action that can be considered extreme. There is a huge call about why India is even part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization if the organization itself, which is headed by China, is looking to actually remove any mention of Pahalgam. The relationship and the nexus between China and Pakistan is a very well-known one, but this kind of brazen attempt to dilute terror against India is being seen very seriously.
Thank you so much for getting us all those details. And let's just switch tracks. And this is in regard to a FIR that has been filed against the BJP Karnataka unit at a police station in Bengaluru. The complainant, has really gone ahead and filed this due to the controversial social media post by the BJP Karnataka's official X handle comparing former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi to German dictator Hitler. The post in question read, "Indira not equals India, but Indira equals Hitler," accompanied by a 38-second video, and the video referred to India's national emergency and featured graphics and describing it in a very derogatory manner as far as the former Prime Minister is concerned.
I think some problem with the BJP. They should know that after the emergency declared, the entire country has given a mandate to Indira Gandhi. She ruled the country in 1980. The JD, Janata Dal or any other Parivara could not maintain and they could not bring back their government. So the Congress party under the leadership of Indira Gandhi has come back to power. She has ruled, she has contributed her life, sacrificed her life for the sake of this country. Now for the sake of publicity, they are just discussing on that.
Yesterday, BJP had clearly tweeted stating that Indira Gandhi was an authoritarian and of the character which Hitler holds. This tweet is absolutely right as per our thoughts, as Indira Gandhi acted as an authoritarian leader on 25th June 2025 and later during the entire 21 months of emergency period.
My colleague Deepak joining us to get us the very latest. Deepak, this is not the first time that the BJP has drawn such parallels. Arun Jaitley also had said this in regard to both Hitler and Indira Gandhi turning democracy into a dictatorship back, a few years.
Well, the BJP is again crying foul and saying that, this is an actual emergency-like situation that is being created by the Congress party once again, because, while people are, raising pertinent issues about emergency and putting out social media posts, there are FIRs being registered against them, and it's vendetta politics is the charge of the BJP. The Congress says that this is unnecessarily, trying to gain publicity by raking up unnecessary issues, and more importantly, drawing parallels with Adolf Hitler, to a former Prime Minister who's contributed so much to the country's progress and also sacrificed her life, is what the Deputy Chief Minister himself, of course, has said. So right now it's a tug of war of sorts that's happening between the Congress and the BJP over this. The post has been deleted by the BJP social media handles. The FIR was registered on the behest of a complaint that was filed by the Congress leader Manohar, and the FIR names BJP Karnataka the X handle as the accused.
Thank you so much, Deepak, for getting us those details. And with that, we're slipping away a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest when it comes to the controversy that has been stirred by Prada, that has left the internet in a state of shock with the launch of their latest Kolhapuri chappals that are reportedly priced at 1.2 lakh rupees. The alarming price for a pair of chappals has raised quite a few eyebrows as far as the internet is concerned, not just for its pricey tag, but also the credit that hasn't been given where it's due, and that's to the Indian craftsmen. Well, Sonakshi Sinha has also got onto that bandwagon, reacting to the price tag, saying that she would rather spend 1.2 lakh rupees in India buying Kolhapuris rather than spending on one Kolhapuri of, this Prada version of the Kolhapuri chappals. But it is, let's just listen into, of course, many people are divided on the Kolhapuris making it to the international, this is the international fashion map, so to speak. But can India really claim it's a, infringement of its copyrights, so to speak? Let's listen into what the lawyers have to say. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy gets us the details.
I'm joined by senior lawyer Amit Nayak, who will take us through the legal aspects of the controversy surrounding Kolhapuri chappals being used by Prada and the outrage surrounding it. Mr. Nayak, thank you for joining us on NDTV. My first question is, of course, this has led to a lot of outrage. Prada using Kolhapuri chappals, people have called it cultural theft. But does this constitute IP infringement, and what are the legal remedies possible, if at all, this amounts to IP infringement?
So let's get the facts clear. As far as Kolhapuri chappals are concerned, they had a registration of a geographical indication in 2018. Right. That geographical indication indicates the geographical region, and they've got that registration. The question is, what did Prada showcase? Did it showcase Kolhapuris, or did it showcase sandals?
Okay.
Prada has taken a view that these are sandals and flat sandals.
Right.
So there was no misrepresentation.
Okay.
According to me.
Right.
So legally it may be very difficult to claim a geographical indication or a breach of that in this case.
Okay.
A passing of action maybe yes. But the point really is that what is the case that you have against Prada? Point number one. Point number two, if you ask me, Prada should have actually said that they were inspired by Kolhapuri chappals.
Right.
That's in the least that should have happened,
Right.
according to me. But is a case sustainable on geographical indication? I don't think so. In the manner in which Prada has presented it.
Right.
So that's the nuance of it.
Right.
Is there a breach of morality of the artisans? I would say all of that is a matter of mutilation, etc., and how you're portraying it.
Abira joining us to get us the very latest. Abira, there are many reactions coming in, and some, of course, reacting to that price tag, but many reacting to India not really getting its due when it comes to the Kolhapuri chappal. But, now we have Sonakshi Sinha also getting on to reacting to this. Take us through her reaction.
So I just did an interview with her, Sonakshi Sinha, and when I asked her about the Kolhapuri chappals, the first thing that she said was, I would rather buy a 1.2 lakh Kolhapuri chappal in India and not from Prada, Let's keep the money here, right? That's what she meant. Let's keep the money here and encourage the craftsmen here than going and buying Prada, who doesn't even acknowledge the fact that, it's a Indian craftsmanship that they are taking international. So the acknowledgement is very important, but what she exactly said, I would read it out to you. I would rather buy Kolhapuri for 1.2 lakh in India. But also she said, good that Indian fashion is going international, but this price tag is a bit ridiculous. But yeah, it is a good thing that people have started talking about it. People will talk about, we will see more people hopefully wearing Kolhapuris now. So yes, it is a good conversation starter. People all over the world will now know about Kolhapuri. That's a good thing. But the fact that there is no acknowledgement is a sad thing, but Sonakshi took it very positively, but she also believes that spending that amount of money, that ridiculous amount of money, if I have to, I would rather spend it home in India.
Abira, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Of course, we will keep tracking the story. For now, moving on to Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the 39-year-old Indian Air Force pilot. Let's just cut across to live feed coming in from space. Let's take a look as to the 4 astronauts who are in space.
Millions of people can travel off Earth to live and work in space and on other planets. It all starts with missions like these. It's hard to believe that it's been 5 years since Dragon radically changed how humanity gets to space, but I am very excited to see what this mission and all the ones to follow have in store. But with that, I do want to check back in with NASA at JSC. So Joseph, let's hand it back to you.
Thank you, Ronnie and Paul. And absolutely, yes, it's an incredible day to welcome the Axiom Mission 42 to the International Space Station. And I know we've already covered so many key milestones, including what it took to get to this point right now. And arrival day is always a busy one aboard the unit.
We see 4 good suit leak checks.
And right there, another great milestone. Another great milestone right there, 4 good suit leak checks. And we talked about that earlier about during the dynamic phases of flight, the crew puts those suits on to make sure that everything is safe and sound for them to provide that extra layer of protection as they continue to chase down the International Space Station. Now, from the space station perspective, here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, arrival day is always a busy one. And this morning, with no exception, NASA's astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers are already in position inside the cupola module, and they're using specialized software to keep track of Dragon's trajectory and confirm it.
And it is Shubhanshu Shukla's heartfelt message from space showcasing India's space aspirations. The group captain, the 39-year-old Indian Air Force pilot turned astronaut, delivered that very personal message from orbit, saying that he was thrilled to be with the other astronauts and that he was learning things in space like a child, learning how to walk, learning how to eat, with a special mention to his wife for being a wonderful partner. Without none of this was possible and none of this would really matter. The historic launch that took place yesterday, marking India's return to human spaceflight after a pause of 41 years. Mr. Shukla is one of the 4 astronauts aboard that mission. And of course, this is a mission that's going to dock, and that docking is going to take place later in the evening at 4:30 p.m. But before that, let's get you this very special, heartfelt message by Shubhanshu Shukla from space.
नमस्कार, एक छोटा सा संदेश मेरे सारे देशवासियों के लिए। कुछ ही देर कल 1 महीने क्वारंटीन में रहने के बाद कल हम लोग लॉन्च पैड 39 से लॉन्च हुए, जहां से पहली मून लैंडिंग, जहां से अपोलो 11 मिशन भी लॉन्च हुआ था। और इस समय स्पेस में बहुत ही ज़्यादा उत्साह, बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ। और जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं और इस जर्नी का एक हिस्सा हैं। तो ये ISS तक जाने के लिए मेरी एक जर्नी की शुरुआत है एक तरह से। अभी हम लोग कुछ ही घंटों में ISS में डॉक करेंगे और फिर हम इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे जाके रहेंगे। बट कहीं ना कहीं ये भी दर्शाता है कि ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की एक छोटा सा स्टेप पर एक बहुत सॉलिड और स्टेडी स्टेप है उस डायरेक्शन में जिस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं गगनयान जैसे मिशन को लेके। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सब मेरी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बने। आप भी उतना ही प्राउड फील करें जितना मैं फील कर रहा हूं, बिकॉज ये सब हमारे केवल टेक्निकल एकम्प्लिशमेंट को नहीं दर्शाता है, बल्कि हमारे ये होप्स या हमारे एम्बिशंस या हमारी एस्पिरेशंस को दर्शाता है कि हम किस तरफ जाना चाहते हैं। तो आइए मेरे साथ इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बनिए। मेरी पूरी कोशिश रहेगी कि अगले 14 दिनों में मेरा जो मिशन एकम्प्लिशमेंट है, जो टास्क है, वो तो मैं अचीव करूं ही, बट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस एक्सपीरियंस को मैं किस तरह से अपनी फ़ोटोज़ और वीडियोज़ में कैप्चर करूं, ताकि मैं वापस आके आप लोगों के साथ इसे शेयर कर सकूं। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप मेरे थ्रू ये जर्नी एक्सपीरियंस करें और इसका हिस्सा बने। एंड चलिए अगले 14 दिन को एक्साइटिंग बनाते हैं और साथ में स्पेस में रहते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla is all set to dock the Dragon spacecraft that he is piloting with the International Space Station, and the crew has been orbiting Earth since their launch from Florida a day before. And as they look forward to spending 14 days on the ISS. Let's just switch tracks now and get you the latest, and this is in regard to Telangana. A video has emerged and that's gone completely viral where a woman is seen driving her car on the railway tracks. This has sparked panic among people, and this is of course this also disrupted various trains. We're talking about 14 to 15 trains that were impacted because of this woman who drove onto the railway tracks.
I spoke to the SP of Railway Police at Secunderabad, Chandana Deepti, and she has said that this woman was extremely aggressive and in fact not cooperating at all with the police even during the questioning. What they do know is that this woman was driving her Kia Sonet on the railway track and she continued to drive it at a pretty fast speed, I must say, as the visuals are showing, for almost 6 to 7 kilometers. People were chasing her and telling her to stop, but simply she wouldn't stop, and subsequently, finally, when her car did stop, she refused to put the glass down, and then they had to force the glass open, and then she's threatening them also with a martial arts weapon, nunchuk, and subsequently they had to use almost 15 to 20 people to bring her under control. They had to in fact tie up her hands in order to ensure that she stayed in control. The second part of it is that the worry for the police was that this is a very busy track leading up to Bombay and Bangalore as well, and therefore 10 to 15 trains in fact had to be diverted from this track so that no kind of an accident happens, because you can imagine the impact of the car, the car with a fuel filled in it hitting against a vehicle at high speed. The impact can cause any kind of an accident, and therefore that is something that the police and the locals there were able to thwart. 3-4 things about this woman. She's said to be 34-year-old. That's what her license and also PAN card that the police have recovered is showing. She is from Uttar Pradesh. The police understand that she possibly was working for an MNC and had decently lost her job, and she is possibly also a divorcee, a single person, is what the police is trying to now check and confirm. One other thing is that she appeared to be very disturbed. Whether she was under the influence of drugs is something that they will medically try to establish or try to investigate, but she does not appear to be drunk, is what the police have told us.
Uma, of course, visuals emerging of how she needed to be dragged out and off that car, and she wasn't really cooperating, and many questions being raised as to what was she doing there in the first place and how did she manage to get onto the tracks. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Moving on now to Mumbai, 3 people have been booked after that shocking case where a 60-year-old woman suffering from skin cancer was found abandoned in a pile of garbage in the RA colony area of Mumbai. The woman allegedly has gone on to say that she was dumped in the trash by her own grandson. Initially, this is something that was being refuted by the grandson. However, that was very contradictory to the CCTV footage that was recovered. My colleague Radhika has the details. We will have Radhika back with us to get us more on this. For now, let's just move on to more news coming in on the other side of this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
सज गया है मंच। शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा साहित्य से, नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर। If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV.
Welcome back. Now it's NATO Secretary General praising US President Donald Trump for brokering the Israel-Iran ceasefire during a press conference at The Hague, going as far as calling Trump a daddy in an unusual compliment. Following the chief's daddy comment to Trump, well, the White House shared that video of the interaction that the two leaders had as well. Take a look.
I just want to get your attention. Hey girl. I really want to be all up in your head. Turn the lights on. Is it you say daddy's home for me?
You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easier to stop them.
And then daddy has to sometimes use strong language to
You have to
get
use strong language. Every once in a while you have to use a certain word.
It's been almost 12 hours since that comment was last made, and the internet and the social media is abuzz with reactions following that comment, and still people are talking about it. One of the comments on social media said that this is almost like a sitcom, not a NATO summit. It's almost like an entertainment program that the leaders are talking about. So that goes to show that people are not just talking about NATO in terms of defense spending, but also getting entertained by the comments made by the leaders. Of course, as you mentioned, Mark Rutte has now come up and said that he did not intend to call Trump as daddy, but he was talking about in a more general sense. But nonetheless, the comment has been, has generated a lot of brouhaha, as you mentioned, and also the White House has now leaned on it and tried to play it up by using a song by the well-known singer from the US, Usher, Daddy's Home, and now trying to play it up even more. And Trump has also reacted to it and said that he's quite affectionate to the leader, and it's been traditionally known that Mark Rutte has quite a good relationship with Trump. So it's not really surprising that he did comment on those lines, while at the same time also hailed the new defense spending of 5% of the GDP that the leaders have signed recently.
Right, Vishal and Mark Rutte there didn't just play the daddy song, but added daddy needs to use strong words at times. And even though he later went on to say that he wasn't really calling Trump a daddy. Stay with us for the next story as well. And this is in regard to US President Donald Trump, who has weighed in on the victory of the Indian origin politician Mamdani in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary, calling him a 100% communist lunatic. Trump also criticized other progressive leaders as well, not just Mamdani, including Andrew Cuomo as well as Senator Chuck Schumer. Now, this is, meanwhile, actor turned BJP MP Kangana Ranaut has also launched an attack on him. Kangana Ranaut claimed that he sounds more Pakistani than Indian. Vishal back with us. Vishal, Kangana and Rao there hitting out at him as well, saying he's ready to wipe out Hinduism while questioning his roots.
The fact that Mamdani belongs to the same circle as AOC, as you mentioned, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's one of the most famous left-leaning politicians in US. So he belongs to the same cadre, and he is being projected as the next big Democratic voice. He's almost poised to become the next New York City mayor. He just replaced Andrew Cuomo as the main primary candidate on the Democratic calendar. So that remains to be seen, but he's almost set to be the New York City mayor because New York almost certainly always votes Democratic, so that will be interesting to be seen. But as far as the controversy regarding his comments is concerned, he has been, spotted at many anti-India rallies in the U.S. He has made some objectionable comments against the PM, against PM Modi. So these are some of the things that he's done in the recent past that has, given him a lot of traction. At the same time, a lot of brickbats as well. As you mentioned, Kangana has attacked him. Donald Trump has attacked him, and now even Congress has joined in all these folks and attacked him. So the thread is common here. They've all been talking about how anti-India his stance is, and he's been quite brazen about it. He's been quite rabid about it, is what these politicians are claiming, especially Donald Trump, who has gone on to Truth Social and labeled him as a lunatic, commie lunatic. So that goes to show how deep this resentment goes.
Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment, and this breaking news is in regard to the release of the film of Diljit Dosanjh, his latest film, Sardar G3's Rao, that has, Mika Singh was reacting to it, and now we also have Guru Randhawa, another singer, reacting to this. In particular, he has in fact gone on to talk about this controversy. And let me just get you the latest in regard to what is being said by Guru Randhawa. He's gone on to say, well, the PR team is more talented than the talent itself. Controversies become part of the daily routine. The day is near when our people will open their eyes and know the truth. First of every month, dropping bombs is what he has gone on to say. Well, Abira, decode this cryptic message of Guru Randhawa there, trying to really, this is really comes on the heels of that comment that we first heard from Mika Singh.
Yes, absolutely. This is the time when, citizens need to speak up, especially the Punjab singers are speaking up. But I told you, Mika once was banned in 2019 because he performed in that at some point of time, they have also faced such protests and bans.
Right, now, what is really being said is you were born in India, remember this. What does this message really mean? Because given the fact that they come from the same profession, and at a time like this, when the fraternity should be united in its front, because this can really happen to anyone at any particular point in time, not just exactly this sort of controversy, but, this is an industry which is prone to controversy per se.
Absolutely, I agree with you. But right now, it's not about the industry, it's not about the artist, it's not about the state, it's about the country. And this is the time when everybody together as a country need to unite and take a stand on something like this. Like Sonakshi Sinha said in her interview that do Pakistan allow Indian actors to work there? No, they don't. So why should we? And we stand by our country, and everybody need to stand by our country. So that's exactly what everybody should think of. And I am guessing right now Guru Randhawa is just talking as a citizen of the country and not as an artist, not a part of the industry, not as a Punjabi, just as an Indian.
Another separate message taken to social media site X, he has gone on to say that you become a complete foreigner, you should never betray your own country, even if you become a complete foreigner. And of course, taking a jibe here, saying one should never wish ill for the country that provides for them. But this really has, the singer Diljit Dosanjh there really coming out in his defense, saying that all this was shot, all this happened when everything was okay, and this was prior to the attack that took place in Pahalgam.
Yes, Diljit Dosanjh is out there promoting his film in London, and in an interview he said that a lot of money is riding on the producers. They have already decided to not release in a particular territory, so they are going through losses, but they need to release it because there's a lot of money riding. And also he defended the producers by saying what the producers had already said in the statement, that we only shot this much before the attack happened. By February, the shoot was already done. So this was their statement, and Diljit went on to support them and said that nobody knew what is going to happen. This happened much later, and this is what he said in his defense and defense of his producers for releasing the film overseas.
Is anyone coming out in
and now we also know it's releasing in
Pakistan? Abira, is anyone coming out in the defense? And of course, this really comes after there's been a blanket ban when it comes to Pakistani stars and artists performing as far as Indian films are concerned, as far as India is particularly concerned. And here we have, seen this in the past as well. And this is something that happened with that Fawad Khan film as well.
Yes, with Fawad Khan film, the same thing happened. Vani Kapoor went to Dubai to promote the film with Fawad Khan, but it didn't release in India. And the Film Federation came together and made sure that the film didn't release in India. But there is one singer who came in support of Diljit Dosanjh, and it is Jaspreet Jassi. He supported Diljit Dosanjh, and he said this backlash over Hania Amir is really not necessary. It has nothing to do with the artist. It's between two countries. So he's the only one, Jaspreet Jassi, the singer, who came out and supported Diljit Dosanjh in the recent times.
Right, this really comes on the heels of Mika there saying, calling him a fake singer, saying the country comes first. Thank you so much, Abira, for getting us those details. Let's just get you the latest, and this is massive security that has been beefed up for the Rath Yatra. NSG has been deployed for the first time as far as the Rath Yatra security is concerned. So this is the first time deployment of the elite force. AI-powered cameras are also being used for monitoring, and we're talking about 10,000 security personnel who are on duty. And it is the town of Puri that's been transformed into a fortress. The pilgrim town of Puri has been turned into this fortress in order to prepare for the Rath Yatra celebrations of this is Lord Jagannath. That's going to be taking place tomorrow, the 27th. We spoke about 250 artificial intelligence-enabled cameras that have been installed in various places in the town for surveillance, and also the security personnel, including a central armed forces as well as those who are participating. And this is just as far as the preparations are concerned. In order to do more on this, Manogya spoke with the DGP. Listen in.
Massive preparations are underway for the Chariot Festival to be held on 27th June in Puri. As lakhs of devotees will gather, it would be interesting to watch and ask what are the police preparations this time. To talk more on this, I have with me Odisha DGP YB Khurania. Welcome to NDTV. What are the special preparations being made this time?
Car Festival is always a very big event for Odisha Police. This year we are making extra arrangements. For the first time we are putting AI-enabled CCTV right from Bhubaneswar to Puri, and then from Puri to Konark. And through CCTV we will be keeping a close watch on all the crowds, movement, traffic movement. And there are certain special features built into the system, like we will be able to have whether there is a crowd surge at certain point and some movement of troops or deployment of troops is required, that can take place. Besides, we have set up a integrated command and control center where senior officers of all the agencies will be present in the control room 24/7, and they will be able to see in real time the situation on the ground and take decisions.
How tough will it be, because the crowd keeps on swelling? However, this time with Operation Sindoor in the background, what are the special and specific measures made?
We are taking extra care as far as security is concerned. For the first time, we are deploying National Security Guard. Their quick reaction teams will be there. Their snipers will be there. And other agencies have also been mobilized. On the seaward side, we will be deploying Marine Police, Coast Guard and Indian Navy.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue. And for the latest updates and breaking news, don't forget to subscribe to our NDTV YouTube channel. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way out and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial.
A big breakthrough in the Air India crash probe. Data has been downloaded from the black boxes that were recovered. Analysis of the data is underway. After a controversial message on social media site X on 50 years since emergency, where Indira Gandhi was equated to Hitler, now action is taken against the BJP. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who addressed the SCO Defence Ministers meeting in China, refuses to sign a document which dilutes India's stand on terrorism has no mention of the Pahalgam attack. The controversy over singer Diljit Dosanjh's new film, which features a Pakistan actor, explodes. And after singer Mika, now singer Guru Randhawa has hit out at Diljit and he said, "Remember, you were born in India." He also indicates this might all be a PR exercise. A Telangana woman's wild car ride on the railway tracks creates a furor. 15 cops is what it took to finally bring her to a stop and arrest her. And spacecraft Grace will be docking at the International Space Station soon. Astronaut Subhanshu Shukla gave his first message from orbit. He said Namaskar and that the mission was a solid step towards India's human space program.
जब हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था, जो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं ये याद दिला रहा था कि मैं अकेले ये जर्नी नहीं अंडरटेक कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं।
Up first, let's get to this latest controversy between Punjabi singers, and after the controversy over Diljit Dosanjh's latest film, which features a Pakistan actor. He came under attack from singer Mika. Now another singer has stepped in. Guru Randhawa has also stepped into this entire row, and he has said he said, "Don't forget you are born in India," and he also said that sometimes it is PR machinery that takes control. So hinting that perhaps this is all a PR stunt. Well, let's go across to Abira for more on this entire story. And Abira, the controversy really is on this film, which features a Pakistani actor and Diljit Dosanjh. However, his, the production houses claim this was all shot before the controversy, before, Operation Sindoor took place, and it's only being released abroad. But now Guru Randhawa has also waded into this controversy after singer Mika.
Yes, absolutely. Guru Randhawa tweeted yesterday and today about this, but he has not mentioned Diljit Dosanjh in his tweets. But of course, the internet was quick to know that who it is about. Let me tell you what he said on X on 25th of June at 9:47 p.m. When the PR team is more talented than the talent himself, controversies become part of daily routine. The day is near when our people will open their eyes and know the truth. LOL, first of every month dropping bombs. God bless the fake PR and the artist. This is what he tweeted yesterday, which was followed by another tweet today. Even if now he had 4 lines in Punjabi, then he said, even if your citizenship is not Indian but you were born here, please remember this. This country made great artists and we all are very proud of it. Please be proud of where you were born. Just an advice. So yes, he's absolutely, we think he's hinting on Diljit Dosanjh. We also saw Mika, jumping into this controversy and was very quick to make a statement against Diljit Dosanjh and his decision to release this film. While Diljit is busy promoting the film in UK, he has defended his producers, and in an interview he has said that a lot of money is at stake and we had to release the film, and also that this unforeseen event that took place at Pahalgam happened much later. The shoot was already over by February, so that's something not under our control what happened, but because there's a lot of money in stake, we had to release the film overseas. The producers are already losing out money when it comes to, because they are not releasing in a particular territory. This is what he said in that interview. But yes, singers are coming out and taking a stand, because it is not about Punjab right now. It is not about the industry or the singing community. It is about the country, and they are standing by their country. But there is one singer who has gone and said that what is happening is not right, and he has supported Diljit Dosanjh. I'm talking about Jaspreet Jassi. Says that India constantly steals Pakistani songs.
Of the Congress party and the infighting and the barbs that we've seen at MP Shashi Tharoor, and now after Shashi Tharoor had posted a picture of a bird and implied, and said birds are free to fly, the sky is free, and it was seen as some sort of, a snide remark or a comeback to the Congress party. Now another MP has also posted a picture about birds of prey, and he has said in that, don't ask permission to fly, birds don't need clearance to rise, but today even a free bird must watch the skies. And he said hawks, vultures and eagles are always hunting. So this is the latest in this back and forth that we've seen, and this started after the Congress president had said that Shashi Tharoor was in the CWC because of his language, and then he said that some people, for them, the Prime Minister comes first. He said for the Congress, it is the country that comes first. Again, implying about Shashi Tharoor's praise of the Prime Minister. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu, who is tracking, all these jibes and salvos that are taking place within the Congress party. And Sunil, so what do we make of this latest one? Yesterday, Shashi Tharoor posted that picture of the bird and saying, birds are free to fly in the sky. And now Congress MP, they're posting about, you could fly in the sky, but be wary of birds of prey.
That's right. And posted pictures of the vultures and the eagles and the, everything else. And especially when you have patriotism and nationalism, up your sleeve. So it's definitely something that it's a tongue-in-cheek in response between, Mr. Tagore, who's a confidant of the Congress High Command and the leadership. It's definitely a clear sign that there has been, and it's continuing to be, a war of words or a battle of nerves between the Congress leadership and Mr. Shashi Tharoor. Mr. Shashi Tharoor has been upset for a long time on a host of issues. And it's in that backdrop that not only did he contest against Mr. Karge, who was seen as the official candidate with the backing of the Gandhis at that time, and then subsequently, even though he's been a chairperson of the External Affairs Committee, didn't get selected and was not shortlisted by the Congress to go in that all-party delegation. But be that as it may, the Congress finally accepted all those people who were shortlisted by the government and went abroad. And then, of course, we've seen that article and the differing perceptions, as you point out, whether it's Modi first or nation first, and then the rest. Those are differing perceptions between Mr. Tharoor and the Congress party. So be that as it may, we will definitely have clearly a showdown, and the gloves are off between Mr. Tharoor and the Congress leadership. How it plays out is something that we'll have to wait and see in the next few days and months ahead.
We're seeing this, what is playing out currently with these jibes and counter jibes and salvos at one another. But what is really happening? What is the Congress High Command deciding? What are they thinking when it comes to this? Because it's been weeks or months, I think, now that we have been talking about this friction taking place between Shashi Tharoor, one of the best known Congress MPs currently, and the party.
Absolutely, Gargi. It's been nearly 6 months. In fact, they did have a high-level meeting. In fact, the local Congress state unit in Kerala was very much upset with Mr. Tharoor and his remarks that he had made at that time, and not related to Prime Minister Modi and Operation Sindoor, because that hadn't happened, but was supporting the LDF government for its various policies and measures that had been taken. And this is in the run-up to an election which is due now only 6 to 7 months away. And it's in that backdrop that everybody was told that, you shouldn't speak out of turn, speak within the forum. Shashi Tharoor, on his part, even in an interview to us, said that he would speak with the leadership within. But yesterday, I think the gloves came off on pointed questions with Mr. Karge being asked. He said there is a difference of perception. Some feel that Modi first, nation second. We believe nation first, the rest later.
Right, and currently Shashi Tharoor seems to be filming episodes, for RT India. So, he's doing his own thing there. Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with the very latest. In other news now, data from the black boxes recovered from the June 12th Air India plane crash have been successfully downloaded, and the data from it is now being analyzed, is what government sources have said. Now, the black boxes, a flight data recorder or FDR, and the cockpit voice recorder CVR were damaged in the crash. There were questions over the recovery of the data and how usable it would be, but now we are hearing it is being analyzed, and this means we are now a big step closer to understanding just what happened on that fateful day, what led to the crash of Air India's Boeing 787 Dreamliner that crashed just 36 seconds after takeoff, killing 241 people who were on board the plane, and then remember 34 people on the ground in the medical college into which the plane went and crashed into. Let's go across to Vishnu for more. And Vishnu, give us more details of what you are hearing and how soon are we, to having some sort of perhaps even preliminary report?
I think legally a preliminary report needs to come out in 1 month after the crash, so we are well within that period. But this clarification from the government comes at a time when there were lots of questions being asked about whether India had the ability to retrieve this data or whether these black boxes were going to be sent abroad. What's now clear is that on the 24th of this month, the 2 black boxes of the aircraft were flown to Delhi to the Accident Investigation Board, and they, along with the American regulator, the NTSB, have been successful in downloading the data. The downloading of the data took place yesterday, and since then, they've been trying to analyze the data. 2 sets of data, the cockpit voice recorder and the digital flight data recorder. There are 4 of these on an aircraft, so 2 digital flight data recorders and 2 cockpit voice recorders. Together, 2 of these form 1 black box. So there are 2 black boxes on the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. With this data being downloaded, what we now know is that they are in the process of reconstructing what went wrong. So for those watching this and wondering and asking the right question, which is what did go wrong, there are no answers now. But I think what we have established, or what the government has now established, is that the damaged black boxes have been retrieved. The data has been downloaded successfully, which means that we are well underway in terms of getting a report. And the fact that we've got an international observer, the NTSB, which is a part of that process, is also important, because remember, the Dreamliner is operated not just in India, but by airlines across the world.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us with all the latest developments there. The Union Water Minister C.R. Patil has said the Indus Water Treaty won't be restored, dismissing former Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari's threat that Islamabad would go to war if India denies its share of water under the Indus Water Treaty. Remember, India left this water treaty after the Pahalgam terror attack. The Water Minister there reiterating what Home Minister Amit Shah had said last week, that they will not restore the historic accord.
मैं आपको एक लाइन में इतना कह सकता हूं कि पानी कहीं नहीं जाएगा। बाकी बिलावल क्या कहते हैं वो उनका प्रश्न है, उनका अपना पॉलिटिक्स वहाँ करना है। इसके लिए वो कहते रहेंगे, उन्होंने तो धमकियां भी दी थी कि पानी नहीं बहेगा तो खून बहेगा, वो भी आपने सुना होगा। तो ऐसे गिदड़ धमकियों से तो हम डरते भी नहीं है, मगर कुछ बातें समय पर ही अच्छी लगती है, इसके लिए उसका जवाब समय पर ही आपको मिलना वो भी उचित है।
Now for more, and Akhilesh, the government really doubling down. Now the Water Minister C.R. Patil repeating what the Home Minister said. There's no question of restoring the Indus Water Treaty.
That's correct, Gargi. In fact, Water Resources Minister Mr. C.R. Patil confirmed that Pakistan has been pleading by writing various letters to India, asking that India should reconsider its decision to keep the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. They are saying that there's a imminent threat of water crisis as far as Pakistan is concerned, and that is why they are pleading again and again to India that it should reconsider its decision. But India has made it very clear that blood and water cannot flow together. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was very categorical about Indus Water Treaty. In fact, now the government of India has been working on a long-term plan how to use its share of water as far as the treaty is concerned, and now they are planning to construct a 160-kilometer long canal to connect the water to the Ganga Nahar, which goes to Rajasthan, and that's why all the North Indian states will be benefited from the waters of Indus Treaty. That's why India has been very clear, very categorical There also, Mr. Patil was very clear that such empty threats won't work. Where Mr. Bilal Bhutto said that if India does not release the water, there will be war. He said it's just empty threat, and India is not scared of such threats.
All right, Akhilesh, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Time for us to slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The UN has posted drug addiction is not a choice, yet many people who use drugs face stigma and discrimination, further harming their mental and physical health and standing in the way of the support that they need.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money?
Welcome back. Luxury brand Prada has left the internet in a state of shock with the launch of their latest flat chappals, the Kolhapuri, which are retailing reportedly at a price of 1.2 lakhs. Now, the alarming price for a pair of chappals has raised quite a few eyebrows on the internet, but what has also upset people is that credit hasn't been given where it's due, and that's to Indian craftsmen. Now, actor Sonakshi Sinha has also spoken on it, and in fact, many have come out and questioned the Kolhapuri being used in this manner by Prada without giving any credit to Indian artisans. But with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more.
Welcome back. Now, popular singer Diljit Dosanjh is in the midst of a controversy. This is over the casting of Pakistani actress Hania Aamir, who plays a key role opposite Diljit in his latest film. However, the decision has triggered a wave of backlash, especially given the ongoing political tensions between India and Pakistan, and some have even called to boycott Diljit Dosanjh. But now popular singer Guru Randhawa has jumped into this controversy and thrown a curveball in which he's posted a cryptic message on social media hinting that the controversy could be a calculated PR move rather than genuine public outrage. He, in fact, this is the second post he has put out on this. The first post is about your citizenship, that even if now your citizenship is not Indian, but you were born here, please remember that. This is what he had posted earlier, and he's also, in fact, implied that perhaps this entire controversy is more of a PR stunt. Remember earlier, singer Mika had hit out at Diljit Dosanjh as well over the release of this film. Diljit Dosanjh has released this film abroad, and his, in fact, the production house has even said that the casting and the filming had taken place before this entire before the conflict that took place in Operation Sindoor. Well, Mika Singh now joining us live. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. And Guru Randhawa is now implying that this entire controversy, this big fight, is actually, it just could be a PR stunt.
बिल्कुल गार्गी, I think देखो अगर वो समझदार होते तो he could have deleted that post. The post is already there, which he posted about that movie. वो वहीं पे है. अगर उनको थोड़ा सा भी गिल्टी फील होता है या थोड़ा सा भी उनको लगता है कि यार मुझे सॉरी बोलना चाहिए तो वो सिंपली आके सॉरी बोल दें. और हम सभी लोग प्यार करते हैं. ही इज अ ग्रेट आर्टिस्ट. वी ऑल रिस्पेक्ट हिम. वी ऑल लव.
किया है कि शायद ये पूरी कंट्रोवर्सी एक पीआर स्टंट है. ये जो बॉयकॉट की बात जो चल रही है, शायद ये PR stunt है. एंड उन्होंने कहा है कि when PR team is more talented than the talent itself.
100% he is right. I totally agreed with Guru. Because देखो आपको गार्गी आपने have you heard about सरदार जी फर्स्ट? नहीं ना. आपने सुनी सरदार जी 1 कौन सी थी, 2 कौन सी थी? अब सडनली 3 के बारे में ही बात हो रही है. पहली 2 का तो पता नहीं चला. तीसरी का अगर वो समझदार होते तो वो पहले ही आके बोलते यार मैं 4 महीने पहले बोलते कि मैं मूवी मेरी जो बन चुकी है मैं रिलीज करना चाहता हूँ, मेरा बहुत सारा उसमें खर्चा पैसा लग गया है. बट उन्होंने सीधा उसका पोस्ट डाला. तो पता है कि इसका रिजल्ट यही आएगा. चाहिए जब हमारे रिश्ते अच्छे होंगे पाकिस्तान के साथ, डेफिनेटली नहीं है जो मुझे भी पैसा पसंद है लेकिन मुझे मेरे लिए देश पहले है.
Break, more news and updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India. Bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर। If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist and never
Good afternoon and welcome to our continued coverage of India's cosmic leap. Our big focus, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the 39-year-old Indian Air Force pilot turned astronaut who, in 7 minutes from now, on the Crew Dragon spacecraft, along with his crew members, will be docking at the International Space Station. The video that you see is live footage coming in from Axiom 4, which is the private company which is in charge of this mission, right? The private aeronautical company in charge of this mission. Live footage coming in. The spacecraft itself has been built by SpaceX, NASA, a close partner. The International Space Station, where they'll be docking and staying for several days before they return to Earth, is an international effort, as the name suggests. There's an American module, a Russian module. There are international components in other modules as well. But the process of docking with the International Space Station is a slow process. It takes time, it's precise, it's largely automated, but it's at this stage that Group Captain Shukla's role as pilot on this mission comes into play. The final override authority, once cleared by the commander of the mission, Peggy Whitson, would then be carried out by Group Captain Shukla in the event of any last-second course corrections which are required. There is a huge safety issue as well at this stage. The crew members, including Shukla, are looking very closely at their consoles, at their glass cockpit, as it were, to get an idea of where exactly they are placed. Remember, they have to match the exact trajectory of the International Space Station, the speed of the space station, and they'll be inching forward they'll be inching forward slowly, I should mention, to ensure that first there is a soft seal that takes place and then a hard seal when the clamps on the Crew Dragon engage the clamps on the International Space Station. It's only once that takes place that the astronauts from the Crew Dragon can be transferred on to the International Space Station. That's going to take a couple of hours from now. What we are focusing on now is that critical 5 minutes. This is one of the most critical parts of this entire voyage, where the Crew Dragon module locks into the International Space Station in what is called a soft lock. It is an extremely precise maneuver. The thrusters on the Crew Dragon will be firing as and when required to ensure that the spacecraft is perfectly aligned. Let's just listen in for a moment to what's happening in that live feed before we go across to Pallav Bagla, our science editor, who's with me in the studio.
6:30 a.m. Eastern, as we return to that exciting view from Dragon looking up at the International Space Station. You can ever so faintly see the solar arrays coming into view, and that strobe light illuminating the radiators, which are right along that central portion and angling upward. The International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft now approaching the west coast of North America, right around the Seattle area, that border between the United States and Canada, as we are approaching 1 minute away from waypoint 1, the second checkpoint and second series of waypoints for the spacecraft to reach to. The teams have already pulled go, but we will listen for the call outs for that waypoint 1 arrival.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, approach 1 and soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue approach to waypoint 2. As a reminder, manual impulsive retreat recovery is not permitted.
And Dragon copies all.
And there you heard communications on the big loop about that soft capture ring. And that is the initial contact that will occur between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station, a soft capture, with that soft capture ring then retracting and the 12 hooks that will drive and connect and form a hard mate between the spacecraft and the International Space Station. From there, power communications will then be connected up, and NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers will make her way into the pressurized mating adapter and get ready for hatch opening procedures, which will require bringing the vestibule, the space between the two hatches, between the International Space Station and Dragon Grace, together. And there we see the orbital sunrise making its way over top of the International Space Station as they continue their pursuit of each other, now angling over at North America. And there in the center screen, if you look at the topmost, the Dragon now perfectly aligned over top of the International Space Station, now looking down at that Node 2 Zenith port, and a great view just off the bottom portion there. That is the Dragon Endurance spacecraft that it'll be just alongside of. So Dragon has reached waypoint 0, and on initial comms earlier that the teams on the ground, once reaching waypoint 1, have been allowed to bypass that waypoint and now move on to waypoint 2, which will be in about 9 minutes from now, and targeting docking in about 14.5 minutes from there. Go, no-go polls for docking in about 7 minutes as the teams on the ground continuing to monitor Dragon's progress. And once they arrive to waypoint 2, there will be a pause, make sure everything is lined up just perfectly before that final approach and docking.
Come in over here as we see this incredible footage. And if you look at you see the International Space Station right in front of you. That's the view from the Crew Dragon. But Pallav, I find that monitor, that display on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, bottom right-hand, which appears to show the thrusters in action.
That is true. That's the live display of the thrusters, the Draco thrusters on the Grace module, firing to make sure that the crew module and the International Space Station are perfectly aligned for a docking. Right now, the update is that they are expecting a 4 p.m. India time soft capture of the docking, and then it's a long wait till the hatch opens. These times can vary a little bit because the pressures have to be stabilized. Even the docking mechanism, the times can vary a little bit depending upon the accuracy and the position of the space station and the crew module. So there can be a little variation in the time, and we keep seeing that NASA and SpaceX are updating the time every now and then, saying docking expected at this time, expected at that time. So right now expected at 4 p.m. So that will be the first time Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla would be touching the International Space Station, albeit only with the Crew Dragon and not stepping inside, which would take a couple of hours after that.
You know, Pallav, what we see on the monitor in the top right-hand side is actually fascinating, because that's the view from the Crew Dragon to the International Space Station and the exact point that they are heading at. Now, this, of course, is the external view, again from the Crew Dragon, looking at the International Space Station, and they're heading straight. And they're going to be, latching on to one of the ports over there. There are several ports in which spacecraft, including
They're going to be hooking on to what's called the Harmony module,
right,
and using that American module to.
There are life rafts as well, by which I mean Soyuz aircraft,
Yes.
Soyuz spacecraft, which are permanently docked. There's always at least one Soyuz capsule. The Russian Soyuz is, of course, done yeoman service on the International Space Station. At least one of them is always docked to ensure that if the crew needs to get out, they can get onto that. It serves as a life raft. But this would, SpaceX has been providing so many missions up to the International Space Station in order to get crew supplies in, crew members in. Pallav, go ahead.
See, in the next 5 minutes, we'll approach what is called the go, no-go point, meaning if we cross that 5 minutes, it's an automated process. After that, they do not retract. They get into that safe zone, and after that 5 minutes, it has to be a docking. So if any change has to be done, it will be in less than 5 minutes. That is the normal protocol.
What an incredible view, Pallav.
Yes, this is
This is the front. This is from the International Space Station. The hatch of the Crew Dragon has opened a little while back. You're zooming in right now to get a better view. Don't worry, it's not moving that fast. That was just a camera zoom in. Pallav, a bit worried at that stage. And then it's all going to happen really slowly right now. And in about, 3 minutes, 49 seconds, or maybe a little bit more than that. It's going to gently get into place. Now, there are thrusters which are constantly firing because they have to match the exact trajectory of the International Space Station. And if you look at a display on the bottom right-hand side, you can see exactly what thrusters, and you can't see them visibly. Sometimes you can.
The light shines on the thruster which is firing at that particular moment. This is a live feed. And there are 12 Draco thrusters there.
Oh, what a remarkable sight. Just look at that. And you can see the thrusters firing as if on cue. Pallav evidently has a direct neural link with the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon. But you could see, and you will continue to see, the thrusters fire, the forward thrusters, just as absolutely millimeter perfect adjustments are made. This is a view of the Crew Dragon as it approaches the International Space Station. Pallav.
And Vishnu, for our viewers, they need to understand both are traveling at about 28,000 kilometers per hour. The relative velocity between the two would be nearly zero when the docking happens.
The speed is 26,481 kilometers per hour right now.
You got a sharper eyesight. I can't read that much, but that's what the speed.
An altitude of 423 kilometers.
420. That's roughly the altitude on which the International Space Station travels. Right now, I'm told the space station is somewhere over North America, and the docking is expected in the next 7-8 minutes, with another 2 minutes to go for that exact go no go point. Because after that, it has to be a docking. If they have to abort, they have to do it a little before that. Because beyond that, they go into what is called the keep out sphere.
Right.
So, lovely views. The front hatch is open. The hatch from which the crew entered the Grace Dragon was the side hatch. That side hatch will remain closed throughout this 14-day mission. It will open only when they have the perfect splashdown, because that side hatch opens only for entry and exit of the crew. On the space station, it's the front hatch which is used for entry and exit of the crew. So we can see the lights and the laser lights firing away to make sure that the Crew Dragon is perfectly aligned with the Harmony module and the port there. The docking mechanism itself is a very complicated process, jointly developed between NASA and Roscosmos, and all of this has been perfected over years and years, over hundreds of dockings. I should also remind our viewers that India also recently did a space docking experiment. We docked and undocked 2 of our uncrewed satellites. They were in circular orbit, all in preparation for human docking, which may happen at some point for India. So India also becoming the 4th country to do docking in space. Right now it has only been done by America, Russia and China. India became the 4th to dock in space. And right now we are seeing the Crew Dragon and the crew on board, the Indian, American, Hungarian, and the Polish crew got to name the capsule, which is very rare.
What a lovely name, though, Harmony.
Yeah, no, Harmony is the module. The name of the capsule is Grace.
Right. Sorry.
And the little soft toy they are carrying on them as the zero gravity indicator is called Joy. So Joy and Grace, lovely names for the capsule. And astronaut Peggy Whitson did say when she was traveling in this that it has the scent of a new capsule because it's the first time it has been flown. That's why they got to name it. So the name will stay permanently as Grace.
All right, let's just listen in for a moment, Pallav, to what the commentary is from Axiom. No audio at the moment is what I'm told, but my God, just look at how amazing this is. And this is high definition footage coming in from 423 kilometers above the Earth of one spacecraft focusing on another spacecraft traveling at a speed of 26,481 kilometers per hour.
And it's right now.
Hang on, we've got the audio back up. Let's listen.
To the International Space Station. Dragon Grace now 25 meters away.
All right, less than 25 meters at the stage before the Crew Dragon spacecraft.
Dragon has now reached waypoint 2, 20 meters away from the International Space Station, and will continue its approach to the International Space Station.
Pallav, have we reached a go-no-go point?
I think we've crossed the go-no-go point.
And there you can see a great view of that zenith port, that space-facing port of the International Space Station's Harmony module.
What an incredible view of the
Dragon spacecraft right now sitting at waypoint 2, just 20 meters away.
Houston station for step 4 in block Bravo. Dragon attitude is as expected.
Houston copies. Station Houston on the big loop. Dragon is on final approach and is go for docking. Monitor per steps 5 and 6 and 1.102.
Station copies. Monitoring per steps 5 and 6.
And there you heard it. The final steps relayed up to the crew for final approach and docking have been given as we continue to see Dragon Grace spacecraft close the gap between them and the International Space Station. Now, just before the spacecraft reaches the international docking adapter for that soft capture, you'll hear the call out CHOP, or crew hands off point, which Dragon will continue its journey and make that initial connection, that soft capture, in those final few moments.
SpaceX Dragon 10 meters.
10 meters.
Inside 10 meters, a little less now than 30 feet away, is all that separates Dragon Grace from the International Space Station.
Five meters.
5 meters.
You can say both views.
Five meters before the Crew Dragon with Shubhanshu Shukla docks with the International Space Station. Let's cut back and listen in on what's happening.
2 meters. Chop.
2
meters. Station. 2 meters. Chop.
We have chop.
1 meter.
1 meter. Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
All right, breaking news now. The soft dock has been successful. The Dragon capsule with Shubhanshu Shukla has
Dragon
docked
Grace
with the
and the
International
Axiom
Space
Mission 4
Station.
crew have arrived to the International Space Station at 5:31 a.m. Central Time over the North Atlantic as the two orbiting around the Earth, connecting with the soft capture ring, and now we'll begin the ring retraction to bring the two vehicles closer together, and then the 12 hooks, the two sets of 6, will drive to form a hard nut. And there you heard there, the soft capture ring is retracting, and then we'll do so until sensors are indicating it's time for those hooks to drive in place and give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to station. And again, Axiom Mission 4 and its commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO, and mission specialist Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski and Tibor Kapu of ESA and HUNOR have arrived to the International Space Station with contact at 5:31 a.m. Central, 6:31 a.m. Eastern, as the two were orbiting over the North Atlantic. The soft capture ring, that initial contact between Dragon Grace and the International Space Station, continuing to retract, and we'll await for the calls that the sensors read that it will be time for those 12 hooks on the Dragon to then begin driving and connecting itself to form a hard mate to the International Space Station.
Ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
This is Mission Control Houston, as you are seeing a live view of the recently connected Dragon Grace spacecraft with the Axiom Mission 4 astronauts and Peggy Whitson, Shubhanshu Shukla, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Tibor Kapu arrive to the International Space Station. Soft capture and contact at 5:31 a.m. Central Time, 6:31 a.m. Eastern, as the two were orbiting above the North Atlantic. And right now, the two mated with that soft capture, the soft capture ring retracting to pull the spacecraft closer to the International Space Station. And once given the go, the ring or the hooks around the Dragon nose cone will drive and connect to form a hard mate. Teams on the ground in both Houston.
Station Houston on the big loop. MCS configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Station copies.
And the great call there, that's the next step in this docking procedure, is the driving of the hooks, the 12 hooks surrounding the nose cone or the nose of the Dragon spacecraft. And we'll monitor those. They'll drive in 2 sets of 6. The first set of 6 right now, they're traveling, and we'll continue to follow along as the docking process continues on. And then after that first set of 6, the second set will drive and connect Dragon to form a hard mate to the International Space Station. And once the docking is complete, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, who have been monitoring from the International Space Station from the cupola of the Dragon's arrival. It'll be Ayers that'll begin the hatch opening or hatch operations. And that'll start by opening up the main hatch on the Node 2 Zenith section of the Harmony module. That's what you see Dragon connected to. And what's separating that module and the Dragon spacecraft is that and continuing to monitor that first set of 6 hooks forming that hard mate. And once the full set of 12, Ayers will continue the docking procedures with the leak checks and then begin making its way into the pressurized mating adapter. That's what you see between the Harmony module and the Dragon spacecraft, and access into there to then what we begin pressurizing the vestibule, that small compartment between the 2 hatches. And that vestibule has been exposed to the vacuum of space prior to Dragon Grace's arrival. So the next step is to carefully reintroduce that air and pressure inside so it matches both that of the station and the Dragon spacecraft. And we just received confirmation that the first set of 6 hooks have driven and closed, and it will now begin the second set of 6 to continue that hard mate between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station.
All right, just for the benefit of our viewers, what you are seeing is fairly historic footage. I'm as amazed at the footage and the quality of that feed is anything else. And that's the Dragon capsule, which is now engaged its hooks and is in position with the International Space
If you are just
Station.
joining us, this is Mission Control Houston, where Axiom Mission 4 aboard the Dragon Grace spacecraft have connected to the International Space Station at 5:31 a.m. Central Time, currently in the process from soft capture to the hard mate to the orbiting laboratory. First set of 6 hooks have closed, and now monitoring that second set of 6, 12 in total, to form that hard mate.
That hard mate forming is going to take a little bit of time, and it's only once that is done and the pressure is equalized between the Crew Dragon, the vestibule, which is a small area between the Crew Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. Once that is equalized with air pressure between Dragon and the International Space Station, and the hard lock is confirmed, that we can start talking about a transfer of the astronauts, including Shubhanshu Shukla, onto the International Space Station, where they'll be welcomed. Pallav, what happens from here onwards?
Well, what we see is the incredible view of Group Captain astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla.
And we just heard confirmation there. All 12 hooks have closed, and that is a hard mate to the Dragon Grace spacecraft and the International Space Station, completing from soft capture to that hard mate.
They are at the International Space Station, awaiting the opening of the hatch, and that is going to take a couple of hours. And then we will see the crew of 4 going into the International Space Station. Docking is a very complex process. It started almost 2 hours ago and will go on for another 2 hours. And then we will see the astronauts going inside. This is the first time an Indian astronaut has reached the International Space Station. Even though the International Space Station is really at the fag end of its life, but an Indian astronaut reaching the International Space Station is a historic moment for India. The Axiom 4 mission, which I sometimes call the mission Akash Ganga, has created history for India and the world, because there is an American, a Hungarian, and a Polish astronaut. Astronaut Peggy Whitson is the commander, and there are 3, as she herself says, rookie astronauts who have never flown into space. Now, all 3 have been in space for 28 hours. So we don't think we should call them rookie anymore. They are there at the International Space Station. I'm sure their hearts are beating fast. They are in their space suits now, because this is an active phase. It's in the passive phase when they go into their comfortable clothes. Because when we saw them in the afternoon speaking to the world from space, they were in their more comfortable clothes. So they are in their space suits. So they will change back into more comfortable clothes and then enter into the International Space Station. All of the International Space Station really works at what is called the Greenwich Mean Time or the London time. So beyond this, when they enter the International Space Station, they will be greeted by the commander of the International Space Station, who is currently the Japanese astronaut on board. And then they would be shown around for safety, and then there would be time for probably for the end of the day for today. And tomorrow would be a new day for Group Captain Shukla, second day in space, and work will begin.
Power and comm connections shortly.
So Pallav, in terms of the process from the soft capture, which is where we are essentially, to that hard mate that they're referring to, what exactly are they talking about?
Oh, the International Docking Port is a very complex mechanism which has been developed between Russia and America, and the whole process has been made so that the seals are literally airtight.
Right.
And all of this starts with what they call a soft capture, and then slowly the retraction happens, and the Crew Dragon is slowly brought closer to the International Space Station, and then the hard capture happens, after which it's the seals, they become hermetically sealed, meaning there is no air gap or air leakage, and then all the tests begin.
And that's called the hard mate.
The final thing is the hard capture. and then the seal tests, whether the seal is airtight or not, will begin. I'm told by different astronauts that once the hard capture happens, it's only a small hatch which is there between the crew module and the spacecraft, and both start literally hammering on each end of the door of the hatch. And there are two of them because on each side, because they are very anxiously waiting to meet each other. There are 7 crew on board the International Space Station, and 4 more are going to join them. So we will have, for India, if we call them, that will be a Space 11 for India at the International Space Station. And who knows, India has a way, they could always do something when there are 11 people.
Right. Well, joining us also Dr. Krisvin Karthik. He's a scientist at the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bengaluru. Manish Purohit is a former scientist at ISRO. Dr. Ajay Lele with us as well. Air Vice Marshal Deepak Gaur. So we've got a lot of excellent voices on this program, all watching on with fair amazement at what's taking place. Dr. Karthik, what does this moment mean for you, and as somebody who's been watching, the evolution of Indian science?
Yeah, thank you for calling. Yeah, it is incredible and a great for the young generation also to ignite them for
as Axiom mission
getting inspiration for the space related the events. Generally what happens, it is like a one generation watching is very difficult. For example, that moon exploration that happened on long before, and after that there was nothing. And our Rakesh Sharma 84 it happened, and after 41 years. So for the current generation, it will be upcoming era, it will be a continuous space exploration. They are gifted, and all these activities are really good for inspiration for them to get into excited about the science activities and seeing the world out of the earth. Yeah, I mean, other than the regular entertainment, etc., media and the cricket and the media, I mean, the movie release and etc.
Right. Well, give me a second. Let me go across to Ajay Lele.
So many people.
Dr. Lele, I think what strikes me most is we've been watching space now for so many decades, but it's the quality of this imagery, a live feed of 2 spacecraft traveling at 27,000 kilometers per hour at approximately 428 kilometers away from the Earth. And, the fact that we could see it as brilliantly as we did, it just makes space so much more real for us. I think that's my immediate thought. How about yours?
Pressurizing the vestibule, which is that small space between the hatches on Dragon and the space station.
Ajay, are you there?
Talked about this has been exposed to vacuum prior to docking, and we'll need to...
All right, let me put that across to Air Marshal Gaur. Air Marshal Gaur, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Atmospheric pressure.
Your thoughts on just this incredible footage that we are seeing. I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, Vishnu, for me, the more fascinating part as I was watching the soft and hard docking take place was the immenseness of the black space behind, and the majesty of our blue planet as it was, swirling, relatively speaking, behind the docking procedure. To me, that was the most fascinating part of the whole picture.
From that capture moment.
Dr. Deepak Gaur, I'm sure you must have followed what Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla said earlier in the day. He said he was a little unwell, and also he was sleeping a lot. You were part of the mission which selected astronaut Shukla. As a doctor, what is your feeling of what is the health of Group Captain Shukla now?
I'm sure he is going to be fine very soon, Pallav, because once you're actually exposed to zero gravity, things which are never really simulated obviously happen to you. And space motion sickness is a reality which most astronauts have to live with. The first 24 hours can be the most troublesome. I think those are already over, and I'm sure that Shubhanshu is going to get better and better.
Dr. Hemant Jahangir, a space traveler himself and physician scientist with us. Dr. Jahangir, what is space sickness? How long does it last? Dr. Jahangir, can you hear me? All right, apologies, we don't have him. I'm just going to go through our panelists. They've all joined, but I'm not sure why they're speaking. I think they're all pretty taken in by the moment. Manish Purohit, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Give us, your thoughts on this huge moment. We are deeply aspirational in terms of what we want to achieve in space. Now, this is a small step towards our larger objectives, but this is obviously an emotional moment for so many interested in science and space.
Yeah, this particular thing will motivate a whole lot of a big generation towards the endeavors in space, and they will start dreaming big about the space and taking up career in space. And there will be so many queries from the youngsters that how can they be in a place where right now Shubhanshu Shukla is. But the bigger thing is, this particular moment is coming when India is already having its own plans of human space flight. And as very clearly mentioned by Shubhanshu Shukla itself, that this is the beginning of human space program. We have our G1 flight plan, maybe somewhere down the line in November and December in this year. And then 2027, we have our own plans of our own Gaganyaan module flying into the space with our Gaganyaan 3s. 2028, we need our Bharatiya Antariksh Station first module in the space, then our crew module docking to it. So big things are planned for India. And then docking, the part we talk about. So right now, the visuals that we are getting, I want to explain a bit about this. What's happening right now? Right now, the umbilicals of Dragon will connect with the International Space Station, and then the International Space Station will take over the control. The power will be supplied from the International Space Station to the Dragon. The data from the Dragon can be read by the International Space Station, and it will become a part of it. Then pressurization will start. Once it's checked that there are no leaks, everything is perfectly in place, then they will start pressurizing this vestibule. Once that is done, then again there will be few checks. The checks will be for some, debris thing. If it is lying here and there somewhere, that will be checked. Air circulation will be checked. The air circulating tracks are there. That will be checked that they should be working perfectly fine. Why? Because in microgravity, there is an issue of CO2 pocket. That shouldn't be there. Once all these checks are done, and when they give a go for opening of hatches, hatch will open first from ISS side, then the hatch will open from Dragon side, and then they will move in, and then we'll see the meet and greet ceremony.
Allah?
Right now what we can tell you is that the power and communication is now connected between the Crew Dragon and the International Space Station, and the power to the Crew Dragon is now coming from the International Space Station. This is a very important part of the docking procedure, because here onwards the power is coming from the International Space Station, and the communication is also going to be happening through the International Space Station. So important milestone over, and
we are troubleshooting the Big Loop audio comm issues from earlier, and the action we're about to take will take down Big Loop comm between ISS and the Axiom crew for about 5 minutes. We may require additional comm checks after.
What I'm hearing from the teams between SpaceX and Axiom is that they are doing some communication checks between the Crew Dragon, SpaceX, International Space Station, and there would be a 5-minute gap between the communication. But at the same time, right now they're continuing with the docking process.
And the big loop that you have been hearing that have connected everyone here inside of Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, those aboard the space station, and inside the SpaceX Dragon Grace spacecraft, and the teams in Hawthorne, California, those 4 parties, that's the big loop. They will troubleshoot those communications for about 5 minutes and then recheck But you heard just prior to that NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers have begun the hatch opening procedures, in which the large hatch at the Node 2 Zenith, that's the space-facing side of the Harmony module, has been opened, and that will allow for them to begin the hatch opening procedures and pressurize the vestibule, which is what, in addition to the comms checks, we will monitor, as Ayers will use a small valve on the station's hatch to slowly introduce air into the vestibule. That's the gap between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station that has been exposed to vacuum. And from there, they will match the pressure, the atmosphere inside both station and Dragon.
All right, I'm joined now by Dr. Ayman Jahangir. Dr. Jahangir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for having me.
Great to have you on the program. Shubhanshu Shukla was perhaps a little space sick, seems to be getting better now. What exactly is space sickness?
Yeah, so this is actually quite common amongst many people who go to space. Something like 2/3 to 3/4 of the people who go up there get sick. And it's because what your eyes are seeing doesn't correlate with what your inner ear is telling you. You know, on Earth, we're grounded by gravity. So we were designed for this, or we were built here, however you want to say it. And so when our body goes into space, what our inner ear is telling our brain is different than when our eyes are telling our brain. So it's very, very common for people to get sick in space for the first few days until their body gets used to it. But really, after about 2 days, people feel better. So this is not uncommon. And despite Captain Shukla's amazing career, it happens to fighter pilots, it happens to astronauts who've been training for 10 years, and there's no way to really predict it, but it's just part of the process.
Jahangir, could you give us a sense of what happens next once the hard seal is achieved and the vestibule is pressurized and there are no leaks? I think what our viewers right now are really trying to understand is, why is it taking so long? It's a simple question, but I think it deserves an answer.
Yeah, so you would think it's as simple as opening a door, right? You've brought the Dragon capsule to the space station, but really there's a lot of things that have to happen between you pretty much attach and open this capsule to the space station. You want to make sure that everything is perfect, which is what they're doing right now. They're making sure that the pressure on one side is not greater than the pressure on the other side, because if that's different, you can have a big problem when you open the doors and have a vacuum, for instance. Now, once they get the doors open, and all of these things take a long time, and it's because they just want to make sure that everything is going perfectly, as perfect as can be, because they are in space, right? They're their own source of protection, of care right now. It's not like if there's a problem, they can just come back to Earth in the next 30 minutes. So this is a very important part of it. This is probably the most important part of the process after the launch, is making sure that these two are docked, which they've done successfully, and then making sure everything is correct. Now, once the door is open, I mean, it's going to be pure excitement, and you will see it, right? It's always the most exciting part of when a new capsule comes to the space station, is when the crews meet, and really you can just feel the enthusiasm in the video. So I'm very excited to see when Captain Shukla meets the crew of the ISS here, hopefully shortly.
Pallav, go ahead.
Well, the different procedures for the docking and the crew pressurization of the vestibule are going on. Right now, what I've been told is that at 7:05 p.m. India time, the welcome remarks will happen. This is now then communication between the crew members who are already there at the space station, the 4 who will join them, and the Johnson Space Center. They will have welcome remarks. So that would be a very lovely point. And they haven't specified how much before that will the crew enter the International Space Station. I presume it will be a few minutes before that. And usually when there is
Go ahead, Pallav, keep speaking, yeah.
Usually when there is a person from Navy, there is a bell which is rung. I don't think there is any person who is there from the Navy on this Axiom 4 mission, because 3 are scientists and 1 is an Indian Air Force person. So if the bell doesn't ring, don't get anxious. They would have still have entered because the bell rings only when there is a Navy person. Remember, the bell, when astronaut Sunita Williams entered the space station, they rang a bell. She is from the American Navy. So we expect at 7:05 the astronauts coming in a little earlier and the welcome remarks from the International Space Station. But right now we can say Group Captain astronaut Subhanshu Shukla has created history and he is already there at the International Space Station.
The first Indian to be in an International Space Station since Rakesh Sharma was on Mir, the Russian space station, 41 years ago. But just think about it, Mir, 41 years ago, what a remarkable piece of engineering that was. And one of the capsules, or rather modules, in the International Space Station is also Russian. The Chinese, of course, have Shenzhen, which is their space station as well.
And we will have our own space station soon, Vishnu, which will be the Bharatiya Antariksh Station. 2035, we'll have a full-fledged station. And by 2028, we have to have the first module up in space. So we are very close to having a third space station. Before that, there could be private and commercial space stations coming up, both from Axiom and Vast Space. Two companies who are competing with each other to make private commercial space stations.
All right. Let's just listen into some of the audio from...
And I'm on Dragon to Ground. We are about to enter a LOS period for about 4 minutes, so we'll need to stand by.
Chris and Karthik, what are some of the science experiments that this crew would be involved in once they get on board?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching your compilation. Almost you have covered everything. From Indian side, it is almost like crop seeds on ISS. Then the sprouts, how it is in that environment, it is growth, it is there. And another thing is about some bacteria, cyanobacteria, which is called aquatic bacteria, and how it behaves, I mean, in that microgravity. And another one, microalgae organism, that is how it behaves with that those environment. And then myogenesis, that is like some muscle dysfunction and all those things regarding our physical things. And then the computer screens how it behaves in microgravity. And then STEM concept, of course, out.
All right, hold on a second, we've got Subhanshu Shukla's family sound bites coming in. Let's listen in.
सेफली वो पहुंचे और उसकी डॉकिंग हो एंड वो हमने भी देखा एंड आई एम सो हैप्पी कि वो डॉकिंग भी सेफली हो गई है जिसका जी हमारी बात उनके लॉन्च होने से पहले तो उनकी यहाँ से सी ऑफ टिफ्ट ऑफ होने से पहले बात हुई थी एंड वो बहुत खुश और कॉन्फिडेंट थे वो बोल रहे थे कि वो पहुंचेंगे और अपना काम अच्छे से करेंगे जो उन्होंने करके दिखाया है आई एम श्योर थैंक यू पूरी दुनिया की नजर उन पे रही सफल लैंडिंग के बाद कैसे देख रहे हैं आप लोग कैसा इसी सफलता का पहुंच रहे हैं बस थोड़ी देर में वो डॉक करेंगे गौरवपूर्ण क्षण है सर आपके लिए
बहुत गौरवपूर्ण क्षण है हमारे लिए देश के लिए प्रदेश के लिए सभी के लिए गौरव का क्षण है और ये है हमारा तो बेटा ही है तो हमको तो बहुत ही खुशी होती है और देश प्रदेश की पूरी जनता हमारी जो बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया है उसके लिए हम सबका धन्यवाद अदा करते हैं पूरा देश आज बधाई दे रहा है
You and I cannot do it justice, even attempting to tell everyone joining us today about it. So instead, we have invited Axiom Space's own commander, Michael Lopez Alegria, to share from his previous experiences.
LA, MLA, or commander, you've got a few designations, right? For those who may not know...
How you doing, Paul? Good to see you, Ronnie.
Hey, it's good to see you as well, sir. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Yeah, good to be with you.
So for those who may not know, I've got to share a few stats here just to make sure people understand who we have joining us today on the show. You've flown to space 6 times, 2 of those to Dragon, on Dragon for Axiom Space. You've got a running total of, say, 296 days, 16 hours and 15 minutes, give or take or so, in space. You've conducted 10 EVAs over the course of your career, and when you're not in space, you're helping get others at Axiom Space to space, right? As our chief astronaut. Do I have all of that right?
Sounds good. I'm not sure about the minutes and seconds, but everything else sounds right.
That's awesome. Well, we want to spend some time with you and just ask you some questions about your experiences getting to...
All right, we'll come back to that in a moment, but we've got reactions of Shubhanshu Shukla's parents as well on the right-hand side of your screen with the Crew Dragon Harmony spacecraft completing docking at the International Space Station just a few minutes back. The astronauts haven't transferred as yet from the Crew Dragon spaceship onto the International Space Station. That'll take a little while as they equalize the pressure. But let's listen in to what Shubhanshu Shukla's dad said just a little while back.
हमारे बच्चे की जो है भी लैंडिंग हुई है, कायदे से जो है डॉकिंग हो गई, ये बहुत खुशी की बात है। ये बहुत ही अहम पड़ाव था, उसके लिए उसने जो है अच्छी तरह उसने मेहनत करके जो भी सक्सेस प्राप्त की है, उसके लिए हम बहुत खुश हैं। और बच्चे पर गर्व है, हमें पूरा अपने बच्चे पर गर्व है। और बच्चा बोल्ड है शुरू से ही, बताया तो कि स्कूल का जो है ये सब महिमा स्कूल की है। हम लोग भी हैं, मगर स्कूल ने बहुत कुछ दिया उसे, इतनी बोल्डनेस जो है बहुत ज़्यादा। मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ से मुलाकात करनी, अब उनका प्रोग्राम है, उसमें जाएंगे, मिलेंगे जाके, उनको बुलाया है तो जाएंगे। अभी यहीं निकलेंगे हम तो।
आप ये जो है मैम कैसे हो, पीछे पुश हो रही है, लाइव लैंडिंग की है, सफल लैंडिंग के बाद कैसे ऐसा लग रहा है? डॉकिंग कंप्लीट है, कितना खुशी का पल है आपको?
डॉकिंग कंप्लीट है, अभी हैचिंग बाकी है, उसके लिए वेट कर रहे हैं प्रेशराइजेशन के लिए। और शुभांशु एक बहुत ही मतलब एक ही इज अ ग्रेट एग्जांपल।
Pranav, thank you very much for being with us. What has this moment been for you? You've followed space now for a long time. It's obviously something which is happening for India only on the second occasion in 41 years. But it is momentous, and it augurs well for the Indian space program in terms of the knowledge that Shubhanshu Shukla will bring back with him as we go ahead developing our own Gaganyaan program. Pranav?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just talking to my wife a couple of hours ago, and I was telling her it's an extremely euphoric moment. I mean, half of the time I'm just trying to hold my tears back. It is extremely rare that a post-colonial country like ours, a country that has built its space program from scratch, a country that actually missed the bus on the International Space Station, is there and is conducting experiments. He's a national hero. He's just took us leaps and bounds ahead of the kind of things that we could not have imagined to be done. It's a very big moment. I think I can't do justice in the present time, but historians, when they look back in time for the day that the kind of things that are happening today and the kind of things that will happen in next couple of weeks, historians would do more justice in defining and also historicizing the fact that how this moment took the countries such as ours on a very different trajectory than we could have ever imagined.
All right. Okay, so we're going to come back to live footage of the International Space Station. And it's just incredible to be seeing this in high resolution. They're at a speed of 26,490 odd kilometers at an altitude of 421 kilometers. It seems terribly still right now, but in fact, they are in orbit of the Earth at a remarkable speed. And just to think that the Crew Dragon, which you see which you see docked with the International Space Station now, being able to match the attitude of the International Space Station perfectly through maneuvers using thrusters and a lot of calculations and a lot of automated software and hardware to make it in perfectly like this. And it's become regular, it's become a regular feature. But it has to be said, every time it does happen, it just tells you about the insane progress that we've made when it comes to rocketry and space technology. It's been happening for decades, but we are focusing a lot on it now, obviously for Shubhanshu Shukla, but truly the technology is remarkable. And I think this docking technology is where India needs to get, because even when we set up our own International Space Station, we need to have the ability to dock two spacecraft together. And just in the last couple of months, we've taken important steps, critical steps towards having the ability of docking two satellites together. Pallav, you want to tell us about that and how that's a small replica of what we've just seen?
It's not a small replica.
It's an exact replica.
It's a giant step for India. Also, the docking mechanism which ISRO is using is a 21st century docking mechanism. They say it is superior to the docking mechanism which the International Space Station uses. And they say once they perfected it, in some respects it matches with the dimensions of the international docking procedure and the docking port, but the way it is done is superior because India has developed it in the 21st century, and the docking process which we are seeing through Crew Dragon and the International Space Station was done more than 30 years ago. So India is saying that the docking mechanism they have developed is superior. They have taken a patent over it. And right now what we did was to dock two spacecrafts, which are satellites, in a circular orbit. Next step would be to try and dock two satellites in an inclined orbit, because that's what India will need when India does its Chandrayaan-4 mission, which is to bring a sample from the moon. We need at least two dockings done, and those dockings will be done in an inclined orbit. So India needs to learn that. And then when we have a Bharatiya Antariksh Station, obviously docking would be essential. So India has learned the first steps, and currently the two satellites which experimented the docking for India are currently in orbit doing different sorts of maneuvers, some very tame maneuvers in a way, because docking, if I can call it tame, but right now they are into strategic maneuvers of chasing each other and doing stuff which satellites in the strategic sector do. So there's a lot happening between the two SpaceX chaser and the docking satellite. So India learning the first steps. And what is interesting for the Indian human space program is that all of this is happening in parallel. While India is preparing the crew module, apologies, I still slip of mind say Dragon, it's the crew module, the Gaganyaan crew module, the human space rated launch vehicle Mark III, which has almost been completed, and then we need to perfect the environment life control systems, have a plan for the Bharatiya Antariksh Station. So all of this happening in parallel. For other nations, a lot of this happened at sequential steps, but India is hop, skip and jumping and trying to catch up in a way and do better. So the Indian Space Research Organization is thinking way ahead, and the government has also given enough support for the organization to think till 2040 and have a plan for that. So docking is one small step. Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla going to the International Space Station as part of Axiom 4, or what I sometimes call Mission Akash Ganga, is the first step for India's Gaganyaan program, which is to send an Indian astronaut from Sriharikota to space. And I repeatedly say that when the countdown will also be Indian. On the Axiom 4, the countdown was an American countdown. When Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma went, the countdown was a Russian countdown. So we need an Indian countdown when an Indian goes up. It would be a fascinating moment in India's history to be able to send an Indian to space from India. So the first steps have been laid. Group Captain Shukla is already at the International Space Station. He's trained for 10 months with NASA and Axiom Space. I presume he has imbibed all that needs to be imbibed on the human spaceflight program through his training, and he will bring that knowledge back to the Gaganyaan program and back to the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center in Thiruvananthapuram and to the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota and to the UR Rao Satellite Center in Bangalore, where teams are actively working for India's Gaganyaan program. And I'm told Prime Minister Narendra Modi literally monitors the Gaganyaan program on a monthly basis, making sure that they are catching up with whatever is lagging behind and all the tests need to be done. But obviously, Gaganyaan will be attempted when all the safety is in space, is in place.
Okay.
Because you can't launch an astronaut without safety. So sending a person is easy, bringing a person back from space is the hard part. So with Group Captain Shukla also, we've seen what can be called the easy part, bringing him back safely to Earth in that fireball of the Crew Dragon as it re-enters orbit is the most tricky part. So India has to learn all those, and that will happen. They are working very hard. I've seen up close and personal the hard work happening at Vikram Sarabhai Space Center on the rocketry, on the crew module. So India will become the 4th country in the world to have an independent, indigenously developed human spaceflight program. The last country to do it was China, and it happened in 2003. So whenever India does it, it will be the 4th country because no other country is attempting that.
Yeah. Air Vice Marshal Gore, your thoughts at this stage. Where do we stand presently with the Gaganyaan program? Air Marshal, you need to unmute yourself. Can you go ahead?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So, like Pallav said, we have to be very fail-safe when it comes to a human in space. And to that extent, ISRO is already got plans in place about how they are going to be launching the human, the capsule without the human, with perhaps dummies to actually study what is happening inside our own space capsules and how the recovery takes place. So all these various stages of what we discussed yesterday about the mission aborts at launch, and everything needs to be actually practiced real time and so many times over in simulators before we actually send the human being into space. And ISRO is aware of this, and we are all working towards this.
Okay. Again, just for the benefit of our viewers who are tuning in now, what you see on the left-hand side is the Crew Dragon completing the docking process. The astronauts, including Shubhanshu Shukla, haven't crossed over into the International Space Station, where they will be welcomed in a short while from now. And that's something that should be absolutely amazing, because there is a bit of a ceremony over there. Shuks wasn't feeling all that great on the journey up, but space sickness is something which is not unusual. Everybody gets it, but then you get over it. And I believe he's feeling better now. And Shukla's parents on the right-hand side of your screen, I think that's footage from Lucknow,
yes,
which is where they live and which is where he's gone to school as well. I think what Pallav was referring to is something which is worth talking a little bit about, and perhaps we can get some expert comment on this. Dr. Karthik, would you like to tell us about how the next stage after they wind up this mission and get set to return to Earth is actually the most difficult, the most dangerous bit?
Actually, they have more experience. Axiom 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4th one. Since our Indian Subhanshu Sukna involved, we are talking about that. I think so. They are familiar. It will be okay only. I mean, it is almost like it's similar to we are traveling on the 120 kilometer per hour. So inside the car, it is a closed chamber and we won't feel. But when we are looking from the outside, we are looking on the another frame of reference, all these difficulties. Since they have the experiences, many the capsules, so splashdown will be okay. Even the last splashdown also, I was looking out. That was in the night time, somewhat evening and the night time. So they are good and they are very, very good enough and have more experiences to handle that splashdown also. So I hope so. It will be, everything is positive and good enough.
Right now, we are getting an update from the Johnson Space Center, which is the main place where astronauts train and get on board the International Space Station or the Soviet mission. And they say that all is going as per plan, and they expect the welcome remarks at 7:05 p.m. India time. So all well, all systems go. We would be expecting that the astronauts on board the Crew Dragon are changing or doffing their space suits and getting into more comfortable suits, and then they will enter the International Space Station or float into the International Space Station through the hatch. And we saw astronaut Sunita Williams, when she entered the International Space Station from the Boeing Starliner, she did a jig and a dance, literally. Will we see Group Captain Shukla do that? I'm sure he will point to India's flag on his costume. That I'm relatively sure about, because that would be a given for him. But that's how it would be, and then we would expect the welcome remarks. But right now, it's a complex process of the hard docking which is going on, and the pressurization between the Crew Dragon, the vestibule, and the International Space Station is all happening right now. And then the leak test will happen, and then we will see them coming out.
All right, so the spacecraft is now directly, and the International Space Station is directly above Australia. Let's just go full screen to the feed from Axiom 4 and SpaceX, and let's listen in and see if there's any commentary coming in.
Southeasternmost portion of Australia, and they are in an orbital nighttime period right now, and that'll stretch on for another few more moments, and we hope to have those great views of the space station and the Dragon spacecraft once the sunrise and orbital daytime has returned. And again, tracking an 8:35 a.m. Central Time welcome remark, and shortly before then, you'll see the crew, and we'll have all that coverage and views of the Axiom Mission 4 team making its way into the orbiting laboratory. And again, a great interview there with Michael Lopez Alegria, commander, former NASA astronaut and commander of Axiom 1 and Axiom 3. And the ISS, the International Space Station, ready to welcome in Peggy Whitson, a former NASA astronaut, on her 5th flight, second with Axiom as commander of Axiom 2 and now of Axiom Mission 4, and bringing in pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO, Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski of ESA, and Tibor Kapu of Hunor, each representing India, Poland, and Hungary, respectively. It'll be the first time that those three nations have been on board the International Space Station. And that'll bring 14 different private astronaut crew members representing 11 different nations to the orbiting lab, showcasing the strength of private astronaut missions and how it expands access to the International Space Station and low Earth orbit for more nations, people, and opportunities. So we continue to follow along with the hatch opening procedures that Nicole Ayers and Anne McLean of NASA each working diligently through, and will continue to provide updates as they arrive. During that interview, we did hear that there was some troubleshooting that they were working on the big loop that has since been resolved. So we should hear communications on that big loop that connects both the Dragon spacecraft, the International Space Station, and the teams on the ground here inside of Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center, and well, the teams in Hawthorne, California, and the Mission Control Room at SpaceX. Currently on board the International Space Station.
Station Houston on the big loop for PMA.
Houston Station, go ahead on the big loop.
Hey, we're about to get you into your next activity, but in the meantime, would you mind setting up a video of the PMA so that we could watch the crew ingress? You can use the Node 2 Camera 1 or Camera 2.
That's in work.
Thank you.
communications from the ground here in Mission Control Houston up to the International Space Station, that PMA, pressurized mating adapter, and that is where NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers is currently operating in the hatch opening procedures, and they're asking to set up a camera so we can get live views in and witness the Axiom Mission 4 crew as they ingress or enter the International Space Station. So we will keep an eye out for those views coming from that pressurized mating adapter just inside the Zenith, Node 2 at Zenith port of the International Space Station, that space-facing port. Before those communications, I'm going to say aboard the International Space Station as we speak, the 7 members of the Expedition 73 crew, featuring Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers, who are prime characters in today's docking operations, joined by Takuya Onishi of JAXA and Kirill Peskov, alongside NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zubritsky. You heard during the interview with Michael Lopez Alegria some of those key milestones and celebratory moments that he celebrated in his time as the commander of Axiom Mission 1 and Axiom Mission 3 earlier, bringing those first-time flyers in Shubhanshu Shukla, Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Tibor Kapu into microgravity for the very first time. The International Space Station also featuring first-time flyers Nicole Ayers and Kirill Peskov, alongside with Johnny Kim and Alexei Zubritsky. For Ayers and Peskov, they recently just celebrated their 100th day in orbit this past
Station,
Monday.
you actually have both Node 2 cameras on. You guys are welcome aboard.
Fantastic. Those are great views. Thank you.
And there you see the live view that the team on board the International Space Station has just set up for us to see as we are inside the pressurized mating adapter, looking into what will be the APAS hatch that will eventually be pressurized, and the vestibule pressurized, to welcome the Axiom Mission 4 crew aboard once everything is equal in pressure from SpaceX Dragon to the vestibule to the International Space Station, and the hatches on the Dragon and Space Station side are open. Everything will be on schedule to welcome in the 4-member crew. And the, again, welcome remarks tracking for approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Time, 9:35 a.m. Eastern. And you heard Michael Lopez Alegria talking about the pinning ceremony that will take place during those welcome remarks. I'm looking forward to seeing those as the team aboard the International Space Station continuing to work through their hatch opening procedures.
Translates to 7:05 p.m. is when the hatch opening would take place.
A little before that, that's the opening remarks.
The opening remarks.
They haven't specified when they will walk in. So a few minutes before that, it happens simultaneously.
Right.
7:05.
The Axiom Mission 4 crew above the newly named Dragon SpaceX Grace spacecraft have tracked down the International Space Station through a stair-stepping procedure of multiple burns that occurred from just moments or a few moments after launch up until the early morning hours today, to allow them to catch up to the orbiting laboratory and set up for the final approach and docking, and that contact with the orbiting laboratory at 5:31 a.m. Central Time. And from that point on, it takes about 2 hours or so to allow for the hatch opening and hard mating procedures to be complete, umbilicals to be run, power and communications to be connected. And once everything is set, that's where you'll begin to see the hatch opening procedures and lead up to those welcoming remarks. And as you're following along with us, as we continue to wait for views of the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft as they are in an orbital nighttime period, making their way across the Pacific Ocean and approaching the equator, almost right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. We'll get those views back from the exterior cameras. And the astronauts on board the International Space Station continuing to configure the cameras for views inside the orbiting lab. If you are just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the docking of Axiom Mission 4 to the International Space Station, the fourth private astronaut mission to the orbiting lab and the first since January of 2024. Docking has occurred, and that was exactly an hour ago, 5:31 a.m. Central, 6:31 a.m. Eastern. And now with Axiom Mission 4 attached to the International Space Station, docking and leak checks and hatch procedures and opening procedures continuing to move along. The crew aboard the SpaceX Dragon Grace spacecraft going through their procedures, as well as the 7 members of the Expedition 73 crew who are in the middle of their workday, and namely NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers and Anne McLean, who oversaw today's approach monitoring from the cupola of the International Space Station, that window to the world that you see so many wonderful views from. And Nicole Ayers currently working in the space-facing hatch of the Harmony module, where on the other side of the APAS hatch and vestibule is the Dragon SpaceX spacecraft. Ayers will use a small valve on that station's hatch to slowly introduce air into the vestibule. That's the space between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. That area has been exposed to vacuum of space, so that needs to be brought up to 1 atmosphere, or about 14 psi, what we know here on Earth as the pressure at sea level. And the flight controllers here in Houston will continue to monitor that pressure and temperature readings inside and verify that everything is leak-free before we go ahead and open up the hatches. Just received communications from the team here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room that the vestibule leak check has been successful, and it is good. So they will continue to move forward with the hatch opening procedures. And again, you heard in the interview with Michael Lopez Alegria, slow is smooth, smooth is fast, as these teams making sure everything is sealed up and safe as they continue through hatch opening procedures.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. We are doing some more troubleshooting for the C2V2 audio issue, so Big Loop is going to be down for another 5 minutes. In the meantime, you are go to pick up in step 3.1 of 2.102, and NASA TV should be available on VME TV now.
There you heard communications radioed up to the crew aboard the International Space Station on the big loop that they are continuing with the troubleshooting of that communications as we are looking live up towards that node to Zenith hatch in the Harmony module, and you see several members of the Expedition 73 crew in and out of the field of view. That is Nicole Ayers going into the pressurized mating adapter and continuing hatch opening procedures, and she is wearing the long-sleeved navy polo, and the red polo that just flew by, that is Expedition 73 Commander Takuya Onishi. We've also seen glimpses of Anne McLean in the field of view as well, as certainly everybody aboard the International Space Station anxious and excited to welcome Axiom Mission 4 with Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, mission specialist Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski, and mission specialist Tibor Kapu aboard the orbiting laboratory. This is Mission Control Houston. If you are just joining us, you are following along with live coverage of the docking and soon-to-be hatch opening and welcome remarks of Axiom Mission 4 to the International Space Station. The mission began with the launch off of Launch Complex 39A and NASA's Kennedy Space Center yesterday morning at 1:31 a.m. Central, 2:31 a.m. Eastern. That took them on a journey that was a little more than a day to get them to the orbiting lab. They have since docked, and contact was at 5:31 a.m. Central Time. And after the connections made, the hooks driving to form the hard mate, umbilicals with power and communications connections all run. Now it is those hatch opening procedures and leak checks that the crew is currently working through aboard the International Space Station, while the crew aboard
Station on 2 for step 3.2, seeing about 0 for the DVTT, looking for your go to continue.
We see the same. You're go to proceed.
And continued communications as Nicole Ayers once again floating into that pressurized mating adapter and continuing those hatch opening procedures to welcome Axiom Mission 4. The target welcoming remark ceremony time, 8:35 a.m. Central. So a little more than 2 hours from now as leak checks and pressurization checks continue on before the APAS hatch and the vestibule and all procedures can be completed. And a great view of some of those procedures as Nicole Ayers, again, you can see her with that right hand turning the crank and working on that hatch to continue those procedures.
Dragon Station, this is Houston on the big loop for comm checks.
Dragon has you loud and clear.
Big breaking news coming in at this point in time. Iran's top leader Khamenei has now put out a post saying that it's a heavy slap to the face of US, and he's also threatened future actions against US bases in a post that he's made just very recently. This is his very first public post in over less than a week, we understand, ever since US had attacked the 3 nuclear bases in Iran. He said the Islamic Republic delivered a heavy slap to the US face. It has attacked and inflicted damage on the Al Udeid air base, which is one of the key US bases in the region. This is the post that has been put up by Al Khamenei. Remember, he's been absent and this comes while Iran has been facing its deadliest action in from Israel as well as US since some time from now, and we understand his at least week-long absence from public view had also triggered a lot of anxiety and had raised alarm. But we understand at this point in time, this is one post that he's made after over a week. At least it was the last post that that had come from Khamenei was on 18th June, we understand. And after almost a week, he is now spoken out and has made this public comments after a very long time, in which he said that he's claimed victory over Israel, and also said that we've delivered a heavy slap to the face of the US. All right, my colleague Deepthi also now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Well, Deepthi, there have been a lot of questions being asked about Khamenei's absence, and we understand this is one post that he's made. This is the second post, I would rather say. One post was made almost 7 to 8 days back, but he's been absent for about a week, and clearly issuing a warning to the US and Israel here.
Oh yes, and Kitty, this tells us that nothing has changed. He also does say that surrender is a word that does not belong in my dictionary. He says the people of Iran will rise, they will respond to this aggression by the US. So you see absolutely no change in the tone and tenor of this man, who happens to be the supreme leader of Iran right now. And interesting is this timing. You know, he has surfaced, he has spoken. But where is he? No one still knows that. We do know that he's in a largely fortified bunker. His location still remains unknown. Is he in the best of health? Again, these are questions that are still being asked. In the last few hours, Kitty, why has he spoken now is a question again people are asking, because the timing is critical. There have been multiple reports, not just in the US media, but even the Iranian media had started to ask these questions that where is he? Largely, people have been on the streets. They want to know about the whereabouts of the supreme leader, about whether he's in the best of the health or not, is he still in charge, and what are we going to do? These are questions that have been discussed in Tehran and everywhere else. And that is why I think the timing of this video address also, not just what he's posting on the social media, but also the video that has been released earlier today, it is not dated. The last video of Ayatollah was the 18th of June. And if you look at the two frames, you will see him almost sitting in the same backdrop. You look at his body language, it doesn't give out much. So still we do not know that when was this video recorded, why has it been released now, what is the next step that Iran will take. He says that we will attack the US. The US should be ready for more attacks in case you continue your aggression. Donald Trump, on the other side, maintains that we have hit Iran hard. They will never be able to restart their nuke programs.
Right.
But again, he punches hole in that theory, and he said that the US attack, Kitty, achieved absolutely nothing.
Well, absolutely. Well, Al Khamenei hasn't been seen in the public since there have been, of course, multiple reports floating around clearly saying that he's taken shelter in a secret location after the outbreak of the war. But we understand there are multiple reports also that said there is no clarity as to these posts also, Deepthi, that, you know, Al Khamenei is making, whether it's him who's making these posts or it could be somebody else. I'll go back to Deepthi in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is the latest that's coming in at the moment. We will keep an eye on the developments here on this big story that we're tracking at this point in time. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to Shubhanshu Shukla's journey to this space. We understand the Axiom 4 mission carrying ISRO astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla has already docked at the International Space Station. And these are live visuals coming in from the ISS.
Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, has returned to inside the pressurized mating adapter and working on the APAS hatch and hatch opening procedures as we continue to get great
Dragon
views from
Houston
inside
on
the
the Big Loop.
International Space
Com
Station.
check. Hardline audio configuration complete, and we have resolved the audio issues on C2V2.
That sounds great because we have you loud and clear.
We read you the same.
And that was a good communications checkout from the teams on the ground up to Dragon Grace on the C2V2 line, common communications for visiting vehicles, and that communications line connecting all parties. As we continue to work through hatch opening procedures, and again targeting approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Time for welcoming remarks as the International Space Station and Expedition 73 crew bring in and welcome aboard Axiom Mission 4. Both the orbiting laboratory and the newly docked SpaceX Dragon spacecraft over the northern Pacific Ocean, about to cross into the west coast of North America, right along the U.S.-Canadian border. And also around that time, we will start seeing an orbital daytime period as Dragon and the International Space Station have been orbiting in a nighttime phasing. Currently experiencing a satellite handover period, and we'll continue to bring you the live views from the International Space Station, both inside or exterior. Once communications is established, which should be here in the next few moments. Until then, you can see on this map where exactly we're talking about, where the station and Dragon orbiting over the Pacific Ocean and about to cross over North America and over the northernmost territories of Canada. As we wait for those communications to return, to recap, Axiom Mission 4 has connected with the International Space Station after launching from NASA's Kennedy Space Center yesterday morning at 1:31 a.m. Central Time to connect with the space station at 5:31 a.m. Central this morning. So a little more than a day's transit, and where it would execute a sequence of burns to raise its altitude and close the distance between Dragon Grace and the International Space Station through a phase burn, boost burn, close burn, transfer burn, and then eventually the co-elliptic burn to make sure that the spacecraft is on the same pathway as the International Space Station and able to make its way up and over top of it to connect to the space-facing port of the Harmony module, the Node 2 Zenith port. As we now get views back inside of the International Space Station, that is the view from the other side. We mentioned the space-facing port. That is looking up into where the hatchways will be to allow for the Axiom Mission 4 crew to pass through and be brought aboard the International Space Station. For Peggy Whitson, commander of Axiom Mission 4, her second flight as an Axiom commander after previously serving as commander of Axiom Mission 2. This is her 5th flight and return to the International Space Station, where she continues to build on an impressive career, the most experienced United States astronaut. Entered the mission with 675 days to her credit, and will certainly add to that record-setting total in her time aboard the orbiting laboratory and bringing up pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO, Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski of Polsa, and Tibor Kapu of Hunor. And for Shukla, Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Kapu, representing India, Poland, and Hungary, respectively. For those nations, it'll be their first time coming to the International Space Station. Nicole Ayers. And the last one into the hatch, I believe that was Anne McLean making her way in as they continue to work through hatch opening procedures. In the middle there, that is Expedition 73 Commander Takuya Onishi of JAXA. And then you just momentarily saw NASA astronaut Johnny Kim float in and out of view as the crew working together to continue these procedures, moving around some equipment, and to allow for the access to the APAS hatch. After successful vestibule pressurization and checks. And that's the operations that Nicole Ayers is working on right now with Takuya Onishi. And Johnny Kim, with camera in hand to document these procedures. And again, just on the other side of this hatchway is where the Axiom Mission 4 crew going through procedures of their own, inventory and doffing their suits that they wore on the uphill ride to their initial orbit. And after an off-duty period would put back on for those dynamic phases of flight, starting with the approach initiation burn that occurred earlier this morning.
Well, this is history in the making. There has been some turbulence in the starting. There have been some delays, postponements, but we understand the Axiom 4 crew successfully lifted off on June 25th, just yesterday, into space on board SpaceX Dragon aircraft. And the Axiom 4 mission carrying ISRO astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla and his other crew members docked at the International Space Station just a while back. What's going to happen next is that the hatch will be open in some time from now. And this is what everybody is waiting for, when the Axiom 4 astronauts will enter the orbital lab.
and continue on with those procedures to welcome aboard.
My colleague Pallav Bagla also with us. Pallav, explain to our viewers what's happening now. What are we looking at, and how soon are we going to witness the hatch opening? How is it going to look like, and what's the process ahead?
Well, the hatch opening process is going on. The docking happened at 1 minute past 4 p.m. India time. And the welcome remarks, I am told, will happen at 5 minutes past 7 p.m. India time. And there's a long process of the hatch opening. Right now, you can see the International Space Station, the 7 astronauts who are there, and especially the 2 American and the Russian and the Japanese commander, getting things right so that the hatch on both sides can be opened and that the astronauts should be able to enter the International Space Station. That should happen a little earlier, and I'm told right now they have announced that the welcome remarks will happen at 7:05 India time. The docking is a very complex process. It takes several hours for it to be completed, and whenever the safety and the pressure between the crew module and the International Space Station is correct, only then will be the astronauts will start entering the International Space Station. But what we can say is Group Captain Shukla has reached the International Space Station, becoming the first Indian to go to the International Space Station. He has created history for India, and these are the first steps for India's Gaganyaan program, which is a massive program of rupees 33,000 crores leading up till 2040 to land an Indian on the moon. So the first step for Gaganyaan have been laid, and they are firmly in place.
Absolutely, and there is much more that we are going to look at in terms of the research that's going to go on in the next 14 days also. I mean, how are the next 14 days going to look like, Pallav? You've been talking about that earlier as well, but for the viewers also joining us now, how is that going to look like?
Well, 14 days for Earth will look like very similar whatever we do, but 14 days for Group Captain Shukla would be a life-changing moment, as Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma told me. But more than that, every minute of Group Captain Shukla is literally logged at the International Space Station. He has more than a 12.5-hour day every day. The International Space Station works at London time, so he will wake up along at the London time and then continue his 12.5-hour day. Only after that would he get time to go into the cupola and see Earth from there. So it's going to be a packed 14 days of work. In between, there are 3 events which we know of, maybe more. There are 2 outreach events. One, he will participate with the students of his own alma mater, City Montessori School in Lucknow. Then he will also talk to experts and to students in Thiruvananthapuram. And there is also an interaction with a VIP, and I leave it to your better judgment who that VIP would be, while most of us know who the VIP would be. Right. And I am not going to give out chocolates to people who guess it right, but we will have a Sare Jahan se India moment in this mission. And he has 7 India-specific experiments to do, and there are 5 NASA ISRO experiments. Those 5 experiments we have no details of, and there are in all 60 experiments from 31 countries which this crew of 4 will be executing. But for this mission, India has spent rupees 550 crores or so, and this money is all in preparation for India's Gaganyaan program.
Absolutely. All right. Let's also now listen in to what's happening there. These are live pictures now coming in the feed that we're getting from the ISS.
Procedures as they now look to cover up the APAS hatch, which was just opened a few moments ago, to provide an extra layer of safety and protection for astronauts passing through.
All right. This is a very thrilling, very exciting moment for us all, and I'm sure for Shubhanshu Shukla and his crew members who are there at this point in time, it's very exciting for them as well, but there must be some nervousness as well. But we've seen the message that he sent from space just, well, some time back, and he was all smiles there, his crew members as well. And we do hope that this process that's taking place at the moment, the hatch opening process that's continuing at the moment, it's going to take some time at least. This happens successfully as well. Nalin Chandra Vikramasinghe, astronomer and astrobiologist, also with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Vikramasinghe, for joining us here on the broadcast. As I was saying, it's history in the making. And it's a very exciting moment for us all. How do you see this? How exciting, or also, at the same time, if I could say, as Rakesh Sharma also said when he was asked about, what was the most thrilling part about being in space, he said it was actually coming back to Earth. So we do hope it all goes well, and it started well, and we hope it ends well as well.
Well, I hope it ends well. It's certainly very dramatic start, and I enjoyed watching it on your television coverage. I think this is a tremendous moment for India and a tremendous opportunity for Indian science. The International Space Station has been around for 20 years. India has been excluded from the group of scientists who were working on it thus far, but already before the Indian involvement, they've made many very important discoveries relating to biology, life under low gravity, lots of new physics, and so on, survival of organisms, including creatures like the famous tardigrades, survival of bacteria under extreme conditions, and so on. So I think Group Captain Shukla has a lot of science that he can do, and I hope he will do. India is by no means a novice in space. In fact, I think one could say that they were leaders in space research long even before the Europeans and Americans took off in a big way. So I'm very optimistic that great science, new discoveries will be made in this endeavor, and Indian science would leap forward into a new phase of their development.
Absolutely. Sir, I'll just come back to you. We also have to dip in back to these live visuals and the feed that we're getting here from the ISS. Let's take a look.
Down to the team at SpaceX. They are awaiting the go for hatch opening. I'd imagine the crew aboard the Dragon Gray spacecraft anxious and excited to float into the International Space Station for the very first time. And you just saw that orange ductwork or hose-like piece of equipment that Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers were just operating with. That's a part of helping mix the air between the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft. They'll continue to check some vent valves as well, so it just might be a little bit more time before we welcome the crew on board. But these final checks, again, critical to making sure that everything is good and sealed tight with no leaks and no issues, as Dragon Grace will be docked to the International Space Station for approximately the next 2 weeks.
Houston, SpaceX station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
Houston, copy. Stand by.
Another step in those hatch opening procedures is Nicole Ayers just radioed down for the SpaceX Dragon hatch pressurization and equalization. As you see the pop of flash bulbs aboard the International Space Station being documented, and plenty of smiles from the Expedition 73 crew as we draw closer and closer to hatch opening and welcoming Axiom Mission 4 aboard the orbital outpost. Meanwhile, here on the ground inside NASA's Mission Control, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, anticipation also building up as the room starting to fill with NASA leadership, as well as the Athena flight team continuing to work through the hatch opening procedures. Flight Director Allison Bollinger closely monitoring every step of the way as Nicole Ayers continuing to work through each checkpoint on her list. That's what you saw on the little tablet that she was referring to, making sure every step is covered as she has now floated back into the pressurized mating adapter across the APAS hatch.
Station Houston on the big loop. We're still working some ground config actions before we're ready for equalization. In the meantime, can we get confirmation that the standoff cross went into the standoff cross bag? We were unable to tell from the video.
It was in there when you guys called. Thanks.
Copy, thanks.
Hearing communications from teams on the ground as they continue to work through hatch opening procedures and making sure all pressurization and leak checks are good and everything equal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station before the hatches can be formally opened on both sides. You can see into this hatchway the space-facing port, or into the space-facing side of the Harmony module aboard the International Space Station and the International Docking Adapter that welcomed the connection of Axiom Mission 4 at 5:31 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning. And since then, the crews aboard both the Dragon Gray spacecraft and International Space Station have been diligently working and continue to monitor the progress of that hatch opening, with teams on the ground also following suit.
All right, live feed coming in from the ISS, where we understand the Axiom 4 mission docked on the International Space Station a while back. That was around 4:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And now what's happening now, what you're looking at on your TV screens is the hatch opening process that's taking place. We are now learning it's going to happen in just a little bit from now, when the Axiom 4 astronauts are going to enter the orbital lab. And there was this a little warm exchange also that happened between the ISS and Axiom 4 crew members also. And that was very interesting. We understand one of the ISS crew members said that, we can't really wait to open the hatch and give you guys a big hug. And Peggy Whitson was the one who replied to that, saying that we're looking forward to it and we are really honored to be here.
Station, Dragon,
So Kitty,
Houston on the
the
Big
puppy and Jhappi moment will come very soon. Right now, the hatch on the International Space Station side has been opened up. We can see American astronauts preparing the vestibule for the entry of the Axiom 4 astronauts. So it's a fairly long process. What NASA has announced that at 5 minutes past 7 p.m. there would be the welcome remarks. We do not know what time the astronauts would, I don't know whether to say walk in, float in, or fly in. It's all going to be very interesting to see Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla entering the International Space Station. What I'm very sure is that he's going to be pointing towards his India flag as he enters, because he carries that flag on his uniform which he's wearing. And this will be the first time when India's flag will float into the International Space Station and an Indian would reach inside the space station. Group Captain Shukla is already at the International Space Station because the Crew Dragon docked with the International Space Station at 1 minute past 4 p.m. That was exactly the time when it docked, a soft capture, and then it's a long wait before all safety checks are done. And finally, once the pressure and the air between the crew module, which they have named Grace, and the International Space Station, and they've docked with the Harmony module, when the pressure and the air is stabilized and checked and there is no leaks, and then so they are proceeding ahead with the procedure for opening the hatch, and we may probably see
steps in 4.400.
We may probably see the astronauts coming in because they're going in for the opening of the hatch on the Crew Dragon. And you can see the entire crew at the International Space Station waiting for them to go. And you can see the cameras are ready to take the pictures, and the puppy Jhappi moment may just arrive.
Arrival of Axiom Mission 4, the International Space Station.
SpaceX Dragon, hatches coming open.
SpaceX copies.
American commander. Group Captain Shukla is the pilot, and a Hungarian and a Polish astronaut, creating history for not just India.
73 crew anxiously awaiting as we just received the go for hatch opening to welcome Axiom Mission 4 into the International Space Station. There you see Anne McLean in the foreground.
Let's listen into the commentary which is coming in from
with Johnny Kim on the
NASA.
far right-hand side. NASA astronaut, and then Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov next to him, with Alexei Zubritsky and Sergei Ryzhekarov, also of Roscosmos in that mix. And right there in the middle, almost standing, if you will, from our perspective, is Expedition 73 Commander and JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. From this view, they are looking up.
SpaceX Dragon, hatch is open at 12:14, and we're requesting the go for the LIO change.
Copy 12:14 Zulu hatch opening time, and you are go for LIO swap.
And there you heard that the hatch is open and confirmed at 7:14 a.m. Central Time, as the hatches are open between SpaceX Dragon Grace spacecraft and the International Space Station. Again, 7:14 a.m. Central, 8:14 a.m. Eastern. And you heard also the swaps of the LiO canisters. That's the lithium hydroxide cartridges that scrubbed carbon dioxide inside of the Dragon spacecraft on the ride to the International Space Station. Also, Nicole Ayers out of view, but if from this perspective, looking up, she is operating with the Axiom Mission 4 team to help refresh the air and cycle air between the two craft as they continue a few more procedures before floating across and into the orbiting laboratory for the first time.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop for LiO cartridge.
Go ahead for LiO cartridge.
Just looking for clarification on your next action there. We're tracking LiO cartridge sealing per 2.102 step 6.5.
Oh, okay. And in my procedure, I had for the instructions on the decal for section. For section 4 of the instructions on the decal.
And copy that, Peggy. We'll defer to the instructions in 2.102.
Okay, that's where we are.
You just heard communications between Axiom Mission 4 Commander Peggy Whitson and the teams on the ground as they were talking about the swapping of the lithium hydroxide cartridges as the hatch has been opened between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station just a few moments ago at 7:14 a.m. Central Time. And this is a view inside the International Space Station, looking forward, if you will, as the astronauts and cosmonauts aboard are looking up. That is towards the space-facing port of the Harmony module. That's where they are in now. If you were to keep going forward, if you will, that is the forward port, which currently is occupied by Dragon Endurance from Crew 10. And a great microgravity demonstration of the camera that Alexei Zubritsky is using to help document and be a part of the welcoming committee for Axiom Mission 4 here in the next few moments.
Dragon Houston on the big loop. Just to confirm, we want to make sure IMV duct installation is complete before we do LiO cartridge sealing.
Yes, the IMV duct installation is complete. My bad, I didn't get it reported.
Houston copies.
Now we switch views from pretty much the point of view of what the astronauts have been looking at from what we have seen. They were looking up, and this is the shot up into that node to zenith hatchway of the Harmony module. That is Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, just on the other side of that APAS hatchway, working with the Axiom Mission 4 crew. You heard them talking about IMV ducting and LiO cartridges. That IMV ducting helps mix the air of the International Space Station environment with the air inside of Dragon. And then also looking to seal up some of those lithium hydroxide cartridges that are used to scrub carbon dioxide from the air in the spacecraft on their journey to the International Space Station. And that journey started yesterday morning, 1:31 a.m. Central Time, 2:31 a.m. Eastern, as they would launch on the SpaceX Dragon, newly named Grace spacecraft, on a Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Pad 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, and would chase down the International Space Station earlier this morning at 5:31, nearly 2 hours ago. 5:31 a.m. Central, 6:31 a.m. Eastern, a little bit more of a day's transit.
Houston and SpaceX Dragon arrival configuration is complete.
Houston copies.
SpaceX copies.
Continuing to target a welcome ceremony or welcome remarks in the near future at 8:35 a.m. Central Time. So a little bit more than an hour from now is Axiom Mission 4 and the International Space Station continuing to work through hatch opening procedures, but getting close, you can start to see a little bit of a window of opportunity that was just on the other side of astronaut Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers there, as they are working on IMV ducting, mixing the air of the station and Dragon.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in?
Axiom Mission 4, welcome aboard the International Space Station. Pilot Shubhanshu Shukla is the next one to come across, representing ISRO. It is his first space flight for Peggy Whitson, her return to the International Space Station on her 5th flight, second as a member of Axiom Space. Sławomir Wisniewski of ESA, representing the nation of Poland. And their first visit to the International Space Station is next to cross the hatchway. And warm hugs all around. And applause breaking out here inside of Mission Control Houston and International Space Station Flight Control Room, and Tibor Kapu, the fourth and final member of Axiom Mission 4, representing Hunor and the nation of Hungary, their first visit to the International Space Station as well. Great big hugs and handshakes across all members of Expedition 73 and Axiom Mission 4's Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers of NASA, along with Johnny Kim, Kirill Peskov, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky of Roscosmos, and Takuya Onishi, commander of Expedition 73 and of JAXA, with handshakes and hugs for Peggy Whitson, Shubhanshu Shukla, Sławomir Wisniewski, and Tibor Kapu. And with their arrival to the International Space Station, that now makes 288 visitors to the orbiting laboratory. Axiom Mission 4 is now aboard the International Space Station. Commander Peggy Whitson, in her return to the orbiting laboratory, her 5th flight. 3 is a member of NASA, and her 2nd as commander of an Axiom Space private astronaut mission, commander of Axiom 2 and here of Axiom 4. Regaling the crew with smiles and stories. To her left, or our left from her viewpoint, to her right, Slavoshuznensky-Vishnievsky of ESA, Shubhanshu Shukla to her left of ISRO, and Tibor Kapu on that far right-hand side of our viewpoint. The crew is safely aboard the International Space Station. Welcome again to Axiom Mission 4. And we are continuing to target a formal welcome remark from the crew and being joined by the Expedition 73 team as well. That'll be at approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Time. And from there, they will receive a safety briefing and begin their approximately 2-week mission aboard the International Space Station, in which they will participate in around 60 research investigations representing 31 countries, with more than 24 of those experiments sponsored by the ISS National Lab. And there they all are, waving back at our coverage here inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Station Houston on 2. Thanks for the wave. Great to see everybody.
Houston Station, we're happy to be here. It's so great to be here finally. It was a long quarantine.
And with the crew now in the space station, we're going to wrap up our portion of the live joint coverage from Hawthorne. It's been an honor to support Axiom Mission 4 thus far, and we wish the crew a successful time on the space station. We're, of course, also looking forward to joining AX4 again when it's time to return home.
Ronnie, from launch to docking, it has been an absolute pleasure sharing this desk with you. What has been years in the making for India, Poland, and Hungary is now well underway. Axiom Space and NASA's joint coverage will continue from here through to the welcome ceremony as Peggy, Shubhanshu, Swavosh, and Tibor start their 2 weeks aboard the orbiting laboratory. Over the course of our crew's time on station, we will be producing mission updates from Axiom Space's own space station development facility in Houston, Texas. So we invite you to follow the progress of AX4 on axiomspace.com and through Axiom Space's social media channels.
So with that, on behalf of SpaceX, Axiom Space, and NASA, thank you all for tuning in to watch. While our stream on X is coming to a close, coverage of the welcome ceremony...
All right, absolutely fantastic news, isn't it? We've got Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian astronaut in 41 years to be on a space station, the first one in 41 years to be in space. 41 years back, he was on Mir, the Soviet space station. He's now on the International Space Station. This is a breathtaking moment for the entire country, certainly for the Indian space program. There is so much enthusiasm associated with that. Pallav Bagla, watching all of this. Pallav now has this habit of being in tears quite frequently.
No,
but I think
I'm very happy.
He is thrilled.
Absolutely
and
thrilled.
We are all thrilled at this. For Shubhanshu, who wasn't feeling all that great in the last couple of hours because of space sickness, but he's knocked that off and he seems to be doing quite fine. It's a 14-day mission. Remember, this is not where India's cosmic leap as far as this mission is concerned ends, because just getting back is not easy, and that's going to be another big adventure. But in the meantime, there's some fundamental science to be done. Shubhanshu Shukla will be a part of that entire process. All of this leads up to Gaganyaan, which is India's own crewed mission, Indian technology, Indian astronauts, Indian engines, Indian sensors, Indian navigation, everything, right? And that's all being tested out. 2028 is what we're looking at. But to get to that stage requires a lot in terms of engineering jumps. We are well underway. We've got our ambition, we've got our funding, and we've got the talent in India to be doing this. But this is something that we're going to be seeing on an Indian space, space station as well in the not too distant future. Let's say about 2035 or so. Pallav and I will be 35 and 25 years of age respectively at that stage. So we will be around. You can bet your bottom rupee that we'll be around. But joining us at this stage, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the American astrophysicist and writer. Mr. Tyson, thanks so much for being with us. We are
congratulations.
We are an emotional people, we Indians, and we get a bit emotional sometimes, too emotional. But it is a big moment. It's a moment of pride to see one of our countrymen up at the International Space Station. It's taken far too long. You know about our space ambitions. So could you reflect on what this means for a country with a developing space program?
Yeah, I can tell you without hesitation that an astronaut representing a country upon returning to is a hero. Just put it out there. They're a hero. People will line up to take photos with them, and it's the way I joke about it and I say, no one has ever given a parade for a robot, okay? But we do it for people. When one of our own does something heroic, is on an adventure and comes back to talk about it, that's important. And so another way to think about this, we should all look forward to the day where this is no longer interesting because it's happening so often. And when you reach that point, then you can truly declare yourselves to be a spacefaring nation, where it's just, got another mission going up this week. Cool. We'll find out when they get back, what they've been up to. And I want to say something quick about these images we've been seeing.
Yep.
I just want to remind you, everyone in that scene is weightless.
Yep.
So they could have had fun and had one of them completely upside down, alternating, and they would feel no different. So they all lined up just for the camera. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
There is no up or down when you are weightless in orbit around the Earth.
I think it's people around the world would have seen images and videos like this for so many years, and the quality of the video just keeps getting better. But I think, Mr. Tyson, the point which I'd like you to reflect on is the fact that there's nothing ordinary or easy or simple about human beings being in space, right? It is incredibly difficult. It was in the 60s and it is now.
Yeah, so I cannot overstate the fact that at the end of the day, yes, it is rocket science. And the number of scientists and engineers and administrators and way back in there, the funding streams, all of this has to work. And when it doesn't work, it puts lives at risk. And so, fortunately, we've had many steps tested and retested, which has reduced the risk, but the risk is not zero. And astronauts have died, not only on the launch pad, but in space. And so, yes, we should never take any of this for granted. And there's the saying that we say in the United States, maybe other countries say it too. We say Godspeed to the astronauts. And, the very word goodbye came from a time that's a contraction of God be with you when you left the city walls. And it was very dangerous moving between the cities. So you looked for divine protection where it was most dangerous. Well, when our first astronaut, John Glenn, was in space, 1962, the headline was Godspeed, John Glenn. A dangerous thing to be traveling that fast on an adventure hardly tested by anyone. And so, yes, this emotion is still with us when we see our astronaut heroes take these voyages.
Dr. Neil, this is Pallav Bagla from the NDTV office. Welcome to the broadcast. There were many Godspeed moments for this mission. While they were still on the ground, there were several delays. And when astronaut Peggy Whitson came into the International Space Station, she spoke about the long quarantine. We had several issues. And then as the mission was lifting up, we also had two anxious moments with a fiber in the hatch and then the wind file not uploading. What do you have to say for that? These were very anxious moments for this particular mission, and a 30-day quarantine? Is that the longest you ever heard of?
Maybe, but I mean, they're all professional. Remember that. So, and I'd rather, delay the mission than take the risk of not having it ever succeed. So we can be frustrated. What's the delay? Wait, fix the delay. No, take your time fixing the delay, because I don't want to raise the risk of harm that is already inherent in the entire operation. So yes, I think you were very close to this mission, and every little step. Every mission has little things that go wrong. Fortunately, much of the system, and thanks to engineers, have redundancies built in, so that if something goes wrong, there's a backup. Or if this goes wrong, we'll do without that for now, and maybe for the rest of the mission, we'll just compensate in other ways. So well-designed risky missions will always have these backup scenarios, always in the interest of protecting human life.
Dr. Neil, in November, we complete 25 years of continuous human presence at the International Space Station. How exciting is that? And one more follow-up question for you. In 25 years, we've invested billions of dollars of taxpayer money on the International Space Station. Which is 1, 2, or 3 blockbuster research which has emerged from the space station?
Well, so I think the way you need to think about it, well, of the many ways to think about this, for me the most important is not listing the achievements or the scientific research and the results that come from it. You could do that, but I think there are other forces operating. For example, just the national pride of each country that has an astronaut represented on the space station. If I read correctly, each of the Polish astronaut, the Hungarian astronaut, and of course the Indian astronaut is their first time to the space station. And this is very important in the countries for which they are represented. And what I'm getting at is, that space exploration and launches and landings and space stations requires fluency in science, technology, engineering, and math, the STEM fields. Well, if you're a kid wanting to know what should I do when I grow up, and you see this happening in space, it is a force of inspiration that rivals a force of nature unto itself, driving interest in the STEM fields. And the STEM fields are the engines of the future growth economies of the world. So an impact can be measured by other ways beyond just a checklist of activities that have been conducted. You can try to measure the force it has on a culture and on civilization. And I'll tell you this as well, that it's the science, it's the STEM fields that stand the greatest chance of lifting a nation out of poverty. Because this is where economies are born. This is where high-tech industries, quality jobs arrive. And so when I think of space, I see it as a force of inspiration, not as a checklist to see what did you accomplish today.
Dr. Neil, India has a program going up to 2040 for which the government has invested a huge amount of money, which is to land an Indian on the moon by 2040. So the roadmap is quite clear for India. For you, sitting from your perch, that India will soon have its own human space program, an Indian space station, and land an Indian on the moon, and be a developed country by 2047. Does that sound good and exciting to you?
It's always good to have the goals. When President Kennedy said, we will land a man on the moon before the decade is out, we felt that we said, we don't want to make a liar out of him. Let's go ahead and do this. And by the way, I want to add to what you said. So it's not just an Indian space station and an Indian landing on the moon. You hinted at it, but I want to drive home. Part of that goal is that it's completely top to bottom Indian-produced technologies. And so it's no longer a commercial venture from another country. It wouldn't be SpaceX or NASA. So you'd be doing it on your own, and that is another source of pride that I know we had when we were going into space, we, the United States. So I wish India well. I wish them luck. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck as well, but it's less luck and more brilliance in the scientists and engineers that are attempting to make that happen.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, wonderful speaking to you, and I agree entirely. It is Indian engineering at the end of the day, which really has to come of age. In many senses it has, but as you push the boundaries even further, there's a lot more to achieve, and I think we're really making a lot of progress there. I'm now joined by...
Yeah, and by the way, if I can quickly add...
Go right ahead.
Yeah. When India landed on the moon with the rover, and the headlines were, India becomes the 4th country to land on the moon. And I thought to myself, that's not the headline. You know what the headline was? India becomes the 1st country to land at the moon's south pole. We think there are reservoirs of water frozen in the bottoms of craters where the sunlight never reaches, because it's near the pole, the sun doesn't get very high in the sky, and so it's always shadowed from the crater rim. And so any water that fell there from comets has stayed there for billions of years. The future of colonies on the moon is going to be the South Pole. And to the extent that India targets that, they could lead the world, not just be a country that lands there, they might just lead the world in what kind of innovative exploration would be conducted there.
Dr. Tyson, it's interesting you mentioned that, because it was the Chandrayaan-3 mission that you're talking about, where we were able to land...
Yes, Chandrayaan-3.
But Chandrayaan-1 was really interesting because it detected the presence of water molecules. There were sensors from NASA and other countries as well, but it was an Indian spacecraft which actually detected the presence of water molecules to the extent that it triggered this huge international interest linked now to what you are saying. So, it's already there. And I think the next couple of years are going to be fantastic because the Gaganyaan program, which Pallav and I are talking about, which is the crewed Indian mission, is actually really far down the road. In terms of rocketry, they've got the rocket. They are now working through various checks. They've already done a pad abort test. They're looking to do another abort test at a higher altitude. There is already something called a
robot,
a Vyom Mitra. That's our a humanoid robot, which would be launched first as a trial on an uncrewed mission. And then, of course, we are working through habitation right now and habitable solutions for our own spacecraft, because we felt that the import of this technology wasn't necessarily A, cost effective, and B, it wasn't working for our needs. And that is a huge engineering challenge, which we are working out now, crew habitation. But once that is fixed, the rest of it appears to have been coming along quite nicely. So 2028 is not an overly optimistic target. I suspect it will happen, and let's hope successfully. And so, there's a lot to talk about there, and we certainly look forward.
I'm very glad to hear.
Yeah.
I'm very glad to hear of these tests. One thing you have to prepare the public for is when you are doing something that you've never done before, there will be failures.
Yes.
Something's going to blow up on the launch pad. Okay, you hope there's no human involved. At worst case, it would be your robot, but not even the robot. You don't want the robot. People get attached to robots.
Yes.
So I just want to affirm that it still is rocket science, and there will be failures. And that's how you know you're on the frontier, because there's something, I had not considered that. Oh my gosh, I just made a discovery. And with the Artemis Accord, which India signed after Prime Minister Modi came through the United States and visited, I had the privilege of meeting him when he came through New York, and then he went on to Washington. They signed the Artemis Accord, which is it's an agreement that's signed by more than 100 countries now. Last I checked, I think it was if you make a discovery, you share the results so that everyone can benefit.
Yep.
And that way, any one country that makes advances, in a way, brings all countries with them.
Right.
And that level of participation, I think, is what we need. It's what we want going into space in the future.
All right. Look, it's so wonderful speaking to you, Dr. Tyson. You are such an inspiration for all of us, particularly space geeks like Pallav and me, who also happen to be journalists and primetime anchors, but wonderful speaking to you. Thank you so much. We're joined by Dr. Tanya Harrison, a planetary scientist at the Outer Space Institute in Ottawa, Canada. Dr. Harrison, great to have you on board. You know what Dr. Tyson was speaking about towards the end of our conversation was so important, the peaceful use of space. And India is now a signatory to the Artemis Accords, which means that we want space to be equal access, we want space to be free, we want it to be information sharing, data sharing, science sharing, and in a sense non-competitive. In terms of the future of space research, how should that be the way forward, in your opinion?
I think what you just said checks all the boxes. Scientists just want to collaborate with each other and better understand the moon, the evolution of our solar system, the evolution of the Earth-Moon system. So how did we end up the way we are now? And the cool thing about space is that we've often been able to collaborate with each other across international borders in a way that doesn't really happen on the ground. And so I think it's fantastic that we're trying to continue this tradition through programs like Artemis and the Artemis Accords. And it's amazing to see India come on board. Like you and Dr. Tyson were just talking about, India has made some incredible contributions to lunar science in the last decade plus, but also amazing contributions to Mars science. Mars is kind of my jam. And with the Mars Orbiter mission, you guys were just game-changing with some of the images that you managed to get back from that. So it's really amazing to see the number of countries that have access to space, that are sending astronauts to the space station, adding to the global scientific community. Like, it's all just a benefit at the end of the day.
Dr. Tanya, do you think we would soon be permanently inhabiting the moon?
I think so. The goal of the Artemis program is to send humans back to the moon to stay this time, not just flags and footprints. And so I think with Artemis 3, once we start actually putting infrastructure on the surface, it's just going to be baby steps there. But we've got India's plans to go to the moon. We have China's plans to go to the moon. I don't think it's going to be long before we start seeing permanent infrastructure and humans there to stay, just like we've seen for 25 years now on the space station.
Let me ask you this, and perhaps not the best day to be asking this because we are talking about crewed missions to the International Space Station, but the question is that there is this entire line of thought that crewed missions come with so many risks and so many expenses and so many additional technologies that perhaps robotic missions are a lot more cost effective and perhaps even a lot more effective in terms of deep space. How would you look at that entire argument?
I mean, as someone that's worked on a lot of rovers and satellites, they are capable of amazing things, but they are not as capable as a human brain. The stuff that we can do with a rover on a place like the moon or Mars is like 1/100th the speed of something that a human could do. So sending humans somewhere is definitely more expensive. It's more complicated, but we get a lot more science return at the end of the day with things that a scientist can do. You can actually go and pick up a rock and look at it from all different angles. You can stand there and look at the scenery around you, which as a geologist, that's a really important thing to be able to do. It's not that easy to do science remotely. And when you are looking at pictures of a place or looking at data from a place, but you haven't actually been there to see it, it's a complete game changer. So yes, it's much more complicated. It's much more expensive. But I think especially for places like the moon and Mars, once we have humans there in the case of Mars or return humans there in the case of the moon, we're going to learn so much more quickly than we would be able to do if we just kept sending robotic missions for the next few decades.
Dr. Harrison, you were speaking about India's Mars orbiter mission, Mangalyaan, as we called it. In fact, Pallav Bagla, who's with me in the studio right now, is somebody who likely coined that name, which stuck. ISRO picked up on it, and we all refer to it as Mangalyaan. But the Mars orbiter mission, what was special about it?
I mean, that was just India's first mission to Mars. I think that made you guys the third country to successfully get something to Mars, or fourth, I guess, with the European Space Agency. And so again, it just opens up a lot of doors.
In the first attempt.
In the first attempt. That's amazing too. Like Dr. Tyson was just saying, a lot of stuff fails on the first attempt. So the fact that it was successful and it returned a bunch of incredible data is really amazing. So I'm looking forward to seeing what India is going to do at Mars next. I hear you're planning a follow-up to that mission.
Yes, also a first mission to Venus is on the cards. Not many countries have been to Venus, and Venus is very exciting too. Does that excite you?
Oh, absolutely. We know so little about Venus because we've sent so few missions there. So it'll be nice to see another country take a stab at it.
What are your thoughts on, expenses in space? India's space program is known for being frugal. For example, you're talking about Mangalyaan, the mission to Mars. That entire mission, sending an orbiter of Mars, cost India less than what it costs Hollywood to get a mainstream production up and running, which is remarkable. But as you expand your ambitions, there are no two ways about the fact that space costs. It costs phenomenally. So how does one balance, frugal engineering and the roadblock, which is that ultimately you're going to have to spend a lot more?
I think that's something that the space program in general, not just in India or not just in the US, is trying to tackle with things like these collaborations with commercial companies like Axiom. If you collaborate with commercial partners, a lot of times they can help bring the cost down. At the same time, we've seen some of the downsides of that with things like missions that are going through NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services program that have not had a lot of luck landing on the moon. At the same time, this is the first time that they're trying to do it as well. So this is a lot of testing and trying to see what this is like. And they're really bringing the cost down from what it's been traditionally for government missions in places like the United States. But I think that we should be taking inspiration from places like India and saying, well, if you can build your first successful Mars mission for $33 million US, what is it that lets you do that type of innovation at those price points, and what are we doing that maybe we don't need to be doing in countries that have these giant price points? I remember somebody pointing out one time that the Opportunity rover, for example, lasted on Mars for 15 years, and the original price point for that and its twin rover Spirit was around $700 million US at the time that it launched. But that mission was only supposed to last for 90 days, 90 Martian days. And so are we over-engineering these missions to last a lot longer than they need to, because we could be launching new missions instead of using old technology for 15 years? It's a great story to hear that these missions last for a long time, but maybe it's not necessarily the best scientific or technological answer at the end of the day. So I think there's a lot of factors to weigh there in terms of like the cost benefit of these over-engineered or potentially over-engineered missions that last a really long time versus what are things that we're doing just because we are so risk averse in a lot of cases that maybe we've gone too far in the other direction. And so it's added a lot of cost, complexity, time for testing. Is some of that able to be cut out without necessarily making it the missions to be completed at the end of the day?
Now, what we are seeing today is a collaboration between NASA and ISRO, and very soon, in the next few weeks, we will see the first big satellite being made, which has already been made to be launched from India, the NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar Satellite. And I point out to my audience and to you that the NISAR satellite is the world's single most expensive civilian Earth imaging satellite ever made. Cost upward of $1.2 billion. So while India explores space, it is not forgetting doing its duty for Earth.
Yeah, NISAR is going to be groundbreaking. I think people don't think about radar very much because it's not something that brings back pretty pictures that people are used to seeing from Earth imaging satellites, but it can tell us so much about things like natural disasters, about weather. So it's going to be a game changer when that comes online.
All right, Dr. Tanya Harrison, wonderful speaking to you, and thank you so much for being with us, sharing your thoughts on ISRO, the International Space Station, crewed flights, and the future of the Indian space program. Thank you very much indeed. Well, just a little while back, we spoke to the Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, Dr. Jitendra Singh. He monitors space. That's one of his jobs. Let's just take a look.
We are being joined by Union Minister Mr. Jitendra Singh. Let's go straight to him, sir. A big moment for India. Axiom 4 has just docked in the International Space Station, and we are seeing that Shubhanshu Shukla is in fact also playing a very important role in the part of the docking process.
Yeah, certainly. I think it's something to be celebrated by the entire nation. And as Prime Minister Modi had tweeted this morning that this is going to be a very proud moment for all of us, because for the first time an Indian is going to step into the International Space Station. And not only that, he's going to be one of the pioneer participants among those who are there. And referring to the docking which just now happened, of course, I think not only that, they were supposed to be there by 4:43. They reached about 30 minutes earlier. And I was saying in the lighter vein that had it been one of the domestic airlines, as the popular jargon is being used these days, one of the crew would have announced, happy to announce before time arrival. So Subhashu and the other three have in fact made up before time arrival at that docking point. They are now at the threshold entrance. Very soon they will be actually stepping into, and then maybe after 2 hours or so, a formal welcome ceremony by the other 7 colleagues who already happen to be there, 2 of them from Russia, 2 from the United States.
So earlier you had mentioned that we are dealing with this in a very futuristic approach. We are using all the scientific methods that has been available. All the equipments provided to Shubhanshu Shukla was developed from all across the nation, and then it was provided to him. We're also seeing that India is pushing forward the Gaganyaan mission. How do you think this whole experience from Shubhanshu Shukla is going to help in that mission?
No, I think this expedition itself demonstrates our living up to the envisaged goals in more than one ways. For example, when we talk of the experiments, all the experiments, they have been indigenously planned. They have been developed by indigenous institutes. The kits are also, the material also indigenous, so we are living up to the mantra of Atmanirbhar Bharat. That's A. B, we are going to share these important findings and inputs with the rest of the world, which were not available to them till now, which means now we are going to be Vishwa Bandhu Bharat also.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Rajnath Singh, who addressed the Shanghai Cooperation Organization defense ministers meeting in China, refuses to sign a document which dilutes India's stand on terrorism. There is no mention of Pahalgam. India doesn't sign it. A big breakthrough in the Air India crash probe. Data has been downloaded from the recovered black boxes. It's been downloaded here in India, and analysis of the data is underway. After a controversial message on the social media site X, where Indira Gandhi was equated to Hitler, there is a huge controversy, an FIR against a Karnataka BJP Twitter handle. And a huge row explodes with the Diljit Park actor movie row controversy there.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। NDTV लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें NDTV नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। NDTV क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे NDTV क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has said that US President Donald Trump attacked Iran because he needed to do showmanship and warned America against any further attacks on his country as he made his first public comments after the ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Speaking in a video broadcast on Iranian state television, his first appearance since the 19th of June, Khamenei said any attack on Iran would come at a great cost.
Iran achieved against the U.S. regime. So the American regime entered a direct war against Iran because it felt if it didn't do so, the Zionist regime would totally get annihilated. So they entered the war in order to salvage the Zionist regime. But they achieved nothing out of that war.
Well, it's time now for us to take a short break. There's more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से
मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India.
A 34-year-old woman from Uttar Pradesh drove her car on a railway track in Telangana's Rangareddy district, sparking panic among the staff and causing train services to either get suspended or diverted. The incident, a video of which has gone viral, took place near Shankarpalli. A 13-second clip showed the four-wheeler, a Kia Sonet, being driven along the railway track. She was eventually pulled out of that. A bizarre situation indeed.
A bizarre incident this morning around 7 a.m. at Shankarapalli near Hyderabad. A Kia Sonet car came onto the railway track and drove about 6 to 7 kilometers. Even though people were trying to stop it, it would not stop. Subsequently, it was found out that there was a 34-year-old woman from Uttar Pradesh inside the car. She refused to even get off the car, but she had to be forced outside. She came out with a martial arts weapon, a nanchuk in her hand, and 15 to 20 people had to get together to try and stop her. The police were worried that this should not result in an accident, the car being on the railway track, a busy railway track that connects Hyderabad to Bengaluru, and therefore 10 to 15 passenger trains had to be diverted in order to avoid any kind of an unnecessary collision. What we also understand from interrogation subsequently, even though she was said to be aggressive, non-cooperative and very, very angry as well, is that she is someone who possibly lost a job recently with an MNC. She is also a single woman, a divorcee, and she had also said that she had a disturbed childhood. The clue that the police have got is that on her bag was written murder or suicide, and the police are guessing that she may have wanted to commit suicide and make it appear like a murder, but then she could have walked on the track by herself. Why did she bring her car along, and why was she driving on her in her car on the railway track is something that is still unanswered.
Diljit Dosanjh is in the midst of a huge controversy over the casting of the Pakistani actress Hania Amir, who plays a key role opposite Diljit. The decision has triggered a wave of backlash, especially given the ongoing political tensions between India and Pakistan. The popular singer Guru Randhawa has now thrown a curveball into the ongoing narrative by posting a cryptic message on X, hinting that the controversy might be a calculated PR move rather than genuine public outrage.
Guru Randhawa is now implying that this entire controversy, this big fight, is actually, it just could be a PR stunt.
बिल्कुल गार्गी, I think देखो अगर वो समझदार होते तो he could have deleted that post. The post is already there, which he posted about that movie. वो वहीं पे है. अगर उनको थोड़ा सा भी गिल्टी फील होता है या थोड़ा सा भी उनको लगता है कि यार मुझे सॉरी बोलना चाहिए, तो वो सिंपली आके सॉरी बोल दें. और हम सभी लोग प्यार करते हैं. He is a great artist. We all respect him. We all love his music. But this time हमारे लिए देश पहले है. और अगर उनसे कोई गलती हो जाती है तो आके सॉरी बोल दें और अपना पोस्ट डिलीट कर दें. पर वो सीधा बोलने के नहीं जी, मैं तो
हिंट किया है कि शायद ये पूरी कंट्रोवर्सी एक पीआर स्टंट है. ये जो बॉयकॉट की बात जो चल रही है, शायद ये एक पीआर स्टंट है. एंड उन्होंने कहा है कि व्हेन पीआर टीम इज मोर टैलेंटेड देन द टैलेंट इटसेल्फ.
100% he is right. I totally agreed with Guru. Because देखो आपको गार्गी आपने have you heard about सरदार जी फर्स्ट? नहीं ना, आपने सुनी सरदार जी 1 कौन सी थी, 2 कौन सी थी? अब सडनली 3 के बारे में ही बात हो रही है. पहली 2 का तो पता नहीं चला. तीसरी का अगर वो समझदार होते तो वो पहले ही आके बोलते, यार मैं 4 महीने पहले बोलते कि मैं मूवी मेरी जो बन चुकी है मैं रिलीज करना चाहता हूँ, मेरा बहुत सारा उसमें खर्चा पैसा लग गया है. बट उन्होंने सीधा उसका पोस्ट डाला. तो पता है कि इसका रिजल्ट यही आएगा. वो सीधा आके उन्होंने पोस्ट कर दिया.
और पहले तो आपने क्रिटिसाइज किया, आपने वो पोस्ट किया इंस्टाग्राम पे, और आपसे ही मतलब ये पूरी कंट्रोवर्सी इनफैक्ट आगे बढ़ी है आपके पोस्ट से.
जी जी, ये तो मैं स्पेशली मुंबई में आके मैंने
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time to
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा साहित्य से, नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. All eyes now on space and Axiom 4's docking there at the International Space Station. That and lots more lined up over the next hour with Vasudha and me, Veera Raghav. Namaskaram, namaskara Vasudha. Hegi Veera, nalla irkingla?
Vanakkam Veera and namaskar to all our viewers from New Delhi. We get you all the news from around the country and the world. On this show, special focus this evening on the Axiom 4 docking in space which has happened. Group Captain Shubhranshu Shukla, making all of us proud, has walked into the International Space Station. And of course, in the political face-off we have over the emergency, all that and more. But first up, the headlines. A big breakthrough in the Air India crash probe. Data has been downloaded from the recovered black boxes. Analysis of this data is underway now.
After 9 days in the darkness, Iranian supreme leader emerges to attack the United States. Khamenei roars a big slap to the United States.
Diljit Dosanjh movie Rav explodes now after Mika Guru Randhawa hits out at Diljit Dosanjh. Randhawa says, "Remember, you were born in India."
Well, first up to that big event in space, especially for India. After a long 24-hour journey with Amras and Moong Dal Ka Halwa, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla became the first Indian to go to the International Space Station managed by SpaceX. The 4-mission Crew Dragon docket at the ISS, making an important moment in its journey there, Vasudha.
That's right, Veera. A momentous occasion for all Indians and all space enthusiasts across the world, as Shubhanshu Shukla, or Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, is the only second Indian to go to space after Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma went to space aboard a Soviet spacecraft in 1984. The 4-person crew, including Mission Commander Peggy Whitson of United States of America and mission specialists from Poland and Hungary, will stay at SpaceX's International Space Station for the next 2 weeks.
That's right, Vasudha. We'll wait for some special guests to join us in just a bit, but you can see those pictures of the greetings and those fascinating moments in space. Obviously, all Indian space enthusiasts and as well as space enthusiasts around the world watching it very closely, live and continuing coverage here on NDTV on that big moment in space. Fascinating images there that have been beamed out of there. Remember, 41 years ago, and last evening, Vasudha, I was chatting with a few astronauts and astrophysicists who were there on the show, and I was asking them what was the difference between 41 years ago when they saw Rakesh Sharma become the first Indian to enter space, and now. They said that the big difference is black and white TV and color TV, internet, and waiting for the newspapers to get the information then. So much has changed in terms of times, both in Earth and perhaps in space, Vasudha.
Absolutely, Veera. In fact, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla says that he was not even born when Rakesh Sharma, or Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, went to space. And clearly, he says that he's relearning to live and eat and sleep like a baby, because he has to spend. He spent almost over 30 hours on that Crew Dragon, and of course now he has to spend 2 weeks at the International Space Station. A big responsibility on all of these astronauts and specialists. But yes, all our wishes are with them. We do have some special guests with us today. Dr. B.R. Guru Prasad, who's the director of Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium in Bengaluru. We also have other guests who will be joining us in just a bit. We also have Dr. Venkateshwara Sharma, who's a former deputy director of DRDO. Dr. Guru Prasad, help us understand, how is this such a big milestone for India's space journey? How would you look at these visuals? How would you describe them for us? How challenging is it going to be for these people for the next few days?
Namaskar. Good evening. And I don't know how to describe it. Even I am so, touched by these kind of visuals. Look at the way in which these rookies, these 3 people, Shubhanshu Shukla, Slavoj Buznansky, and Tibor Kapu, all the 3, how they are floating, how they are enjoying their weightless environment, in fact. The ambience is so touching, really, and the way in which they are enjoying weightlessness, really, it's a matter of... I don't know. The thing is, let us say it's a matter of special celebration for India, because, I was watching in the afternoon the words of Shubhanshu Shukla, and he was so emotional, and the way in which he was expressing his feelings, it was really touching, and his colleagues were so much supportive, I saw, and he was telling, emotionally speaking, he said that Tiranga was on my patch there on my shoulder. And I'm not the one who has come to space. I'm representing, I have brought 140 crore people, all the Indians. It was so touching. And as Veer Raghav was mentioning, yes, Rakesh Sharma's flight was black and white TV era. That's what yesterday I was telling, that on April 3rd, 1984, I watched it on a black and white TV in one of my friend's house. Okay. And from Doordarshan we had the visual, and it was compared to International Space Station and Crew Dragon. Soyuz spacecraft is a little smaller one, quite a bit smaller one. And compared to that, look at the kind of facilities, the kind of special ambience you have in the International Space Station. And it is very nice.
As you're
and
speaking,
for Indians, it's a matter of pride.
As you're speaking, sir, we are sending out live pictures that have been coming in to us from that space station. Not live, just a little while ago when they all entered that International Space Station. Dr. Venkateshwar Sharma, what would be the key challenges? Perhaps the next big television moment would be the re-entry time. But over the next 2 weeks, what would be the key challenges out there, both for the astronauts as well as for the crew on the ground here?
Namaskar, good evening, namaskaram. How are you all? And really very, very happy moment for all of us. And as a rocket scientist, space scientist, and having worked in this Gaganyaan for time immemorial myself, I feel it is a great achievement in two aspects. One is that the amount of technical knowledge, amount of scientific knowledge, amount of experience that we have got, right from training him from 2019 till putting him into ISS, is something which we have to take it in a way that is useful for us in our Gaganyaan and the human space programs. Which there is always a purpose with which we do anything and everything, and that is one big achievement. And the learning that has happened over this ISS. Program, astronaut getting into ISS, is something which I, as a scientist, as a technocrat, as an engineer, I think it is a very big learning. This is one part. Second part is that, of course, the blessings and the best wishes of 140 crore people who kept confidence in ISRO, encouraging in every step, even when we had successes and failures, and bringing us to this level of sending an astronaut, our own astronaut who was selected in 2019, trained at Russia, trained at NASA, trained at ISRO, Bangalore, and putting him into space is a really great achievement. And the joy that you can see across the country, across the student community, across industrialists, and across all the type of people is something which so far is a success, which we necessarily need to take it forward in our own mission, because we do everything with a purpose. The second part is that the next 14 days are going to be really important, and something which we say that we are going to start the work now. Our activity starts now is something which we have to see. And out of 60 experiments which have been planned, supported by 30 countries, the most important 7 experiments which Subhash Shukla is scheduled to do. If you classify it broadly, if you can see that how to grow the plants in space, in the microgravity, and how does it make a difference? Right. How do you analyze the plant which is grown in the space, the microgravity, to that of the earth, from the nutrients, etc., is one part. That is, if ever an astronaut, see, this 7 experiment has a purpose. If ever an astronaut goes to space, how does he grow and make his own food, and how does he make his own living in terms of maintaining his muscle mass, etc. And most importantly, one of the experiment which is also planned is to operate the laptops, keyboards, and the things which are useful directly, immediately for our Gaganyaan mission pending 2026 and 2027.
Oh, absolutely.
Dragon.
Absolutely. We'll be looking forward to that. Sometimes I wonder whether it would have been much better. I don't know if I had the hard work or the ability, much better to have been a astrophysicist, or at least aim to be an astronaut instead of being a journalist, television anchor, Vasudha. Thanks very much to both of you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much of mathematics, and there's so much of data, and like you rightly said, there's so much work that goes into this.
Right, absolutely. Thanks very much to our guests there for joining us here. But now back to earth and to Tamil Nadu politics, Vasudha. An NDTV exclusive on the father versus son battle in the Patali Makkal Katchi in Tamil Nadu. The founder and patriarch of the PMK, S. Ramdas Sr., has categorically reiterated that he is in charge of the party and that he has no reservations about the party's alliance with the BJP. There has been a public exchange, remember, between Ramdas Sr. and his son and former Union Cabinet Minister Anbumani Ramdas.
That's right, Veera. PMK has a substantial voter base in the northern part of Tamil Nadu. It's a small party but was considered a significant ally of the NDA. And this rift has been playing out in public for a while between the two Ramadases. The junior Ramadas has also been minister at the centre. And there have been questions about senior Ramadas having reservations about PMK's alliance with the NDA. But he's categorically reiterated that he is with the BJP alliance. And he's even praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi in an interview to NDTV's Sam Daniel. Let's listen in to that.
Are you stopping younger leadership coming to positions? Because you always encouraged young people. By stopping Mr. Anbu, Dr.
I didn't stop any young people coming to politics, because when he was 35 years old, I have given him Union Health Minister, Union Minister.
So you are the party's president now, not he?
Not he. I am the president and founder.
Recently you said before the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the alliance with the BJP was made without your knowledge. For the 2026 elections, will the alliance continue or would you want to change?
At present, I am not thinking about anything. That is, general body meeting will decide everything.
But are you happy with the alliance, being part of the BJP alliance?
Oh, I am happy. Main party in Tamil Nadu, DMK, they have already accepted the BJP's alliance. So it can be considered, it should be considered. I will consider it.
You're not against it?
I am not against it.
Right. How would you rate the performance of the DMK government in Tamil Nadu over the last 4 years?
I don't want to criticize anything.
Because?
Because.
No, you are in the opposition. You will have an assessment of the performance of the government.
People will decide in the future in the coming elections. They will decide.
What's your view of the BJP government at the centre, sir? They have come to power for the third time, and this time they could not get an absolute majority.
They are ruling.
They are ruling, but a weakened BJP in that sense.
Yes, they are ruling. Modi is performing very well. Our Prime Minister, he is performing very well.
They say three-language policy does not impose Hindi. It only provides an opportunity to learn an additional language for children.
That is false. False means they have misguided the people.
Three-language policy is an indirect way to impose Hindi, you think?
Of course, you are correct. 100% correct.
Well, an aging Ramdas there making his point very clear. Joining me now is Sam Daniel. Sam, far from the days when Dr. Ramdas was the man who decided who won, who lost in Tamil Nadu towards the late 90s and the early 2000s, the PMK has been declining sharply, but a crucial NDA ally. Is there a sense that the father-son rift could push the party further down in an election year?
That's the worry among supporters of the PMK, Veeraraghav, as the father and son publicly exchange spat and they keep appointing and expelling people. The worry is the party could actually head to a split before 2026 assembly elections. But Ramdas also added today that he does not anticipate that. He hopes that there would be a patch-up, there would be an amicable settlement, that Anbumani Ramadas, his son, would give up his fight, or the position of the party's president, and then everything is sorted, he says. But yes, in the early 2000, the party had 20 MLAs. They were also sharing power at the center. Ramdas's party always was on the winning side, switching sides between the ruling DMK now and the opposition AIADMK. But after 2011, their political fortunes dwindled. Somehow their calculations and strategy failed. But Ramdas is clear that he likes to continue with the BJP alliance now. And now that the AIADMK has already shaken hands, he says he would want to continue, but the final word, he says, would be taken by the General Council. But he's not giving up on the position of the party presidentship. At the same time, he's also taking on the BJP on issues of Hindi imposition, delimitation, and a few other issues.
Yeah. So the family rift in PMK, a critical NDA ally, at least in 2024, playing out in the open now. But Senior Ramadas saying that Prime Minister Modi is working and he's working well for the country. So that really gives us some political signals as well. Stay with us, Sam. Also, we have another story from Tamil Nadu. The Chennai cocaine case, Veera, the police have now formally arrested actor Krishna after 24 hours of questioning. The actor is from a noted film family. He is related to, in fact, the son of Vishnu Vardhan, who's a director. His arrest comes just after the arrest of another noted actor, Srikanth, and a film producer, Prasad, with links to opposition AIADMK. Sam, tell us a little bit about what is really happening in the Tamil film industry. We've seen similar events play out in the Malayalam film industry as well, and now that film industry has a no-drug affidavit mandatory in some of those shooting sets. How is the industry reacting to this, and how is Tamil Nadu police going about this case?
Vasudha, the film industry in Tamil Nadu is quite tight-lipped, but we can sense that the industry is quite worried, with police claiming that they have strong evidence that actor Srikanth not only used drug but also had close ties with the drug cartel, and he also purchased drugs. They have evidences like documents, financial digital transactions and things like that. And now with two more arrests today, including actor Krishna and another Kevin, who police say supplied or sold drugs including cocaine and methamphetamine to actor Krishna. Krishna himself, the police say, used to have conversations with drug users on WhatsApp, sharing information about where and at what time they would consume, they would use drugs. Besides, he enjoyed, they say, sharing drugs with his friends as well. Now, the worry among the film industry is this network could widen and there could be more names tumbling out as investigation proceeds. But the police say they are going step by step based on strong evidence. It's an ongoing process, they say. And although there is a buzz that there could be a few other actresses involved in this, nobody is officially confirming this. But the next a few days would be very crucial as police plan to take actor Srikanth and the other producer Prasad under police custody to get to the bottom of this.
Right. Important there, Sam. We'll keep a close watch on that case. Of course, several names, according to sources, possibly could tumble out in that case, which seems to be getting bigger, Vasudha.
Absolutely. We are also just going back to that previous story. Tell us a little bit about the PMK, because I find that story very interesting. There's a lot of news going around in Delhi that the NDA is going to expand its ally network in Tamil Nadu. What do you think is really happening with that Ramadas family?
The PMK, Vasudha, is a party which, the PMK as a party has dwindled in its fortunes quite a lot. Whether it still has a hold over its caste vote is a matter of that needs to be tested. It hasn't been able to prove its presence on its own without either the AIADMK or the DMK. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But from the NDA's point of view, yes, the PMK is an important ally, at least for the AIADMK in the northern districts of Tamil Nadu, where the one-year OBC vote base is concentrated.
Absolutely, Veera. So that's about the politics of Tamil Nadu. Now let's go to the murder in Andhra Pradesh that has some disturbing parallels to the horrific Sonam Raghuvanshi case. It has now emerged that the Sonam case, where Sonam allegedly hired killers to murder her husband, Raja Raghuvanshi, during their honeymoon in Meghalaya, could have sparked Aishwarya to murder her husband using hired killers in Kurnool town of Andhra Pradesh.
Well, it raises multiple disturbing questions, Vasudha. According to investigators, the prime suspect in the case, Aishwarya, who married Tejeshwar just about a month ago, had plotted this murder with the help of her lover. She shared her husband's location and the lover allegedly paid 2 lakhs to hired assassins. The police suspect that they could have conspired the murder after getting to know about Sonam Raghuvanshi case. That's a very disturbing part of this entire crime. Uma Sudhir has the details.
Investigations have revealed very disturbing and shocking details of how a newlywed wife planned the murder of her husband, who believed that his wife deeply loved him. Tirmal Rao and Aishwarya had in fact been inspired by the Meghalaya love story or murder story, and in which the husband had been eliminated, and in this case they wanted to eliminate Tejeshwar and for Aishwarya to go away with Tirmal Rao, so that it appears that the couple has disappeared and that would throw the police off track was their idea. But Aishwarya had not agreed, and therefore she had asked for the hired killers to go ahead and murder her husband Tejeshwar. The second detail is that they had put a GPS on the bike of Tejeshwar to be able to track all his movements. The third part, they had in fact been on video calls continuously for hours together every single day, even on the day of her wedding and even after her wedding as well. And despite the fact that Tejeshwar's parents and family were not in favor of him getting married to Aishwarya, Tejeshwar went ahead and married Aishwarya because he was very much in love with her, and she convinced him that she wanted to marry him. The fourth detail is that both Tirmal and Aishwarya had in fact planned to go away to Ladakh or Andaman, away from all this investigation and the disappearance of Tejeshwar back home.
Well, also with us this evening, Vikram Singh, former DGP of UP. Sir, you've seen many cases in your career. Sometimes I wonder if so much attention on a murder case of the nature of the Sonam Raghuvanshi case could have adverse impact on people. Like in this case, the police suspect that could have triggered off the conspiracy for this murder.
Good evening. What you said as a conjecture is unfortunately a ground reality. The OTT and such gory episodes do seem to have an impact on our conscious and the subconscious mind. Nothing operates in vacuum. This cold-blooded, deliberated, well-calibrated and calculated murder happened because the malignant impact that the Sonam and the Raja episode had happened in Meghalaya. Obviously, that story and the bombardment by the news and the channels on the impressionable minds, I would say impressionable, they obviously had the seeds for this to germinate in their minds. And what happened, of course, is a tragedy that spelled out another Sonam and Raja tragedy that happened here in Andhra Pradesh. Now, the almost eerie comparison, except for the fact that the murder weapon was very different. Here also, there are hired assassins, continuous video chats, the GPS mechanism in the two-wheeler, as also the orchestration done by the third person. And he himself probably taken a loan of 20 lakhs to go underground, either in the Andaman Islands or in the Sikkim. But that was not to happen because ultimately at the end of the day, but what is most shocking and surprising is the complicity of the family members who also arranged the 3 assassins and also held them in the conspiracy.
Mr. Singh, I'm sorry, we have to interrupt you. We have to go live to those visuals that are coming from Axiom 4. Remember that Group Captain Shubhranshu Shukla entered the International Space Station just a while ago. Those are opening remarks there.
And we can't wait to spend this time together. Thank you.
And last but not least, number 636, Tibor Kapu. I just needed practice. It got easier.
Awesome, easier guy. All right. So, thank you very much, guys, for this really, really warm welcome. I really feel that this is the best crew that we could join to. It really feels great to be part of Expedition 73. As Tak, the commander, said that we have so many countries in the same time in the space station, but we also have 7 out of 11 who are complete new flyers, which also tells me how much space is expanding towards a new era. One of my friends told me 2 days ago when I was asking him what should I tell in space, what should be my speeches about, and he said that if there's ever a time for speaking from the heart, then this is it. And my heart is so full right now because of you guys and because of seeing Earth for the first time. There is a lot to choose from. So I'm extremely happy to be here, happy to represent my country. On our ride up, we actually saw our countries flying above those. It's truly a special feeling. Looking forward for these 2 weeks. I'm 100% sure that this is going to be awesome. Thank you.
Interpreters on the ground, so you guys are welcome to space.
एक छोटा सा संदेश मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों के लिए। आपके प्यार और आशीर्वाद से सुरक्षित मैं इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे पहुंच चुका हूं और बहुत आसान दिख रहा है यहाँ खड़े होना, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है, थोड़ा सा सर भारी है, थोड़ी तकलीफ हो रही है, लेकिन ये सब बहुत छोटी चीज़ें हैं और कुछ ही दिनों में हम इसके यूज्ड टू हो जाएंगे। और ये पहला पड़ाव है इस जर्नी का और अभी आगे 14 दिन यहाँ पे रह के हम काफ़ी सारे साइंस एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करेंगे, आप लोगों से बातचीत करेंगे। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये जो पड़ाव है ये भी दिखाता है कि ये हमारी अपनी स्पेस जर्नी का भी एक पड़ाव है। तो मैंने बात की थी आपसे कुछ देर पहले जब मैं ड्रैगन में था और अभी यहाँ से आगे भी बात करता रहूँगा। चलिए इस जर्नी को बहुत एक्साइटिंग बनाते हैं, बहुत उत्साह से इसमें पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं। मैं बहुत उत्साहित हूँ और मैं अपने शोल्डर पे अपना तिरंगा जो मैं लेके चल रहा हूँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं, तो मैं ये भी समझ लेता हूँ कि आप सब भी मेरे साथ उत्साहित हैं और मुझे लगता है कि अगले 14 दिन बहुत ही एक्साइटिंग जाने वाले हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Jux. Drodzy Polacy, drogie Polki, cieszę się, że mogę tutaj Was powitać z pokładu Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej. Po raz pierwszy jesteśmy na stacji, po raz pierwszy mamy polską misję na Międzynarodową Stację Kosmiczną i bardzo się cieszę, że mogę reprezentować właśnie Was, 40 milionów Polaków, którzy mają możliwość obejrzenia misji, ale jednocześnie kontrybuowania do części naukowej, technologicznej i wykonywania eksperymentów na Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej. Będziemy prowadzić również lekcje fizyki dla dzieci w szkół, dla studentów i mam nadzieję, że to jest początek Polski technologicznej, obrazu Polski na świecie właśnie w takich miejscach jak Międzynarodowa Stacja Kosmiczna czy najbardziej zaawansowane laboratoria technologiczne. Bardzo dziękuję Wam za zaufanie. Tak jak już wcześniej mówiłem, kosmos jednoczy, jesteśmy tutaj razem, jesteśmy silni i budujemy naszą przyszłość. Dziękuję bardzo za zaufanie i do zobaczenia przez najbliższe 2 tygodnie. And over to Tibor.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. There's always a first time for anything, right? Üdvözlök mindenkit a világűrből. Ha jól számolok, akkor 2009 óta először hangzanak el magyar szavak innen a nemzetközi űrállomás fedezetéről. Charles Simonyi után, aki kétszer is járt itt, én álltak a következő, aki magyarul beszél ezen falak között. Hatalmas megtiszteltetés és elképesztő büszkeség számomra. Alig 30 órája se vagyunk a világűrben, de már volt alkalmam beszélni a szüleimmel egy pár perce, akik elmondták azt, hogy az ő szemükkel mit láttak a Földről, amikor mi elhagytuk azt, és már látjuk, hogy micsoda hatása lesz ennek a küldetésnek, és amikor azt mondom, hogy küldetés, az nem véletlen, nekünk ezzel a pár következő nappal, héttel valóban egy küldetésünk van. Nem csak egy tudományos küldetésről beszélünk, nem csak kísérleteket fogunk elvégezni, egy inspirációs jelleggel is vagyunk itt. Szeretném megmutatni azt, hogy még egy ilyen kis nemzetnek is sikerült egy ekkora hatalmas dolgot végrehajtania. Én vallom azt, hogy kis nemzetek tudnak a legnagyobbat álmodni. Szeretném megköszönni mindenkinek azt, hogy lehetővé tette ezt a küldetést, lehetővé tette ezt az elmúlt pár órát és a következő napokat. Még egyszer csak azt tudom mondani, hogy rendkívül hálás és büszke vagyok, hogy magyarként itt lehetek.
Well, thank you again. Thank you again for welcoming us so openly and warmly. We really, really appreciate all of you and all of the team on the ground as well. Thank you.
Moment there in space. We're all used to holding mics all through our careers, but I wonder how the mic would feel up there on space without gravity. What a beautiful moment there. Full smiles. Historic moment for India as well there. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, along with the rest of those from the mission Axiom 4, along with those who were there at the International Space Station. So fascinating images from space. That's where all of our attention is at the moment. Right. Fascinating moments there, Vasudha. It's perhaps once in a lifetime to see those kind of moments. I wonder how so the mic would feel without gravity. We are used to holding it all the time. But how does it feel without gravity?
Absolutely. That's what Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla said today, Veera, that, the head feels heavy and things feel a little different in the body. But of course, that is just, a small thing. He is quite excited to be there. He has actually spoken in Hindi with that beautiful message to all Indians saying that, he's here and he knows that everybody is watching out for him and praying for him. And he said that he's safe and he's looking forward to an exciting time on that International Space Station.
I'm sure his mom would be thrilled to have heard him speak there from space. We'll take a very short break now, but when we come back, lots more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Par ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। एनडीटीवी लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see the share prices of Denzol in
Welcome back, viewers. Veera Raghav and I will now talk about our top political focus now. The Karnataka Congress has filed an FIR against the state BJP's official social media handle for posting a video that compares former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi to Hitler, complete with a moustache and the line that Indira is not India, Indira in fact is Hitler. Now posted yesterday, which was the 50th anniversary of the emergency, the video has triggered backlash, with the Congress party alleging that it was deliberately provocative, defamatory and also intended to incite unrest. Veera.
That's right. The BJP has since deleted that video, but not before the Congress workers staged a protest outside the BJP office, accusing the party of quote-unquote cheapening democracy and misusing emergency remembrance for quote-unquote hate politics. The BJP argues that it was a reminder of the authoritarianism, not an insult to the personality.
Absolutely, Veera. So has the emergency now become more than an occasion for just sober reflection? Has it become an opportunity to stoke political fires? But the memory of a turbulent time for the country is always bitter, cannot be whitewashed, because if we do that, then we are also forgetting the real lessons of 1975. But how much criticism is too much vilification or even defamation? That's what we discuss now. Joining us is Vijay Prasad of the BJP. We have Sujata Paul of the Congress Party, and we have political analyst Amitabh Tiwari. Thank you all of you for joining us on this broadcast. Sujata Paul, to you first. A video could have been countered with a video. This is past versus present. Why lodge an FIR and bring all of this, in that criminal space? Because the BJP is again accusing you of being authoritarian.
Clear that the BJP and the Congress Party are on the opposite sides of the spectrum. And let's face facts. When emergency was imposed, there were constitutional provisions for it. Today, there is an undeclared emergency. Even though Indira Gandhi ji apologized for it, and she did it publicly at Yavatmal, Dr. Manmohan Singh and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi apologized on the floor of the parliament. But the BJP has no answers to Mr. Deoras, who was the RSS chief, who supported the emergency. They don't have answers to Balasaheb Thackeray ji, who supported Indira Gandhi ji on emergency. But you know how they are exposing themselves. It's very clear for them. Now, when you don't want to forget the past, it only brings to the fore what you really are. Because, one nation, one election comes from the BJP. And let me remind you that it was Hitler whose party, the Nazi party, and Hitler himself had the slogan, Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. And that's what they are exposing. That one people, one nation, and one leader. This is the truth. Because these are the successors of the RSS that believes in Hitler.
Vijay Prasad, respond to that. That's an insinuation, a repartee to the video that's been put out. You're raising up the past and the present because the present has uncomfortable realities.
Veera, I think the last person should give sermons about the constitution is the Congress. See, Veera, if the boot fits, wear it. History doesn't lie. What Indira Gandhi did during the emergency, jailing opposition leaders, gagging the press, suspending elections and ruling by decree, was nothing short of dictatorship. If Congress feels offended by the comparison to Hitler, they should reflect on their own actions, not shoot the messenger, Veera. The emergency was India's darkest chapter, and Indira Gandhi authored it. Everyone knows it. And today, how will the current generation, the Gen Z, understand the atrocities done by Congress? Today is the digital era. The digital version of the atrocities done by Congress in 1975 that has been replicated. Why Congress feels so jittery about it?
Okay, that's a very interesting point. Let me get in Amitabh Tiwari here. Amitabh Tiwari, just a few weeks ago when Operation Sindoor was on, there was a certain lionizing of Indira Gandhi also by the Congress party and several other people because she's seen as this one leader who won a war for the country. But now the Congress leaders also feel that there is a larger vilification of Indira Gandhi that's happening, specifically when it comes to emergency, because it shows a face of the leader that probably the Congress is also not very proud of. In fact, a lot of them, they are also not very comfortable with this. How do you see the political discourse centered around emergency?
No, so clearly, when we compare with Operation Sindoor, as you said, Congress was partly claiming that Indira Gandhi fought a stronger battle than Prime Minister Modi did during the Operation Sindoor or after the Pahalgam attacks. Now, this is again bringing out a different nature of Indira Gandhi, and that occasion suits the BJP to bring this out amongst the public. See, what is happening is that Of course, there's a political motive behind it. And as you mentioned, of course, it's a day to reflect, a sober day perhaps. But it also tells the voters that the Constitution gives significant powers to governments with more than 2/3 majority. And that yeah.
Amitabh, we seem to be losing your audio, but we'll come back to you. But both Sujata Paul and Vijay Prasad, 30 seconds each for your closing remarks, as we're running completely short.
Okay.
Sujata Paul first.
Yes. The fact is that the BJP does not have answers to the real problems of this country today. They are desperately frustrated because the non-biological supposed Prime Minister was brought down to earth by this very constitution, the powers that it gives to the people of this country, and that is what troubles them. They have no answers to the economic inequality which is in place today.
Okay, Vijay Prasad,
which is why
the Congress saying that there are no answers that you have. How will you respond to that?
See, I will not answer about the water bill of the Congress. See, from 1980 to 2014, the Congress party ruled for 28 out of the 34 years. Dark truth of the emergency was suppressed under the leadership of Indira Rajiv and Sonia Gandhi. Okay, it is only now that with greater awareness and open discussion that people are remembering the horrors of these years. The emergency may
you should be ashamed of yourself. The horrors of Mr. Modi's rule from 2014
hang on, Sujata, let Prasad finish.
That's what you are doing. Don't speak lies.
We should remember that All India Radio was renamed as All India Radio.
This conversation right here, the past and present are often lost in the noise of political exchange. But I'm sorry, Amitabh Tiwari, for that internet connectivity issue. But we'll take a very short break here, Vasudha, because we have much more coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Welcome back. Tensions are brewing within the Congress party, and this time they have taken a flight, literally, metaphorically, a cryptic post by senior Congress leader Shashi Tharoor urging people to fly without asking permission, while warning of hawks, vultures and eagles always hunting has triggered a sharp response from his fellow MP Manikam Tagore.
All very cryptic, Vasudha. Tagore didn't hold back, replying that even free birds must beware because predators wear patriotism as feathers. While no names were taken, the message was loud and clear. There are perceived threats within and not just outside the party. The exchange playing out publicly on social media comes amidst murmurs within the Congress about Tharoor's recent praise for the Prime Minister's diplomacy and the party's struggle to present a united face. Much like Vasudha, Tharoor needs the Congress as much as perhaps the Congress needs Tharoor. An uncomfortable marriage there.
Of course, Veera, and now with the Kerala elections coming up, there's clearly a lot more action that we can look forward to. We have Rashid Kidwai with us, who's been observing, who's been following the Congress party for a long time. Mr. Kidwai, how do you look at the recent developments in the Congress party, specifically with regard to Dr. Tharoor?
Yeah, so Vasudha, I think there's a war of attrition that is going on between Shashi Tharoor on the one side and Congress leadership. It is also, Vasudha, very interestingly has genesis in Kerala politics, where Mr. Shashi Tharoor fancies himself as perhaps as a chief ministerial candidate. As we know, there are elections due early next year. And that is something which goes against the interests of the Congress General Secretary in charge of organization, Mr. K.C. Venugopal. So there is a lot of proxy battle that is going on. All those things, Shashi's pronouncements that have been made abroad and at home on the context of Operation Sindoor have actually been used as a pretext to sort of fix him. And Mr. Tharoor also is trying to free himself. Our problem with him is that he doesn't have many options, but he has a capability to hurt the Congress in Kerala. So this is the long and short of it.
Right, that's the long and short of it. Very, very briefly, sir, do you see both of them just trying to go through this uncomfortable equation through with it, just try and pull through with it?
Unlikely. A lot of psychological distance between two sides, and who will take the initiative? It's only Sonia Gandhi who can do it, and she's not going to do it. So, and Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge fancies, Shashi Tharoor, there is some kind of rival because they fought the Congress organizational elections, and Rahul Gandhi, he doesn't believe in this kind of, communication. But lack of communication is hurting Congress more than Shashi Tharoor.
Absolutely, Mr. Kidwai. I also see it as one part of the Congress wanting to speak up because Shashi Tharoor has been speaking a lot, isn't it, Veera?
Absolutely.
and he
But
speaks
we'll have
well.
to stop speaking because I'm sorry, Rashid Kidwai, we'll have to stop speaking because we've come completely out of time. But I think one fun thing is to put on ChatGPT how Tharoor would respond to the controversy, and it throws up some amazing comments there, Vasudha.
Absolutely, and a lot of water has flown under the bridge, and we'll have to wait and see how Dr. Tharoor, reacts to this. We'll have to possibly look at his Twitter account, his X account, because there will be clearly another cryptic post that could be coming up. With that, it's time for a short break. Veera and I will join you tomorrow, same time.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। NDTV का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा साहित्य से, नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। NDTV लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें NDTV नेटवर्क पर।
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles.
But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to India Matters on Thursday night. You know, in this country, we sometimes give a lot of importance, overwhelmingly large, exaggerated importance to what's happening in places outside the country, while we hardly place any focus on what's really happening here. Whether it is American politicians, whether it is the George Floyd case, whether it is crime, whether it's war, do we really pay enough attention to what's happening right here in this country? And that leads to my, ironically, lead story tonight. So Zohran Mamdani, filmmaker Meera Nair's son and part-time revolutionary, full-time Modi beta, is now in pole position for the mayor of New York City. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Shiv, you just said it's ironic that we pay so much attention to what's happening outside the country. Well, I accept that irony because this is my lead story. Well, predictably, the Indian internet as well is completely lit up by this one name. He's trending, not because of his politics or the city he's contesting in, but because he's the son of that Meera Nair. That's right, monsoon wedding wali Meera Nair. And because he's made attacking India, specifically Modi, specifically Hindutva, the central plank of at least part of his American political hustle. Now, this isn't new. Zohran Mamdani's entire political persona is stitched from the same fabric as every other woke, tweet-deleting, contradiction-dodging activist in the US political runway. The same playbook: scream about Muslims in India, never about Uyghurs in China, preach inclusion and how the NYPD must be defunded because it isn't woke enough, but delete those very posts when you finally are within striking distance of the mayor's chair. Let's be clear, Mamdani isn't winning hearts in India. Well, actually he is. He's selling fear, though, about India to an American audience that laps it up. But I'm not surprised he's actually getting all this traction. Is anyone really surprised? I'm seeing a lot of negative reactions from some Congress MPs and some BJP MPs and some prominent commentators. I'm wondering why everyone is so triggered by Mamdani, and why is anyone really surprised by his political success? This is, after all, Trump's America, where even a self-declared communist can find fertile ground among the anti-establishment fringes. He knows that pockets of radical progressives will show up and vote for someone who calls landlords enemies and cops oppressors, even while he deletes his old tweets about the NYPD. What does amuse me, though, is this Indian obsession. We're more invested in the New York City mayoral primaries than our own backyard. Now, Zohran Mamdani might be trending here right now, but can you even name your local MLA or MP? I didn't think so.
My name is Zohran Kwame Mamdani.
New Yorkers head to the polls in November and the city could see its first Muslim and Indian American mayor. Self-described socialist Zohran Mamdani could become New York City's mayor after his shock win in the Democratic mayoral primary. The 33-year-old candidate beat off competition from favorite Andrew Cuomo, the former New York governor who was attempting to make a political comeback from a sexual harassment scandal.
Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
The pro-Palestinian lawmaker and socialist Mamdani's popularity grew with sleekly produced social media videos which set out his vision of free buses, free childcare, new apartments and a higher minimum wage paid for by new taxes on the rich.
I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in. And the difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump in D.C.
But why is there outrage in India? The left-wing figure is facing intense backlash after a series of controversial remarks and resurfaced tweets targeting PM Modi, the Hindu faith, and India's democratic institutions.
Every single New Yorker deserves the same protections.
These remarks were met with sharp criticism from Indian leaders across party lines, like Congress leader Abhishek Manu Singhvi said that when Zoran Mamdani opens his mouth, Pakistan's PR team takes the day off. India doesn't need enemies with allies like him. BJP MP Kangana Ranaut said that he sounded more like Pakistani than any Indian. Whatever happened to his Hindu identity or bloodline, and now he is ready to wipe out Hinduism. Is this a case of mistaking radicalism for revolution, or marks a watershed moment for progressives and signals a shift in the city's political center of gravity? Only time will tell. Aditi Bhardwaj, NDTV.
So everyone's obsessed with this big viral story over filmmaker Meera Nair's son Zoran Mamdani, now poised to become the next mayor of New York City, the first Muslim mayor of New York City, a shock win that puts him right in the middle of Trump's America. And there are so many things being said. I'm joined now by Priyanka Deo, my NDTV colleague. She's an Indian who lives in the United States and has very sharp views on these matters, and I'm sure she does on Mamdani as well. Anish Gawande is national spokesperson of the NCP here in India. He has spent a lot of time abroad, and Anish, I notice on social media, is being called Bharat ka Mamdani, and I'm going to get into that in just a moment. But Priyanka, I want to kick it off with you. What are you making of A, Mamdani's win, and B, this huge interest in India beyond the obvious, beyond Meera Nair, beyond some of the baiting that we've seen? What are you making of this viral Mamdani moment?
Namaste. Thanks for having me on the show. I think that his campaign, for sure, keep in mind, he's not a winner yet. He still has to run for mayor. So if Cuomo decides to go as an independent, he faces quite a steep battle to come. But I think the campaign is definitely energized. But you have to see, Shiv, you have to see the campaign candidate for what they stand for, right? His platform, when you actually look at it, it actually faces very, very steep practical, fiscal, as well as political obstacles in the city of New York, right? More concerning to me is some of his ideological rigidity, right? His unwillingness to kind of engage constructively with opposing viewpoints. It's almost too radical to the point where he's freaking out some of the Democrats and some heavyweight Democrats. They're saying that it is too radical. He's giving a face to the Democrat Party that they do not want. They don't want this sort of radicalism and opposition, because this is why they lost the election. They lost the election to Donald Trump. They lost all of their swing states to Donald Trump. Yeah. So they're very wary. His own party is very, very wary of just how radical he is. Now, it's one thing to say things on TikTok, but it's also another thing to pass them in City Hall, right? It's kind of for example, as Aditi said a little bit before, New York is the financial capital of the world, right? It's a place of central global markets. It houses some of the world's most powerful financial institutions. It's also responsible for a very significant share of the US GDP. Now, leading a city of this stature is not just, it's not going to be on radical ideas. Yeah. Has he explained how he's going to raise the minimum wage? I mean, if people wanted to raise the minimum wage, I used to work at, a very, very low minimum wage jobs. I've worked there as well. I would love to see a higher minimum wage. I'd love to get paid more.
I'll come to some of this policy. I'll come to some of those policy planks in just a bit, Priyanka. But I want to bring Anish in on this. Anish, first of all, I want to kick it off by asking you, why are some people, I'm very curious to know why some people are labeling you India ka Zoran Mamdani. What's that about?
Zoran Mamdani and Mumbai ka Zoran Mamdani. I think it started off as a meme, and I'm very glad to be on the show with you today, Shiv, and funnily enough to discuss India ka Zoran Mamdani on my inaugural appearance on your NDTV show. I think it started off as a meme, and I think people were commenting on all these viral videos and going off of those and saying that Anish will be the next Zoran Mamdani in India. And I found that to be really funny because for two reasons, right? One is that India doesn't need a Zoran Mamdani. We've had Zoran Mamdanis long before, who've become mayors of some of our most incredible cities, who've come to political power at young ages, and who've disrupted the status quo in many ways, the same ways Zoran has. Now, the other reason India doesn't need a Zoran Mamdani is because so many of the policies he's spoken about, particularly in a city like Mumbai, have already been brought in decades ago. And so the fight that we're fighting in a city like Mumbai today is not to rework the wheel or bring about the progress that Zoran wants to bring about in New York, but to cement the progress we've already made.
Yeah.
He talks about grocery stores. In Mumbai, I grew up with Sahkari Bhandar. We talk about free buses. Which political party in India has not promised free buses today? He speaks about freezing the rent. We passed the Maharashtra Rent Control Act back in 1999. And we've got the Pagdi Tenants Action Committee and Pagdi Tenants' rights guaranteed by successive governments, regardless of which political party is in power. So the reality is that actually the leftmost candidate in the United States is probably a centrist in India.
True.
And will have to contend with a lot of socialist policy positions, ranging from minimum wages to worker protections, that we've instituted a very long time ago, right from Ahilya Rangnekar to Yusuf Meher Ali to people like George Fernandez in the very city I was born.
Yeah.
So for those reasons, I found that funny, but I think he's run an extraordinary campaign, and we have to give him that.
No doubt. Priyanka, one of the reasons why Zoran Mamdani has also lit up the Indian internet is because he's said many controversial things about India. He's attacked the government. He's attacked Modi in the past as well. And that's perhaps one of the reasons why there's a measure of adulation from a section of Indian audiences for the man. And like the both of you have said, India doesn't need a Zoran Mamdani.
Well, look, I mean, I don't think America needs a Mamdani either, because, I mean, let's face it, America has been built on capitalism. For better or for worse, it is a capitalist country. That's what it's known for. Now, that's the very essence of the US system. So it is impossible. We saw that with Kamala Harris and some of her debates when she went for president, right? Those policies do not pass. They don't work. It's like a complete overhaul. How do you go from a capitalist society to suddenly a communist society? He's openly said, I want to defund the police. I don't want the police.
And he deleted that tweet then.
Yeah. He deleted it when he started running for mayor. So he's already contradicting himself, which means, are the things he's saying great on TikTok, but how's he actually going to do them, right? Yeah. And once they win, they don't do anything. That's also been historically seen in India, I guess all over the world, not just India.
But I want to come in here, Priyanka, because I think, of course, I share some of your pessimism because we've seen this narrative play out. But you can't help but feel a sense of hope in seeing someone like Zoran raise the issues that he does, right? The reality is that in a city like Mumbai today, young Mumbaikars cannot afford a home or cannot even dream of affording a home. The reality is they cannot afford to move out of their homes, out of the homes that they've built with their families, that they cannot afford to get jobs where they are paid well enough. And so these are crises that are facing our communities today that we have to acknowledge. Does Zoran have all the right answers? I don't know. I think clearly these are policy questions in the US. I lived in New York for many years. And funnily enough, I saw Zoran's first campaign when he was running for state senate and had put out some incredible videos because his father used to be a professor at Columbia University where I used to study. So I've watched his campaign closely early on. I haven't really kept up with the specific policy angles, but I think he's hit a raw nerve for young people, not just in New York, but across the world.
Priyanka, you want to respond to that? I saw you shaking your head.
I do. Yep, I do. Just because, yes, Anish, I do agree. Okay, there was a big debate when Biden was running against Trump, when Kamala was running against Trump, right? There's a huge debate in America that why can't we have a younger person? Why can't, and the same I would say in India, right? India, 65% of the population is under 35 years old. Why can't we have more younger politicians, right? So I absolutely agree that politics needs to be diverse. It needs to be a bunch of different people. Ideologies also should be different. But the point is, Anish, you've lived in New York. You cannot socialize a capitalist powerhouse without breaking the engine that funds the program. So essentially, his policies, it's not in, you have to look at city to city, place to place, right? New York is not the same as New Delhi. There's a whole different set of problems, right? So his policies, I believe, risks kind of harming the very residents that it aims to help. Whereas it might work in India, it may not work in America. Furthermore, I think the guy at 33 years old running for a place like New York, I could see a really young mayor in Springfield, Illinois, right, with a population of 120,000. But New York, Anish, have you ever walked down Manhattan? You see the number of people there, right? A mayor also cannot kind of override constitutional and institutional frameworks unless they are political heavyweights. So it's very difficult, essentially. Whereas I do agree with you that we do need young people. We do need energetic people for that sense of hope. But we also, I mean, there's value in experience. There's value in having that experience in politics to push policies through as well. I think that for New York, as Trump also said, I believe that he's absolutely wrong for New York. Perhaps maybe he should try for a smaller place.
Anish, 30 seconds left. Last word to you.
My only statement here would be that under Trump's America, all gloves are off. The man has shown that he does not care about institutions. He's shown that he does not care about the frameworks upon which the US was built. And in some ways, what you're seeing with Zoran today is a reaction. He said all gloves are off, that I'll arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he comes to New York. And I don't care about whether the US has signed the ICC or not. And in some ways, we have to reconcile ourselves.
That's not
no, I agree.
Material.
But I'm saying that this is the reality we find ourselves in. And all gloves are off in this mayoral election like they were in the presidential.
Priyanka and Anish, I'm out of time. I'd love to continue this, but I have a feeling we're going to be talking more about Zoran Mamdani in the days and the weeks ahead. Like Priyanka said, he hasn't won yet. There still is a general election to happen. So we'll be tracking this very closely. Safe to say, Zoran Mamdani is no longer Meera Nair's son. He's a man all by himself at this point of time. The global spotlight is on him and the Indian internet continues to be lit. Thanks, guys, for joining me here on this discussion on Zoran Mamdani. Meanwhile, it's the biggest ever fundraise. Let me repeat that. The biggest ever fundraise by an Indian private sector aerospace manufacturing company. Noida-based drone startup Rafe M-Fiber has just raised a staggering $145 million from a global venture fund. It's huge, but it isn't surprising. The company just proved its mettle literally during Operation Sindoor, where drones, just like the ones you see on your screen, didn't just watch from above. They were actually firing missiles at Pakistani targets. And ever since, there's been a huge surge in the Indian military's interest in acquiring more of these systems from Indian companies. The army, for instance, has just ordered 450 suicide drones from a competitor and is all set to order hundreds more from this company that has just raised all this money. It's flush with funds and will be in a position to innovate and deliver even more capable drones to the military. Now, this is a watershed moment for India's private defense sector and for young India looking for these high-tech jobs. It signals that Indian innovation in unmanned systems isn't playing catch-up anymore. It's building its own playbook. And with China's drone dominance long unquestioned, this company's success is a clear shot across the skies. Indian drones have arrived, viewer, not just in Pakistan, but in the balance sheets of some of the biggest investors in the world. And I'm very happy now to be joined by Vivek Mishra, who is the CEO and founder of Rafe M-Fiber. Vivek, big congratulations, $145 million fundraise, one of the biggest that we've seen in this country.
Thank you so much for inviting me and talking to me. So This is our Series B round where we have raised $100 million. And this was led by General Catalyst and a lot of our existing investors like Mr. Ramal Parekh and Think Investment. They pitched in this round as well. And we started almost a decade ago. And this was the major round that we did to support the increase in capacity for our research, for our manufacturing capacity and such.
And this fundraise of 145 million, Vivek, owing to the big surge in demand, I take it, after Operation Sindoor, in which some of your drones actually participated in live combat.
So the vision has been from the day one that we want to develop a very strong research and manufacturing capability in India. We have been silently working for around a decade to develop the capacity where we are able to not only do research on the system level, but we are doing research and manufacturing on a subsystem level, wherein each and every part of the drone, be it the structure, be it composites, be it electronics, wire harnesses, or even software, that is being designed and manufactured here. And we have a unique manufacturing capability where state-of-the-art manufacturing techniques along with research is in one roof. So for us, it's the same old, same vision. The value has increased, wherein we are raising a larger amount compared to the last rounds. But this is towards the same vision that we have to be able to do more deep research into every field and focus on manufacturing and indigenous capabilities.
Vivek, can India beat the big gorilla in the room, China, when it comes to drone tech and the drone market? I'm sure this is a question that comes up very often. Can we beat China?
100%. And as you rightly pointed out, we have started. So that's the key word. So we need a very strong ecosystem for design, development, and manufacturing. That's the key. And again, the vision has been that. And we want to partner with everybody who aspires to do this. And we have started to build that capabilities wherein we are able to go deep into a particular field. I'll give you an example. So for one of our drones, for long endurances, we needed internal combustion engine.
Yeah.
Now, anything existing in the market would be either too expensive or too heavy or would not meet the performance. So we decided that we would design and manufacture internal combustion engine here. And we were able to do so. And this is India's first design of an internal combustion engine. And when we designed this, the goal was not to recreate anything, but we were able to reduce the size, we were able to reduce the weight, increase the performance, and at the same time, attune it to the requirement for the UAV and hence the user. So,
wow, yeah.
I feel like there is need of a lot of companies who can focus towards research, focus towards manufacturing so that we are able to come up with unique products for the unique requirements of India, that is.
And finally, given the huge number of young Indians who leave India for lack of high-tech job opportunities, I'm assuming that your plans now with this 145 million means that there will be a reverse brain drain. And you yourself are an example of the reverse brain drain. You came back to India to start this company.
100%. And I thought that only we use the word reverse brain drain, but I am glad to see you use that as well. So we've been seeing this trend, and recently we sponsored a research-driven event in the US. And I was glad to talk to hundreds and hundreds of scientists who have been working there for 10, 15 years, or even the young scientists who are very excited to work in India and in these fields. So an advancement towards when everybody and most of the companies are working on these kind of things, I think they want to come back and everybody enjoys working here. And the primary thing is that if you give people the kind of work that becomes an enjoyment, especially for engineers
So
and
true,
scientists, they would definitely want to come in. And we are seeing this. There are a lot of Indians who have come back from US, Europe, and are working with us. And not only Indians, we are proud to welcome other people as well who want
Of
to
course.
contribute towards this sector.
Well, what an incredible year you've had, Vivek, and your company, from participation in live combat and Operation Sindoor to the biggest fundraise in India's aerospace manufacturing sector, 145 million. Can't wait to see where you guys go with this. Congratulations once again, and thank you very much for being with me here on India Matters. That's a wrap on the show. And coming up next, it's The Last Word with Maria, where the big Bhangra brouhaha, where the Punjabi bros are at it over Diljit Dosanjh's new movie, which features a Pakistani actor. The who's who of the singing circuit have attacked Diljit. That's the big story next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profit Research.
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. Singer-actor Diljit Dosanjh has found himself at the center of controversy following the casting of Pakistani actress Hania Ameer in his upcoming Punjabi film Sardar Ji 3. Although the film was completed before the tragic Pahalgam terror attack on April 22nd, Diljit's team has continued promotion of the movie, especially sharing the trailer and related content, which has triggered an outrage online, with social media users questioning the timing of the film's publicity and raising concerns about the inclusion of a Pakistani talent in light of the current socio-political climate. And amidst this growing tension, singer Guru Randhawa took to X with a string of cryptic tweets that many have interpreted as veiled criticism of Diljit Dosanjh. While Guru did not mention any names, the timing and tone of his posts were enough to catch public attention. So why is the boycott brigade at it again? That's what I ask my guests who will be joining me shortly. But first up, a quick update of what happened today.
It was meant to be just another Punjabi comedy. But Sardar Ji 3 is now making headlines for all the wrong reasons. The trailer dropped earlier this week and sparked instant backlash. Pakistan on 27th of June. The film's timing and casting go against a rule the film industry has set post the Pahalgam attack. No collaborations with Pakistani artists whatsoever. Singer Mika Singh was among the first to publicly call out Diljit Dosanjh and demand an apology.
हम सभी लोग प्यार करते हैं. He's a great artist. We all respect him. We all love his music. But this time हमारे लिए देश पहले है. और अगर उनसे कोई गलती हो जाती है तो आके सॉरी बोल दें और अपना पोस्ट डिलीट कर दें.
Adding to that was a veiled dig from singer Guru Randhawa, who posted, "When the PR team is more talented than the talent itself, controversies become part of daily routine." Mika Singh agreed and said the situation needs sensitivity and respect for soldiers. Taking the matter further, the Federation of Western India's cine employees has written to Sunny Deol and Imtiaz Ali, asking them to reconsider working with Diljit. He's cast in Border 2 and a musical biopic with Imtiaz due in 2026. Diljit, promoting the film in London, broke his silence on the controversy. But not everyone is slamming Diljit. Singer Jasbir Jassi has spoken up in his support, calling the backlash hypocritical. He told NDTV,
80% गाने ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਜਾਂ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਤਰਜ਼ਾਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ ਚੋਰੀ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਗਾਣੇ ਹੀ ਚੋਰੀ ਨੇ ਸੋ ਦੋਹਰੇ ਮਾਪਦੰਡ ਕਿਉਂ ਫਿਰ ਜਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਪੂਰੇ ਗਾਣੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਾਓ ਇਹਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਆਰਟਿਸਟ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ.
Sardar Ji 3 releases worldwide tomorrow, including Pakistan, but the debate around art, nationalism and timing isn't dying down anytime soon. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Singh is a singer. He joins me. We also have Girish Wankade, film trade analyst. Is it about good business when you have controversy of this nature? Mr. Wankade.
Not at all. This is going very sad now. The entire scenario is very derogatory, deteriorating. It is not good for anybody's career. And when the controversy especially goes with the patriotism, with the goodwill of the people, with the fan following, where there is a simple area where you have to take the side of our country. In that context, if the singer of a caliber of Diljit, if he has been talking against the Bollywood industry, against people who are talking about the Pakistani actors, this is not fair. We certainly believe that he has to be more docile, he has to be more accommodative, not
Who
at
has
all.
to be accommodative here, Girish? When you
The
say it has
singer,
to be
of course,
accommodative,
singer
who?
has to be more docile, accommodative. He has to be more mature in saying what he's going to say. If
So
he
you
is
are
saying,
calling Diljit Dosanjh immature?
yeah,
How is he immature?
because he
The film is not
seriously
shot
said
in
that
India, it is shot abroad, and Hania Amir is a damn good actor. If anything, knowing her popularity, the film might just do well.
that film may do well because there is a great Indian diaspora which watches this film outside India. But what about our country, where people are his huge fans? He has a great fan following, and where the mandate here of the FWICE is clear cut that we won't allow any film which has got Pakistani actors. So it has to be honored. That is what my take is.
So you are of the opinion that Diljit Dosanjh should also not be cast? As we are seeing those letters being written to the film fraternity, that there should be no casting of Diljit Dosanjh going ahead as well. Why should he be punished? For choosing an actor who's very good with her work, who has given multiple blockbusters in Pakistan, for a diaspora audience which is in UK, US, she's popular. So coming together of these phenomenally talented individuals can deliver a magic.
Now that is one take where they are talented, but there are certain artists who are raising their voices against India. So when
But Diljit
Indian,
Dosanjh is not anti-Indian.
no,
He
but
is
if
as
you are,
much a patriot as you are or I
course.
am.
But now that when the film fraternity or the film association is clear cut that we won't allow the release of those films which features Pakistani actors, it has to be honored. If somebody is saying that, if a film committee is saying it, there are certain federations which are the apex bodies of film institutions. If that body has decided that we won't allow these films to be released which features Pakistani actors, at that moment we have to decide whether we should go with the film fraternity or we should go with the Pakistani actors. If he is chosen to go with the Pakistani actors, that is what I condemn.
So, Diljit Dosanjh, a popular Indian singer who has stood up for Indian values and culture, represents India, is an Indian brand ambassador on the global stage, has to choose between a Pakistani actor and India. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Of course, India's FWIC.
I mean, why should he be going through this test at all?
Because there are these actors who are all talking about, even after Pahalgam attack, these are the actors who are talking negative about India. There are certain actors who have tweeted against India. And that's why there is a film committee. FWICE is a committee which is Film Western India Cine Employees Association. It is the apex and very old body. The chairperson of this body has given a mandate, an embargo, that anybody who is talking against India, especially Pakistani actors, we won't allow their screening of those films.
Okay,
so
let me bring
ultimately,
in Gurashish as well. Gurashish, how do you look at this entire controversy? You're a singer yourself.
Ma'am, there are many ways to look about it, honestly. And as an artist, if you ask me, I feel that we had this debate last time also that why do we, combine art with politics? So if anything has happened earlier, and I truly mourn with the losses of the people, and how it all started from Pahalgam attacks, and that's how one thing led to the other. But this is not the thing that led to it. So, we must realize that this is not a pile up of the things that led to the war, and neither would this. But condemning this would definitely lead to more unpeace.
So, Gurashish, do you think the film fraternity is reacting too much, overreacting, if that word may be used here? Their reaction to say that Diljit has, violated the sanctity of, and is anti-national. He should be undergoing through, going through this test of nationalism. Is that all fair to ask?
Ma'am, even like I would just say that when he was making the movie, I'm sure that scenario was in peace at that time. So definitely he must have not anticipated all of this because he is not a fortune teller or he's not someone who can predict the future of our countries, right?
Yes.
So I think that, condemning this right now is just being in the past. So, being in present would be to take this in a regulated manner. And I would say the government knows it very well how to regulate things, be it alcohol, be it any explicit movies, be it anything. So any prone areas where there are histories of Hindu-Muslim riots or anywhere, they can regulate this movie. But that would be my take on this.
Okay, so, there are a number of singers who are of the opinion that this act of casting a Pakistani actor in Hania Amer is actually anti-national move by Diljit Dosanjh. Gurashish,
ma'am,
what do you
as I
think?
said,
Is it anti-national to feature Pakistani actors, Pakistani talent?
Ma'am, I think this is emotion speaking, and I certainly value emotions. That all of this, what has happened, and as I said, that I really mourn for everything that has been happening and that our world is seeing. But again, this is not that thing which is leading to it. So I would be there and sit right there and present right now. That let's talk about this present moment and let's not involve and complicate things unnecessarily. Especially when it comes to art, because art is a form of entertainment, So if people are going to see a movie and believe, okay, you're seeing an actor or actress, oh, she's a Pakistani, oh my God, Pakistan. And then, what is the point of art, which is to carry you away from your, distress, your thoughts, which you have been indulged in into the whole day. So, it won't take you to a newer dimension where you are at peace, you would feel entertained anymore.
Point taken,
if we talk
Gurashish.
about this in this way.
Thank you so much for joining us, Girish and Gurashish, on The Last Word. Shifting focus to our second topic on the show tonight. Luxury labels have a long history of borrowing from India, quote unquote, borrowing. Sometimes they have called it a source of inspiration, and at other times, not even bothering with that excuse. Over time, we have seen a clear pattern emerge. Indian fashion is either branded as something exotic, spiritual or earthy, or it's simply repurposed under a Western label with no trace of its actual roots. The latest in this entire controversy is that of humble Kolhapuri chappals. Everybody would have worn it at some stage. First the report, and then we ask on the show tonight, is this appropriation or is this appreciation? Let's watch this report.
Italian fashion powerhouse Prada has sparked outrage after featuring leather flat sandals unmistakably similar to Kolhapuri chappals in its Milan runway show priced at Rs 1.2 lakh. India's iconic heritage went global, but without a shout out to its roots. Netizens have slammed it as cultural theft, and others see it as Indian artisans gaining global recognition. Speaking legally, experts feel an infringement case may not hold in court.
प्राडा कंपनी ने हमसे किसी भी प्रकार का कोई संपर्क किया नहीं है। इस बारे में हम कंपनी से संपर्क करके और हमारा जो भी लीगल एडवाइज़र से सलाह लेकर के उसके ऊपर में किस ढंग से काम किया जाए, क्या कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं, इस बारे में हम विचार कर रहे हैं।
While legally a case may not be airtight, the ethical breach is harder to ignore.
The question is, what did Prada showcase? Did it showcase Kolhapuris or did it showcase sandals? Prada has taken a view that these are sandals and flat sandals.
Right.
So there was no misrepresentation,
Okay.
according to me.
Right.
So legally it may be very difficult to claim a geographical indication or a breach of that in this case. A passing of action may be yes.
Kolhapuri chappals date back to the 12th century and earned a geographical indication tag in 2019. Handcrafted by artisan communities in Maharashtra, they carry deep cultural and historical value. From a social justice lens, some believe the controversy could bring long overdue recognition and better prices for cobblers and craftspeople.
प्राडा कंपनी ने रैंप वॉक के लिए जिस तरह से कोल्हापुरी चप्पल को बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से वहाँ जो कुछ प्रशंसा हुई है बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से उसके लिए हम लोग जो क्लस्टर बना रहे हैं इस प्राडा कंपनी के कारण भी जो हमारा लेदर का जो कुछ इंडस्ट्री है उसके लिए ये बहुत फायदेमंद होगा।
खाली कोल्हापुर ब्रांड चप्पल का मुद्दा नहीं है, इसमें बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है। जो चप्पल है, पर्सेस है, जो हम लोग हमारे बहुत सारे उद्योग है जिससे ये जुड़ा हुआ है, तो मेरे ख्याल से इसका जब हमने ब्रांडिंग किया तो उसकी प्राइस हम भी बढ़ा सकते हैं।
The row has also caught the attention of Bollywood stars. Actor Sonakshi Sinha weighed in, calling out the price tag while rooting for local artisans.
I'd rather buy 1.2 lakh Kolhapuris in India, right? Yeah. Like as Indians, you feel very, very proud, which is great. But of course, the price points are a bit ridiculous.
Prada's Kolhapuri imitation has morphed into a national debate, blending heritage pride and government efforts to empower the craftsmen. While legal action remains uncertain, the question now is, will this controversy spark meaningful collaboration or remain just another luxury spectacle? Only time will tell. With Bureau Report, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
Indian heritage has become a mood board reference for designer labels, but rarely with due credit. So the question is, do international fashion labels take Indian craft for granted? They remix, rebrand and repackage traditional Indian design, presenting it as their own, with zero mention of its origins. The same design sensibilities, the same textile legacy, and often the same embroidery techniques are served on a fancier platter. The latest example is that of Prada. So we ask on the show tonight, can Indian artisans legally stop brands like Prada? Can this be taken up legally? Can the government challenge it? Why did Prada call its leather sandals, in fact they called it leather sandals and not mention Kolhapur, the place from where these Kolhapuris actually originate? Does Prada's unacknowledged use violate the GI tag? Remember, the Kolhapuri chappals got GI tag in 2019. Can Indian artisans claim compensation? Why not? We ask that. And is this cultural appropriation dressed up as fashion? And how does Prada really justify that 1 lakh rupees price tag? And what does this really mean for the Indian artisans? The fact is, can Prada be sued? Perhaps yes. So let me bring in my guests tonight who are joining us. We have our in-house stylist here, right here in the studio. Mayank is joining us. We have Shaina NC, fashion designer, and Tara Deshpande, actor and writer. Shaina, I want you to wear the hat also of a Shiv Sena leader. The question is, it is your government in power. Kolhapur is in Maharashtra. Why is the government not taking this up?
So firstly, Maria, let me please say, I think it's really cool that we have the Kolhapuri chappal going world over. And as far as India is concerned, we've also set many of fashion trends. It's not always been the West that we have needed to ape. I'm glad that the West is aping Indian designs, or for that matter, seeking inspiration from the Kolhapuri chappal. I speak both as a fashion designer and as a member of the Shiv Sena. Our member of parliament, Dhaireshil Mane, who is from Hatkalangi, which is Kolhapur, was also saying that this would give so much livelihood to the people, the citizens of Kolhapur, which is one way of viewing it. Now, would you want to spend 1 lakh plus on a pair of Kolhapuri chappals? That is your choice. But my only limited submission is, whether it's Prada or any other international designers, the attribution to the cultural origins of the product, like a make in India, made in Kolhapur, etc., is something that we will definitely champion as a cause. And to collaborate various communities is also a must, because when you develop ethical guidelines, so to speak, which are ethnic in origin or traditional in designs, I think we need to talk about a cultural sustainability, which has been the need of the hour, and a lot of designers have been championing the cause of cultural sustainability, but at the same time, a fair compensation to the artisan. I mean, can you imagine that we make it for 300, 500 rupees and they just embellish it and sell it at 1 lakh plus? So I'm sure there'll be lots of legal experts who can intervene in this particular case, educate both the designers as well as the consumers, and keep in mind that there is a cultural sentiment, a cultural heritage, because you're right, in your initial opening, what you said about the Kolhapuri chappal and the artisans who are based out of there, the finesse with which
and
they
have seen
created and emerged into a brand in the 20th century.
The Dior Shararas that we know about, Mayank, you have a different view on this. Why do you see this as appreciation of Kolhapuris, not really appropriation, and some kind of stealing of idea of the artisans?
So first, I think it's very important to acknowledge that whatever Miuccia Prada, who is the designer and the creative director of Prada, whatever she does is instantly considered cool. So if she's looked at Indian Kolhapuri chappals and thought, oh, they're very interesting footwear, and decided to make an interpretation or rip off the design and put those in her collection, I think she's ready to make it cool again. And whatever Prada decides is considered cool. And I think the whole brouhaha about the price tag is having a very, how Marie Antoinette said, let them eat cake moment. So 1 lakh is too cheap for a Prada footwear. So I think Prada is, in a way, they should give the credit to the Indian artisans and where it's coming from. But also it is sort of putting Indian footwear on global map, which is fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tara Deshpande, that's a view of a stylist, and he is a fashion designer himself. So I think that's an alternate view. Perhaps we should consider that as well.
The GI tag that applies to the Kolhapuri chappal specifies that in order to call it a Kolhapuri chappal, it has to be produced in 6 or 7 districts which lie in Maharashtra as well as in Karnataka. If they are produced outside, you can't call it Kolhapuri. And they specify certain specific aspects to the design. So it's not just where it's produced, but it's also in part the design. Now, the problem that arises is that if it is produced outside of Kolhapur, even within India, which it is, but it is not called the Kolhapuri chappal, that is perfectly acceptable. The second issue here is that we have not copyrighted, trademarked, or positioned the design as intellectual property. So therefore, there is no legal protection for this particular kind of design. Now, Prada makes its footwear all over the world. Initially, when it started, made in Italy was the only label it had. But now it's making stuff in Vietnam, it's making stuff in Cambodia, and it puts there made in Italy, made in Vietnam, or made in Cambodia. Now, if they had come to these 7 districts and tried to cut a deal, maybe they would have made a deal and they could have said made in India. And if they were unable to cut a deal, they would say, we won't call it Kolhapuri, we'll just call it a sandal. They're not even calling it a chappal, which is a very Indian word. So the issue here is that we should learn from this, where mojiris are concerned, where juttis are concerned, where the Jodhpur pant is concerned. These have no GI tags right now, and they are not the property is not intellectually protected whatsoever. So before this happens, this is a good way wake-up call to take these very popular items and, sort of cushion them a little bit with legal protections and with GI tags. But that being said, we also have to understand that there are designs that the Americans came up with, many years ago, like jeans that everybody is making today. The Chinese collar, just as our Band Gala and our Nehru jackets have been copied the world over. We've also, we make Chinese collars here all the time, but we don't regard it as appropriation. So I think that a lot of this has to do with how we look at things right now.
So, Mayank, just do a quick recap for our viewers. How does it actually play out in the sense that when it is about an appropriation of this nature by something which is very culturally rooted in other countries, do they make this about an IP case, or do they just see this as their product arriving at a global stage?
Fashion is fluid. Like any artistic medium, it's fluid. And there's a very thin line between inspiration and ripping off something. And we, Indian designers have, we've been constantly inspired by European fashion or American fashion or Italian fashion. And so have they. It's very fluid. Chanel did this beautiful show back in 2011 where Karl Lagerfeld was there, called this Paris Bombay collection. It was, I think, the most beautiful representation of the East meets West. I think we have to look at it in a way, yes, respect the artisans, respect the craft and the craft community, give them the credit, but also what a brilliant cocktail of two cultures coming together, two style statements coming together.
That's actually very well put. So, Shaina NC, could it have been, Prada, Kolhapur coming together? Perhaps more acceptable way, saying it Paris to Kolhapur, Kolhapur to Paris.
So I think, Maria, that happens is with a couple of ways. Firstly, if we educate the designers, obviously the consumer will also be educated and the cultural heritage that we all talk about comes out. But I think what's most important is to have that kind of a tag which says Made in India, which is something that the Prime Minister has always espoused and said that, make in India, made in India, etc. So that would be priority, and then get into the nitty-gritty of how the artisan is compensated. And I hope that in this particular case, the artisans do get their credit and their worth, because it's great to have international designers. I mean, if we didn't have a Prada, we wouldn't even be discussing Kolhapuri chappals today, because how else would it have reached the international platform? And as I said in my opening, I'm glad that the West seeks inspiration from the East, and India particularly, as we set the
besides
trends
seeking
world
inspiration,
over, especially in this particular case.
The credit has to be given as well, Shaina. And the credit seems to be missing here.
Yes, that's
they
exactly
called it
what I
leather
said.
sandals rather than
credit
Kolhapuris.
needs to be given. Yes, so that is something that the Indian government, and I'm sure lots of us, will champion that cause completely, because that's something that I think that irrespective needs to be fought on, because this is not just your product. You've aped, or rather you've sought inspiration and created it in our country, so we must get our due. And that's something that I think will happen organically. But how cool is it to see Kolhapuri chappals all over the world? How cool is it to see yoga all over the world? How cool is it to see India shining all over the world? That's the biggest takeaway.
Okay, Tara Deshpande, do you think we have to move beyond, emotional reaction to a situation such as this and make it more legal, make it about artisans and fighting for the artisans? There has to be a campaign or perhaps a movement.
Well, because, it's Indian and we are attached to it. I mean, if you grew up in Maharashtra, you wore these chappals all the time.
No, we wear
so
it
you
even
do
in
feel
Delhi.
a sense of proud. Okay.
Tara, we wear it even in
but
Delhi.
Are they called Kolhapuri then, or just slippers?
No, it is called Kolhapuris only.
It's called. So that means they're coming from Kolhapur and from these 8 districts, because I know this design is made all over India and it's not necessarily sold as a Kolhapuri chappal. But I do believe that, if there had been an understanding between Prada and the artisans of these 6 or 7 districts, I think it would have been really, maybe something wonderful would have come of it. they would have benefited directly. But that hasn't happened, and I think it's a good idea to now start looking at all our indigenous designs and figuring out how they can be protected and what we would expect if somebody as big as Prada decided to reproduce them.
All right, Tara Deshpande and Shaina NC, really
or
appreciate
Maria,
your
even
time.
how they should be promoted.
Yes.
How they should be promoted world over.
Yes. So
Like, we waited for a Zandra Rhodes and a Sherry Blair to wear a sari. Just very short, Maria, we used to wait for a Sherry Blair, a Jemima Khan, a Liz Hurley to wear a sari and say, wow, I think the time has come for India to do it also. Why do we need international designers? We should take India
Absolutely.
abroad with a lot of competent
we should all be
designers
wearing
can do.
Kolhapuris and celebrating it. And even when, those who travel abroad become your
sari or
own
without.
brand ambassador. Thank you so much for joining us. Shaina NC and Tara Deshpande. That's all from me on this edition of The Last Word. And Vishnu is right here in the studio. And Vishnu, do you have a pair of Kolhapuri?
I do indeed. And I was just about to say the best way with the kurta pajama is Kolhapuri chappals, because they are just so comfortable and just so perfect. And no, I didn't buy it from Prada or Chanel or wherever else you would, I suspect, buy it from. Good evening, viewers. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom on the program today. It is an exciting day for those enthusiasts on the Indian space program. I'm one of them, and I must admit the choice of topic for me was quite easy. That's because we've got Shubhanshu Shukla, India's astronaut, up in the space station. That's him over there. That's him over there as well. And that's just great news, isn't it? Because we've got our space ambitions. We've got so much to hope for. We've got Gaganyaan, our own crewed mission that comes up in 2028. But today was a great moment when the four from the Crew Dragon craft finally emerged after it docked with the International Space Station. Shubhanshu Shukla is going to be there for 14 days with the rest of his crew. The experience that he gains will be invaluable. He will, of course, be telling other members of the Gaganyaan team what that's going to be all about. Now, he may not be flying on that Gaganyaan mission, chances are he won't, but it's a great occasion for an Indian. Remember, it's been 41 years since we've had an Indian on a space station. The last one, Rakesh Sharma, on the Soviet space station, Mir, 41 years back. So absolutely incredible. What we can do is give you this story on the incredible developments today.
लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था.
Floating into the space station, stepping into history and legend. Air Force pilot Shubhanshu Shukla wrote a historic new chapter in the country's space exploration story as he became the first Indian to float into the International Space Station. Gleaming with big smiles, Shubhanshu and his team of 4 astronauts entered the space station at about 6 p.m. Indian time after a 28-hour journey into space. Axiom 4's journey began at 12:01 p.m. on Wednesday, when SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket blasted off from Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in the United States. The 4-member crew were greeted by the existing 7-member crew at the International Space Station with big smiles, hugs, and welcome drinks.
So I am number 634. That's a privilege. No, but to be fair, it is a privilege to be amongst the few who have got the chance to see the Earth from a vantage point that I have been able to see now. It has been a wonderful ride. It has been great, and I was looking forward to come to space. It is something to look forward to as such. But the minute I entered the International Space Station and you guys, this crew, you just made me feel so welcome, as if you literally opened your doors, like your house doors for us. That's true. So, but it was fantastic. I feel even better. Whatever expectation I had of coming here, they were surpassed by the view. Of course, that's the big part of it, but by you guys as well. So thank you so much. I think this was fantastic. This is wonderful, and I'm very, very confident that the next 14 days are going to be amazing. Doing, as you said, advancing science and research and working together. Thank you so much.
The four then lined up for a photo op drinking liquids from a foil packet. Together, they all now make the Space 11 at the International Space Station. Earlier in the day, the capsule carrying the four astronauts docked at the space station at about 4 p.m. The fascinating process of docking and the crew entering the space station was beamed live across the world. Shukla's proud parents watched their son write history with tears in their eyes, prayers on their lips, and pride in their heart.
अब ये अंदर चले गए, अब कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अब कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बेहद खुश है। अब 14 दिन बाद उनका इंतजार रहेगा वापसी का।
14 वापसी का इंतजार रहेगा कि जल्दी से आए, जल्दी से मिले आके हम लोगों से।
ये बहुत ही अहम पड़ाव था, उसके लिए उसने जो है अच्छी तरह उसने मेहनत करके जो भी सक्सेस प्राप्त की है, उसके लिए हम बहुत खुश हैं और बच्चे पर गर्व है, हमें पूरा अपने बच्चे पर गर्व है।
The International Space Station will now be Shukla & Co.'s home for the next 14 days, where they will conduct experiments before returning to Earth.
Astronaut Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla created history for India, becoming the first Indian to visit the International Space Station. After a long journey, he will now spend 14 days at the International Space Station, conducting several experiments. But this is really the beginning of the Indo-US partnership in space. Beyond this, coming up is the NASA-ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar Satellite, the world's single most expensive Earth imaging satellite ever made. India and America exploring space together. And Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla lays the first firm steps for India's Gaganyaan program. With Vishnu Som in New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
All right, so Pallav with me. Pallav, we can all breathe.
Yes, we can, finally.
It's been several weeks,
yes.
3 weeks plus of delays. Then the mission went up and it worked after it blasted off. It was all flawless and so far it seems good. What is Subhanshu Shukla going to be doing on the International Space Station?
Right now he must be sleeping. His first night at the International Space Station to enjoy a sleep more than in the Crew Dragon. It would be an outstanding feeling to do that in microgravity. Not easy. Yeah. He was not feeling well. He also said that he was having a heavy head, which is normal. Space sickness is normal, but they settle down. He has a flight surgeon or a doctor attached to him, Dr. Punnaslok Biswal. He will take care of him. But now the heavy load and work begins.
Yeah.
They have over a 12.5-hour schedule for every day where every minute is chalked out. And he will be doing 7 India-specific experiments. They are fairly basic experiments. India is doing astrobiology for the first time, so we couldn't have expected very complicated ones. He's also going to be doing 5 human biology experiments which are NASA-ISRO specific. The details of that have not been revealed at all.
Why?
I do not know why, but they have not been revealed. That's going to be done between NASA and ISRO. There are 2 outreach events and 1 talk with a VIP. I leave that to you. For you to guess. No prizes for guessing.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a packed 14-day. He will have to spend time. His body clock has been adjusted to what is called London time or Greenwich Mean Time, because the space station works with that.
I see.
All of them. Countries have decided they will work with Greenwich Mean Time. So his body clock in the quarantine itself was adjusted to that. And now really the hard work begins. But this is really the first step for India's Gaganyaan program, because he's going to bring back experience which will contribute to India's massive leap in space, which is to send an Indian from India. So he's learning, and he said These are the first firm steps for India's Gaganyaan. He is very young, he's 39. He is going to be bringing back lots of wisdom. Alongside, India did send Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair. He is as a backup. He's 9 years older. It was the oldest of the lot of the four. So India chose correctly the oldest and the youngest. He was the backup. The youngest will give a lot of things, and Prashant Balakrishnan Nair also must have imbibed and soaked in everything. All of that will contribute to our human space flight program. End of the day, India wants to be ready. If there is ever a need for humans to leave Earth and colonize someplace, India should never be left behind.
Who will India's Gaganyatris be on Gaganyaan? Will it be Shubhanshu Shukla?
No,
given his experience, how does that process go?
It's a very tricky process. Being an astronaut is a very risky business. Group Captain Shukla has become an astronaut in less than 4 years after selection. Mostly astronauts spend about 8 to 10 years on Earth before they become astronauts and before they are able to fly. So within a year of getting his wings, he has become an astronaut. So on the Gaganyaan program, it could be one of these four. It has to be one of these four because they have been trained, they are test pilots. All countries, whenever they do first-time vehicles, they send test pilots because they have the skills of navigating and managing issues if they happen. So it will be one of them. It could be any, it could be Angad, it could be Krish, it could be Prashant Balakrishnan Nair, it could be Group Captain Shukla. Who could be, I'm sure at that time when we choose, it would be the right person.
It's just basic question. Gaganyaan first mission, is it just one astronaut?
Right now, what India has said, the capsule which is being developed for Gaganyaan can carry up to 3 astronauts. So India has said we'll send up to 3 astronauts for up to 1 week. That is the plan. But my own instinct is it could be 1 or 2. And it could be well for 3 days because you don't want to take a risk, but you don't want to send a single person also because you need a buddy. So it could be 1 or 2 because the more people you have in the experimental vehicle, the higher the risk, but you need also a buddy. So this is just the beginning. Gaganyaan, as of now, the plan is in 2027 to have the first human space flight from Sriharikota. And then the plan is to have another crewed flight. And then the Bharatiya Antariksh Station is likely to come up. So there will be to and fro traffic and then Indian on the moon. See, when Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma went up, it was a one-off mission. So Group Captain Ravish Malhotra never got a chance. Whereas right now, there are 4 candidates. They all have a chance to become astronauts sooner than later.
Yeah, if not in the first, then subsequent missions.
Yes, because it's now a full program and it's going to continue for many years. And that's definite. So they will get an opportunity and they're already starting the process of selecting a fresh crop of astronauts. And that could be non-test pilots because by then you would have matured.
Should I apply?
Oh, you should, I'm sure.
All right, we'll leave it over there. Pallav and I might be headed to space at some stage or the other, be that as it may. We did have some wonderful conversations throughout the day with extraordinary astronauts. Let's take a look. So, a fantastic day for so many people in India looking at the Indian space program and its future. We've got our first astronaut in an international space station in 41 years. The last time around, Rakesh Sharma was on Mir, the Soviet space station, all those decades back. Joining us now, Clayton Anderson and Dr. Ayman Jahangir. Thank you both very much for being with us. Clayton Anderson, in the context of India, a nation which has distinct space aspirations, just getting an astronaut on board the International Space Station, how do you see this to be important?
Well, having international participation in space is incredibly important. Shubhanshu, congratulations to him and congratulations to the nation of India for being able to successfully place him into orbit on the International Space Station. I'm extremely jealous and envious of the entire crew, not just Shubhanshu. But this is a big deal. And in order for the Earth to move away, or for humans to move away from the Earth and perhaps go to Mars, I think it will be a very international effort, a collaboration effort, if you will. The United States simply can't do it on its own. So congratulations to ISRO and all the folks in India.
Right. Dr. Jahangir, what we do know is that Shubhanshu Shukla had a touch of space sickness. What's that all about?
Yeah, so it's actually quite common for astronauts when they get into orbit to have a little space sickness, which is feeling a little nauseated and maybe even vomiting. Typically, it lasts about 3 days, and the reason it occurs is because what your eyes are seeing is different than what your inner ear is telling you. So here on Gravity, which is what humans know and where we live, it all works well together. But when you get to space, that can be a little unusual for your body to adjust to. So it's not surprising, especially someone like Captain Shukla, who is an Air Force pilot who has lots and lots of experience flying. It's not uncommon. So I'm not surprised that happened, but he will be feeling better, I'm sure, pretty quickly.
But how do you fix that? Or it just goes away?
So yeah, it does just go away after a couple of days. Your body readjusts, but there are medications that astronauts do take when they get into space that can help. Just like if you were to get motion sickness on a boat, same kind of idea.
You know, Mr. Anderson, one of the most amazing parts of what we saw today was the high-resolution footage every moment of Crew Dragon coming in and then docking with the International Space Station. That's something that's completely changed the entire space experience, hasn't it, for people around the world? Perhaps will add to enthusiasm for watchers around the world who would otherwise have thought space as being, it's been there, it's been happening for a while, been there, done that in a sense, but it adds a new dimension, I would suggest.
It does. And first, let me tell Shubhanshu that motion sickness and all that will go away. And I feel his pain. But with respect to the technology on board, in 2007, our cameras were nowhere near as good. Our video wasn't even high definition, which is why you don't see any much video from me in my time in space, because it was all low definition. I actually did the first high definition footage.
Oh, how interesting.
In 15 and 16. So, and the other cool thing for these guys is they're there during a solar maximum period, a high activity of solar particles and stuff hitting the magnetic field of the Earth. So they're getting to see beautiful auroras. They get to capture them with high definition video. They're taking pictures with cameras with much better lenses, with much higher pixels in the camera. I mean, it's very cool, and people do respond to that. It's bringing it home to the people of India, to the people of the United States. That's how you get support for your space program. That's how you're able to move forward and do more things.
Dr. Jahangir, are you enthusiastic about India's own space program? Because what we've got coming up in 2028 and is an entirely homegrown effort at getting an astronaut into space on an Indian rocket, on an Indian orbiter. That's a huge jump technology-wise, but they seem to be set to do it, and the tests seem to be progressing well.
I will say, you have to remember that only 3 countries in the world to date have had their own homegrown program. So for India to do it, which they're doing within the next 5 to 10 years, even talking about having a space station, is incredible. ISRO is making great strides. And Captain Shukla being up on the space station with this 2-week mission is going to gain a lot of experience of what it means to actually be in space, that he can then bring back and inform the people of India and inform the scientists and the engineers at ISRO as about how to make both the spacecraft and the space station, more useful and beneficial for everyone. So this is vastly important. It is a 2-week mission. It's not a 6-month mission, but even in those 2 weeks, that experience that Captain Shukla is going to have is going to be immensely important for India going forward in their own program.
Mr. Addison, the status of India's Gaganyaan program, that's what we call our crewed mission. It is at a fairly advanced stage. We've got the rocket. We've made lots of progress in rocketry. It'll be a variation of the GSLV rocket. We've already done one pad abort test. They want to do another test at a higher altitude, and they are working at habitability of the capsule itself. And then they've got ambitions for a space station in 2035. And they seem to be getting there. Is there almost a sense of disbelief among people who you speak to that is India really doing this? And are they doing this at the cost at which they claim to be doing this? Because it's extremely expensive, besides being extremely difficult.
Well, Astro Clay talks about the 3Ds of spaceflight, right? It's dangerous, it's difficult, and it costs dollars. And those are always something we need to keep in mind. Being safe, doing this safely is important. We've done it before. We did it back in the 60s in America. We're doing it again now, but we're doing it with better technology, which hopefully makes all of this safer for everyone. I would caution ISRO to just move forward slowly, carefully, smartly, and do the tests that are required to prove that it's going to be safe. Because if something bad happens to Elon, to Blue Origin, to ISRO, to any of these countries trying to launch humans into space, we run the risk of setting things way back, right? And that's what we don't want to have. We want to be safe going forward. We want to be smart because it is dangerous, it's difficult, and it costs a lot of dollars.
All right, great speaking to both of you. Thanks very much for being with us and sharing your thoughts on, on the Indian space program, Shubhanshu Shukla at the International Space Station, and a lot more. Thank you very much indeed.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh,
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak,
Joining us at this stage, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the American astrophysicist and writer. Mr. Tyson, thanks so much for being with us. We are
congratulations.
We are an emotional people, we Indians, and we get a bit emotional, sometimes too emotional. But it is a big moment. It's a moment of pride to see one of our countrymen up at the International Space Station. It's taken far too long. You know about our space ambitions. So could you reflect on what this means for a country with a developing space program?
Yeah, I can tell you without hesitation that an astronaut representing a country, upon returning to the country, is a hero. Let's just put it out there. They're a hero. People will line up to take photos with them, and it's the way I joke about it, where
and I say, no one has ever given a parade for a robot, okay? But we do it for people. When one of our own does something heroic, is on an adventure and comes back to talk about it, that's important. And so another way to think about this, we should all look forward to the day where this is no longer interesting because it's happening so often. And when you reach that point, then you can truly declare yourselves to be a spacefaring nation, where it's just, I got another mission going up this week. Cool. We'll find out when they get back, what they've been up to. And I want to say something quick about these images we've been seeing.
Yep.
I just want to remind you, everyone in that scene is weightless.
Yep.
So they could have had fun and had one of them completely upside down, alternating, and they would feel no different. So they all lined up just for the camera. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
There is no up or down when you are weightless in orbit around the Earth.
I think it's people around the world would have seen images and videos like this for so many years, and the quality of the video just keeps getting better. But I think, Mr. Tyson, the point which I'd like you to reflect on is the fact that there's nothing ordinary or easy or simple about human beings being in space, right? It is incredibly difficult. It was in the 60s, and it is now.
Yeah, so I cannot overstate the fact that at the end of the day, yes, it is rocket science. And the number of scientists and engineers and administrators and way back in there, the funding streams, all of this has to work. And when it doesn't work, it puts lives at risk. And so, fortunately, we've had many steps tested and retested, which has reduced the risk, but the risk is not zero. And astronauts have died, not only on the launch pad, but in space. And so, yes, we should never take any of this for granted. And there's the saying that we say in the United States, maybe other countries say it too, we say Godspeed to the astronauts. And, the very word goodbye came from a time that's a contraction of God be with you when you left the city walls. And it was very dangerous moving between the cities. So you looked for divine protection where it was most dangerous. Well, when our first astronaut, John Glenn, was in space, 1962, the headline was Godspeed, John Glenn. A dangerous thing to be traveling that fast on an adventure hardly tested by anyone. And so, yes, this emotion is still with us when we see our astronaut heroes take these voyages.
Dr. Neil, this is Pallav Bagla from the NDTV office. Welcome to the broadcast. There were many Godspeed moments for this mission. While they were still on the ground, there were several delays. And when astronaut Peggy Whitson came into the International Space Station, she spoke about the long quarantine. We had several issues. And then as the mission was lifting up, we also had two anxious moments with the fiber in the hatch and then the wind file not uploading. What do you have to say for that? These were very anxious moments for this particular mission, and a 30-day quarantine? Is that the longest you ever heard of?
Maybe, but I mean, they're all professional. Remember that. So, and I'd rather, delay the mission than take the risk of not having it ever succeed. So we can be frustrated. What's the delay? Wait, fix the delay. No, take your time fixing the delay, because I don't want to raise the risk of harm that is already inherent in the entire operation. So yes, I think you were very close to this mission, and every little step. Every mission has little things that go wrong. Fortunately, much of the system, and thanks to engineers, have redundancies built in, so that if something goes wrong, there's a backup. Or if this goes wrong, we'll do without that for now, and maybe for the rest of the mission, we'll just compensate in other ways. So well-designed risky missions will always have these backup scenarios, always in the interest of protecting human life.
Dr. Neil, in November we complete 25 years of continuous human presence at the International Space Station. How exciting is that? And one more follow-up question for you. In 25 years, we've invested billions of dollars of taxpayer money on the International Space Station. Which is 1, 2, or 3 blockbuster research which has emerged from the space station?
Well, so I think the way you need to think about it, well, of the many ways to think about this, for me the most important is not listing the achievements or the scientific research and the results that come from it. You could do that, but I think there are other forces operating. For example, just the national pride of each country that has an astronaut represented on the space station. If I read correctly, each of the Polish astronaut, the Hungarian astronaut, and of course the Indian astronaut is their first time to the space station. And this is very important in the countries for which they are represented. And what I'm getting at is, that space exploration and launches and landings and space stations requires fluency in science, technology, engineering, and math, the STEM fields. Where if you're a kid wanting to know what should I do when I grow up, and you see this happening in space, it is a force of inspiration that rivals a force of nature unto itself, driving interest in the STEM fields. And the STEM fields are the engines of the future growth economies of the world. So an impact can be measured by other ways beyond just a checklist of activities that have been conducted. You can try to measure the force it has on a culture and on civilization. And I'll tell you this as well, that it's the STEM fields that stand the greatest chance of lifting a nation out of poverty, because this is where economies are born. This is where high-tech industries, quality jobs arrive. And when I think of space, I see it as a force of inspiration, not as a checklist to see what did you accomplish today.
Dr. Neil, India has a program going up to 2040 for which the government has invested a huge amount of money, which is to land an Indian on the moon by 2040. So the roadmap is quite clear for India. For you, sitting from your perch, that India will soon have its own human space program, an Indian space station, and land an Indian on the moon, and be a developed country by 2047. Does that sound good and exciting to you?
It's always good to have the goals. When President Kennedy said, we will land a man on the moon before the decade is out, we felt that we said, we don't want to make a liar out of him. Let's go ahead and do this. And by the way, I want to add to what you said. So it's not just an Indian space station and an Indian landing on the moon. You hinted at it, but I want to drive home. Part of that goal is that it's completely top to bottom Indian-produced technologies. And so it's no longer a commercial venture from another country. It wouldn't be SpaceX or NASA. So you'd be doing it on your own, and that is another source of pride that I know we had when we were going into space, the United States. So I wish India well. I wish them luck. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck as well, but it's less luck and more brilliance in the scientists and engineers that are attempting to make that happen.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, wonderful speaking to you, and I agree entirely. It is Indian engineering at the end of the day, which really has to come of age. In many senses it has, but as you push the boundaries even further, there's a lot more to achieve, and I think we're really making a lot of progress there.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। NDTV का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। NDTV लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें NDTV नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। NDTV क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है।
West Asia, it appears, might be coming to an end, but it appears that the ceasefire between Israel and Iran is extremely tenuous, and the overall terms of the agreement are still unclear. The impact of this has been lingering, not just for millions of people across the region, but also potentially for economic reasons and on economic grounds. It's one of 2 major wars or major conflicts which persist across the world. Martin Wolf is one of the finest economists in the world in terms of his thinking on economic ideas. I've had the privilege of speaking to him a couple of times in the last few years, and he's here in New Delhi, which is all the more reason to speak to him now. Thank you very much for being with us.
It's a pleasure.
It's a difficult situation around the world in the Middle East, and who knows what's going to finally happen. If things don't resolve, what is the potential economic impact in terms of oil flows?
Well, the first thing to stress is I don't know, and we really don't know. This is an incredibly uncertain situation. At the moment, with what's happened so far as I can see, the impact is going to be quite modest, well within the range of the sort of mild turbulence we get in energy markets, and certainly not of huge global significance. It's important to remember the oil economy isn't as important as it used to be 50 years ago or so during the first and second oil shocks, so it shouldn't matter that much unless the shock to prices is enormous. So the question ultimately, and actually I wrote about this in a column published immediately after the terrorist assault from Hamas in Israel a couple of years ago, a bit less, that it depends exactly on what you're talking about. Could it spread to the Gulf? Could it mean real attacks on oil fields, and particularly the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, through which an enormous proportion of the world's oil, about 30% or so, goes? At the moment, it seems very clear that everybody's aware of the risk. The US is imposing a lot of pressure to prevent that happening. Yeah. It's been, I think, pretty clear to Iran that if it did this, it would attract the ire of all the world's powers. The Chinese will be immensely upset. Obviously, the Gulf states will be upset. The Americans will be furious. So I think the Iranians are being very careful not to do that. The Israelis certainly don't want to be blamed for this. So strangely for me, I'm actually relatively optimistic that it will be contained short of that. But I would always stress one can never be sure.
Just in terms of the broader situation between Israel and Iran, how do you assess where this has gone? Has anybody won or has anybody lost?
Well, first of all, I'm not an expert in geopolitics, and I always stress this. I have colleagues who are, and I do the geoeconomics, so I've discussed this. I think that the Israeli view would be that they have, in the short run, won in the sense that they've penetrated Iran's defenses. They've degraded them significantly. They've killed a great number of people they regard as mortal enemies, and they have weakened Iran's medium-term position, not just short-term, in terms of its ability to obtain nuclear weapons. So they, I think, will feel very strongly, certainly Bibi Netanyahu will feel this has been a success. And if you look at it in the wider context, a couple of years ago, they seemed to be surrounded by Iran's proxies, very strong position in Syria, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and that all seems to have gone away. So from Israel's point of view, the military actions are bound to look successful. The Americans too will probably be quite happy with the claim, though it's challenged even by their own intelligence operations, that they have damaged, if not destroyed, at least much of Iran's nuclear potential. But is this an enduring outcome? Very unlikely. Iran is still there. Iran is probably even more determined. I see no obvious reason to expect that the regime will collapse. It seems far more likely that the Revolutionary Guard will become the dominant element. That could go on for decades. Will they try to get another rebuild the nuclear program? I would guess yes, because they will see that's the way to be secure. Will that lead to more confrontations with Israel and the US? Quite likely. So I suspect it's in no way definitive. While Israel and the US have sort of got their short-term aims, at least Israel has, this is not going to resolve this conflict, which requires a general peace in the Middle East, which does look further away than ever.
Some would suggest that a peaceful solution to Russia and Ukraine is perhaps nowhere in sight either at this stage. That has a profound economic impact in so many levels. The price of food grain, for example, which was coming out of Ukraine, that continues to be impacted. Another strand for us in India, which is important, of course, is fuel flows. We continue to import oil from Russia, and our foreign minister always gets asked that, look, why are you doing this? And Russia is the aggressor. But he keeps on pressing home the one point that, look, we have to think about India first. We have a huge population, a huge set of requirements in terms of energy. Is that an argument that is increasingly accepted?
Well, I think at least, even if it's not accepted, and I remember appearing on a television program in India shortly after the initial war, if it's not accepted, it's tolerated. The Western powers have recognized from the beginning that India has its own interests. It's an extremely important player strategically, including for the West, and they don't want a confrontation over this. So it's accepted. And this is even more obvious now when the US and the Europeans are really, to some degree, at loggerheads. The US doesn't have any clear strategy towards the resolution of this war. Trump's boast that he would settle it within the first day is obviously proven, as we expected, to be absurd. I don't know what they're trying to do there. The Europeans want to sustain Ukraine. Will that work? How will the war resolve itself? We don't know the answers to any of these questions. So India can, I think, be perfectly comfortable pursuing the policy it is. But my suspicion is that the war will continue without a resolution. Russia isn't going to win in the sense of collapsing Ukraine completely. At the same time, Ukraine has no chance of defeating Russia. How could it? It's just a horrible running sore and a tragedy for the people of Ukraine. But I think it looks to me as though, as it were, the geopolitical significance, the points you made, isn't going to get any worse. I can't see why it was. Now, the terrible truth about the world that we live in is we can live with ongoing wars in which lots of people are killed because we can live with them. And that's increasingly what both these conflicts look like to me, though the Iran-Israel one is more sensitive because the oil flows are more sensitive. So the outcome is, it seems to be just another of these ongoing conflicts. which we tend not to think about very much. Look at Sudan.
No, I know. It's a huge problem over there. I wanted to ask you a little bit about trade equations between America and the rest of the world. Obviously, there's a great deal of pressure. America is dealing with different countries. Some would suggest in different ways. There's this particular equation with China and talks in one direction, talks with India as well. Do you believe that there will be a comprehensive India-US trade deal which would potentially resolve some of the concerns which primarily America seems to have?
Well, first of all, I think the American trade policy that is now being pursued is ludicrous, intellectually insupportable, and it will not achieve the result it wants, which is a massive reduction in all its external deficits, both bilateral and overall, because that's an intellectual error. It's not due to trade policy, it's due to macroeconomic imbalances, which I've discussed in recent columns, and Mr. Trump simply doesn't get this. It is so in some fundamental way, this trade policy will fail to achieve its objectives, and it's certainly not going to reindustrialize America. It might increase employment in manufacturing in America by a couple of percentage points. It will still continue to decline. So it's really nonsense. And one must add, it's completely illegal under the World Trade Organization rules, so it's behaving like a rogue power. Now, given that, and India must deal with the realities, it does seem to me more likely that they will reach a good deal with India than pretty well anywhere else, except they've got a pretty good deal with the UK.
That's true.
And that Mr. Trump takes these things very personally. He rather likes the UK. He likes the UK royal family. He's a bit snobbish about that. And he obviously likes Mr. Modi and regards India as a friendly country. And he would like to reach a deal. And the Americans don't, at least at the moment, really worry about Indian competition and competitiveness. They don't think of India as anything like China. And of course, 10 years from now, I've said this before, 10 or 20 years from now, they may, if India is successful, view it very differently. But now they look at it favorably. So I assume there will be a deal. I have no idea what sort of deal it will be, but I imagine it will be an agreement which allows relatively liberal trade on both sides, creates some opportunities for India vis-a-vis other countries, because clearly the barriers to exports from China will be higher. That will be very friendly. Maybe even the barriers to Vietnam will be higher. So this could be an important opportunity for India. But I should qualify, there's a history here. Mr. Trump has reached deals before. In his first term, he reached a very good deal, he himself said, with Mexico and Canada. And the first thing he did this time is blow it up. So you can't trust it. And that's important, because in trade policy, you want the deal to be so secure that business will invest large amounts of money to exploit the opportunities. And it's unlikely that most businesses will feel that is really secure, because Mr. Trump can withdraw what he has delivered. He doesn't worry very much about what he's signed because he lives in the day.
That's true. You briefly mentioned Europe and America. I was at the Munich Security Conference where America, essentially J.D. Vance pulled the rug under the feet of Europe, redefined the nature of NATO and the equation, the military equation between America and Europe. One of the big demands of the US president is that GDP spending or spending on defense as a percentage of GDP across Europe needs to go up substantially, that America will no longer necessarily protect Europe against Russia in quite the same way as it's done in the past. How is the UK, France, Italy, and let's say Germany placed? How are they placed in actually doing that? To the extent that America as a military player in Europe could actually see a reduced role?
Well, this is a huge question. First of all this has been quite clearly a huge shock to the Europeans. Not completely a surprise, but the extent of it was a surprise. The hostility, particularly from J.D. Vance, was certainly striking. We never expected him to come and basically support the extreme right. Many Europeans regard as neo-fascists, in my view, correctly. So that's all a big shock. And then we saw the extraordinary film of their confrontation with Mr. Zelensky in the White House. So these are huge shocks. Now, they're working very hard to reach a new deal. The NATO meeting at the moment, very recently. And people are falling over themselves to say we're going to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP. I don't believe that will ever happen. It's higher than the US has. I think that's a fantasy. I don't know where the money will come from. But certainly people are aware that they are going to have to rely on themselves. They're going to have to build up their militaries. And the most striking case is Germany, which has basically scrapped its restriction on debt. It's going all out to borrow. And Germany is potentially the most powerful military entity for obvious reasons in size, economic development. And of course, it is important to stress, if we leave aside nuclear weapons, which Russia has a gigantic arsenal which dates from Soviet days, which the Europeans will not match. But in other areas, if you look at the European economy, it's vastly bigger than the Russian economy, much more sophisticated. It should really be quite comfortable to match the conventional weaponry of Russia. If you look that Ukraine can hold the Russian army and it's killed vast numbers of Russians, I think the Europeans can feel plausibly confident that as long as the nuclear umbrella survives, and that's the key thing from America, the conventional forces can be balanced perfectly well by the Europeans in a few years. Sure. And I think the Europeans have sort of got that, and I expect it to happen. So if the Americans allow 4 or 5 years, this will work. But one should emphasize, and we had an article in the FT just today by Lloyd Austin, the former Secretary of Defense under Mr. Biden, former general. Yes. He said, it will be very inefficient for us all to go on our own. Yeah. The cooperation and using our complementary skills between the US and Europe is important for both of us, and we shouldn't give that up. Does Mr. Trump understand that? Does this administration understand that? That's a very big question. But basically, I think in conventional terms, over time, the Europeans can unquestionably achieve a reasonable balance against Russia.
A final question, since you are here in India. We have huge aspirations of becoming a developed nation by 2047. Some say that's unrealistic. The government says that no, one way or the other, it is going to happen. We have a huge demographic dividend, which is a good thing. We've got a young population. But I think the larger question is on whether we are optimally using that young population. And the reason I say so is because a young population has to be skilled and reskilled. The nature of the economy is changing. I won't ask you a hackneyed question on AI and growth. I will, however, ask you about the importance of reskilling to meet India's ambitions of becoming a developed nation.
Well, it's a very, very good question. So I delivered a lecture here based on an article I wrote for a book in honor of a very dear friend of mine, Shankaracharya. So so my answer to this, I do think it is plausible, nothing is certain, that by 1947 India will be a great power by any definition.
2047.
2047, sorry. What did I say? 1947. Sorry, I apologize. Slip of the tongue. 2047, it will be a superpower. I expect it to be very clearly the third largest economy in the world and a great power. That should happen, simply the combination of numbers with growth continuing at about the average, which is very much consistent of 6% a year or so, which India's had over the last 3 decades. That would not, in my calculations, there are differences. What is a developed country? There are different definitions. In my definitions, that wouldn't really make India a developed nation. But that's a matter of division. It would be an upper middle income country, but it would be a considerably bigger economy and more sophisticated than today. So does it matter? It wouldn't be precisely a developed country as I define it? Not really. Now, the question you're asking is, well, 2 questions. One, can that be sustained? 6% a year for the next 20, 25 years? And what would... And the answer to that is, it is possible. India has always done a pretty poor job of skilling its population. but it still has got skilled, and there are so many Indians, and it is still so relatively poor that it seems to me, and there are so many more getting educated, that you will create, in all probability, sufficiently more skilled people to drive that sort of growth from this starting point, still relatively low, for another 25 years. You don't have to do much better than you have done before, though you do have to keep on skilling people. Of course, if you do more than you've done before, and as you suggest, do really better in skilling your whole and reskilling your population, providing through your firms and through the government, really higher levels of education and continuous skilling, you could do even better. And I've always felt India could grow at 8% a year. And if that happened, you would definitely become developed. So, but 6% or so seems to me manageable with a continuation of the past performance, which obviously means that you continue to pull more and more women into the labor force, you got them more and more skilled, you extend education, high quality education throughout the whole labor force, and that would mean continued improvement.
Martin Wolf, wonderful to see you in Delhi, and thank you very much for joining us here on NDTV. Thank you very much indeed.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and
As lakhs of devotees wait eagerly to catch a glimpse of Lord Jagannath amidst tight and unprecedented security, watch every bit of the car festival with me, Manogya Loiwal, only on NDTV.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. You're watching the News Night and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. Today we are talking of a fascinating story. This is about the Iranian supreme leader who vanished. He vanished during a war. Remember this. There was not a whisper, there was not a photograph, not even a prayer. But then, suddenly after 9 days of global silence, the man has finally surfaced and he has spoken today. But not from a podium, but from a teleprompter. Ayatollah Khamenei has appeared in a pre-recorded video, parts of which you see on your screens. Now, he said multiple things, and I'll tell you what he says, but that is not important. He's declared a slap to America. He says there could be a collapse of Israel and also a victory for the Islamic Republic. But you know what is the catch? And what is it that you must focus on tonight? If you look at this particular video, there is no timestamp. We do not know when this was recorded. There is no location. So where is he right now? Is this in real time? Again, no word on this. And clearly there is no word on Iran's nuclear losses or casualties. A lot of you have been asking if this is a part of a deep fake. Has this been created using artificial intelligence? We do not know. But what is the question that you must ask yourself? There are just two questions. When you look at Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, appearing like this and speaking after silence during a war, is this real leadership or is this just a regime that is grasping for control? Do remember, the regime change is still a concern. And he today could also be a worried man, but we do not know where he is. What is about his health? Was there any targeting of Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, during these strikes? And when was this video recorded? So tonight on News Night, the war may have been paused, but Tehran's propaganda machine is still at war, says a lot of people. Is this deep fake? Is this artificial intelligence? We will recap and decode all that and much more with you. And as we look at a lot of these images, we know that that man now is alive. He has surfaced. But why did he not go live? That is a question that people are asking. So let's bring out questions that you must also look at as we will go big on the story. We continue to ask, where is he? But let's bring up more questions, questions that haven't been answered in spite of this video. The top band will always say that you have Ayatollah who's alive, but he's not live. Now, I want to tell you more about where he usually stays. If you look at this map of Iran here on your screens and that portion that is circled there in red, that is the 11th district. There are about 22 such districts in Iran, and this is his usual base. The leadership house in District 11 in Tehran, and this is where he stays most of the time. But then what has happened now? We'll bring up what is unusual, what has changed, and also details of this video. Now, if you look at this particular video on your screens, this is a recent broadcast. In fact, in just the last 20 days, the last time that you had seen Ayatollah was the 18th of June, and now he's surfaced today. But this also shows you that there is a new setting. Look very closely at the curtains and a lot of other things, and those are details that I'm going to bring up next here. These are two videos, the 18th of June and the 25th of June. This is both the Supreme Leader. One is a long time ago, the other has just happened today. But look at the backdrops. The backdrops hardly change. The man is obviously looking a little bit more down and out, is what a lot of visual analysts say. But these brown curtains are consistent during both the videos. Also, if you realized, Ayatollah Khomenei's poster at the back is also constant in both of the videos. And this is a location that has not been seen before. So does this mean that his location on the 18th and the 25th was the same, or were both the videos recorded on the same day? Because there is no timestamp. Now, this also signals that he has possibly shifted to an undisclosed location, which is a given. There were strikes and he had to be pushed out to safety, and I'm going to tell you more about the bunkers where he possibly could be. Now, as this story will move, you will also get in more details of what analysts say. Analysts point out to the IRGC Media Operation Hub, which is a part in central Iran. And they say if you look at the video and the setting, possibly he has been moved to that safe location. But then, if you have a larger idea of where he is Ayatollah right now nearby that particular building, or is he beneath that same building? Because there are multiple bunkers, and clearly he today is in a very, very fortified place. He has been avoiding vehicles amidst a lot of these car bomb fears, which you have seen the Mossad, that is the intel agency of Israel, actually using time and again. But again, look at these two videos, the 25th of June and the 18th of June, because the story lies here. When were they recorded? Why is there no date stamp? Why is he reading from a teleprompter? When was all this done? And where is he? Is he still in a bunker? Has he been hurt? Is he in a hospital? Is he even in Iran? These are multiple questions people continue to ask, but we will also now help you understand what happens when you are inside a bunker. Now, this is through artificial intelligence that we are just reimagining what could happen in a bunker. Now, this is actually what a bunker could look like. We can tell you that he was rushed to an underground bunker hours after the Israeli strike. If you look at Iran, large parts of it, remember, has those stones, it has mountains. The terrain is such that you can be able to create such bunkers. Let's move. As you will see this entire image now moving, and this goes inside a bunker. So these are portions of inside a bunker. He actually moves in here with his family. His entire family, the buzz is with him. And they have been sheltering with the family in the Lavizan facility. This again is a known facility that he has used previously. Again, through artificial intelligence, we are just helping you understand where could he be, which bunker, what he could be doing. Now, this is again a portion of a bunker that you see, and we keep going down just to help you understand the impact. Now, this is the same bunker that was used during Iran's April and October 2024 attacks on Israel. Even then, you had the Supreme Leader who was immediately rushed to a bunker, and he stayed there safely for a lot many days. No one knows when did he come out, what happened post that. And all this is also high-tech. It has a lot of surveillance. No one has easy access. So whether you look at how this surveillance is actually going on, provided by the multi-layer of security also there, it is guarded by an elite and a secretive unit. It is so secretive that even top people in the Iranian establishment are not aware about this. Who's manning this? There are no answers. It is that much of a secret. We move again as far as the bunker is concerned to get you more details of what is it that we know through different media reports coming in different outlets. This has a 24/7 protection by a covert security force, keeping in mind, remember, that he is a high-value target. And clearly, you have to keep him safe because that is what Iran obviously wants to tell the world. We move on more to get you more pictures that have been created by artificial intelligence on these bunkers and life inside this. He's shielded against infiltration and also assassination. Such are the techniques, such are the walls, such are the equipments, and we do know there is hardly any connectivity that Ayatollah, the supreme leader, has with the rest of the world. But that is the challenge. What about the people guarding him? Do they keep mobile phones? Could there be surveillance on them? These are important questions. But at this moment, I want to get in Dr. James Dorsey. Okay, we'll get him in just a moment. I think John is also joining us. Rosmondo, he's a global commentator and also a commentator on the US national security. John, thank you for your time here and thank you for speaking to us on NDTV. You've seen Ayatollah surfacing today. He's broken his silence. But when you look at the video, and we'll put out that video also on our screens, there are a lot of questions being asked whether this is a part of deep fake, this is genuine. Where is he? Why did he not go live?
Well, let's put it this way. As you've been pointing out, he's a subject to assassination. The Iranians know just how well penetrated the IRGC is by the Mossad. So, it looks like genuine that, it's real. But, as you say, you don't know when this was taken, but, his message is clear. Iran is not going to give up its nuclear program, and it would view doing so as surrender. So I think that this is a message that the Supreme Leader is still alive and that Israel missed him.
You say that this is clearly a message that the Supreme Leader is alive. But then, John, the next obvious question that a lot of our viewers would be interested in, in today's day and time where deep fake and artificial intelligence can create a lot of those videos, if I'm just looking at these two videos, whether it is the 18th of June or today, 25th of June, the backdrop is the same. The man is looking much the same. He's reading from a teleprompter. It is the same setting. How do we know it has not been recorded on the same day?
Well, we don't know, whether it's been recorded in the same day. However, if you look at AI-generated video, it's not as crisp as, authentic video. It's not that level of technology yet. So, you can just look at different, aspects of AI-generated video and, still be able to tell the difference if you know what you're looking at.
Interesting, because I think this is a very, very important detail to look at. And I want to talk about the role of Mossad when it comes to Iran. And John, allow me a moment, because I want to go big on this and get our viewers a little bit more detail on how does this intel agency really operate, what do we know about what it has done in the past, and why today Ayatollah had to be moved to that secretive facility. We are going to get those details here on our screens here as we continue to ask, where is he? Why did he not go live? Now, how deep is the Mossad inside Iran? Mossad is the intel agency of Israel, said to be working with precision, with surgical strikes. That's exactly how it operates. Mossad, if you just even Google about it, you will realize the kind of, assassinations that it really has been linked to. 2020, Fakhrizadeh killed by the remote-controlled robot. This again is a very important assassination that Mossad is linked with. In 2023, you would recall that the Hamas's chief, Haniyeh, was also blown up. And this is how you had a lot of that Hamas leadership almost crumbling. Even Nasrallah eliminated with bunker busters. So they showed you their power, whether it is on the surface, whether it's in the skies, or whether it is deep below. They are capable of putting out that kind of a precision strike. Now, a lot of this intel, you would wonder that you have Mossad that is operating inside Iran, but how do they get information? How can they get information about Ayatollah? A lot of this intel is traced to Ayatollah's inner circle, and that has been a problem. Who really are those people who possibly could be passing on that intel? And on this point, John, if I can come back to you, there has been a lot of concern about the fact whether Ayatollah is safe or not, about his health condition, who's calling the shots in Iran. So do you believe that with all that conversation picking up pace in the last few hours, this video that has been released, that is edited without a timestamp, will this quell all that speculation?
Well, nothing is ever going to quell speculation, but the one thing that you have to realize is that there's a lot of dissension inside the Iranian regime against the Ayatollah. I mean, if the IRGC has been heavily penetrated by the Mossad, that says a lot. And you have, public statements of planned mass executions to try to dissuade people from, supporting the Mossad. So I have to, say that, the regime itself is penetrated. However, you're talking about this secret squad. We don't know whether the Mossad knows about who the people in the squad are and so forth. So I'd have to say that he's, likely still alive, and that this is a reminder that, they may have gone for the top leader of the Islamic Republic, but they didn't get him.
Okay, you're saying that they didn't get him. Now, I do remember even Donald Trump saying, we know his location. When we want him, we can get him. Netanyahu still says that whether it's an assassination or a regime change, we are not ruling out anything. And that is why I think the location of the supreme leader and the fact that he surfaced today does raise a lot more questions. John, I'm again requesting your indulgence as we will go big to talk about, can a strike really happen? Is it possible? Can you have the US and Israel together striking Ayatollah? Is it that simple? What really are the challenges? And those are details we'll again go big with here on our screens as we look at that entire story playing out here. And as you look at these three individuals right now, whether it is Netanyahu, whether it is Donald Trump, or whether it is Ayatollah, the supreme leader, everyone had a stake in this entire conflict that really has panned out. But to be able to strike him, you need specific intelligence. Then you actually need boots on the ground. Because if he's in a bunker, the strategy to attack him could be different. If he's traveling in a car, which he's not doing now, your strategy has to be different. And the real fear is also, John, that like we were just discussing, that what about this inner circle, this inner coterie, though a lot of those men now have been eliminated also by Israel in these strikes, could someone very close to Ayatollah, the supreme leader, be passing that intel? Because otherwise, is it easy for the Mossad to be able to pick up intel like this?
Well, they probably have penetrated people in the inner circle. I mean, that's why they knew where these people were. I mean, the Mossad was able to create a fake phone call that got the top leadership of the Iranian, of the IRGC together, and they were able to blow them up. But I think the thing is has Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu decided to eliminate the supreme leader. If he had been assassinated, the way that Ibrahim Raisi arguably was done by the Mossad in the helicopter crash last year, his death would have been announced by the regime. The fact that no such admission has been made suggests to me that he's still alive, because you had the same thing with Hezbollah. They eliminated Hassan Nasrallah, and Hezbollah was forced within 24 hours to admit that he was dead. So I would say that the same thing would be the truth with regard to Khamenei, because he's the highest value target in the entire country. I mean, have Trump and Netanyahu made the decision to make an attempt on his life. If they had the intelligence and the actionable decision, he would be eliminated tomorrow. So I just don't think that Trump and Netanyahu have decided to eliminate him yet.
Okay. All right. That's also a good point and a fair point. And now we can actually put out details of how a strike could actually happen. What is it that you really need in case you need to strike at a high-value target like him? Now, remember, he's tracked via spies, signals, intel, and artificial intelligence. This is essentially all ways that any kind of intel agency can be using to spy or to track someone. As you look at human intelligence, you look at signals through telecommunications and other networks, the intel's artificial intelligence, trying to connect movements and dots. Now, what are the strike options? Either you could use the Air Force, You could use a drone or even a street agent. Again, this is depending on the location of the supreme leader. Or does it mean that he's changing his locations? We still do not know. Also, we do know that Ayatollah has been avoiding tech. He doesn't keep phone and there is no way to directly communicate to him. But what about his aides? What about people who are actually guarding him in that periphery, in that paraphernalia? The buzz is that they do have those equipment. So what if those equipments are tracked? Because every call, every email, encrypted chat could be intercepted and analyzed. And this is exactly how you have Mossad and the CIA working. The intel agencies of both Israel and the US respectively, as they continue to look at all this, and could this be also a way where he could be struck? Clearly, there are a lot of these concerns. But then, earlier today, you've had an important video that has been released by the Pentagon. This, remember, is the bunker buster. You have seen us speaking about this on Newsnight and NDTV putting out these videos. This is the GBU-57, and this is Pentagon dropping those bomb tapes, they say. And they still want to tell you that Iran's nukes have been obliterated, though there have been different versions to this. But I'll just take a moment for you to look at this particular video, and you see that stealth bomber drops this GBU-57, which is a huge bomb. It goes deep inside. Look at the impact, and there is this huge commotion that you see at that moment. Sit back and watch as we play this entire video for you, now full frame. And I want to go back up to John on this particular aspect also. John, we've seen Pentagon releasing that particular video of the bunker buster, the GBU-57. There's a lot of conversation about the nukes also. And it is these nukes that make Ayatollah very, very dangerous right now. So what have we achieved in this entire conflict if, you know, Ayatollah is still alive there and he's actually challenging America? He says, you know what we did at the Qatari Air Base?
Well, let's put it this way. The attack on the Qatar Air Base was just symbolic, but the Pentagon briefing yesterday had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying that there's no way that the enrichment facility at Fordo could remain operational with dropping 12 of those 30,000-pound MOP bunker busters. As a result of that, the Iranian nuclear program has probably been set back by, 5-10 years or even more. If we look back at the precedent when the U.S. CIA worked with Mossad to plant the Stuxnet virus that destroyed a lot of those centrifuges, they got back into the game. The Ayatollah is saying that we're not giving up. I mean, they'll rebuild. Maybe China will help them. Maybe, they'll get assistance from North Korea or some other, rogue entity. But, he's vowing that this nuclear program is not over and that no negotiations will bring an end to his program.
Okay, but a lot of conversations also about Ayatollah today. Is he as strong as he was? Or, you've seen a lot of his close guards there, people very close to him, whether it is in the military, the intel, who've been neutralized as far as the strikes are concerned. So let's also talk about them and then explain to you the importance today of why today Ayatollah is even more weak as the US and Israel would want us to believe, because look at who all have been eliminated. This is Saeed Azadi, commander of the Palestinian Corps, and these are top Iranian military commanders who have been neutralized during these strikes. We'll bring up more details about him. He was a key coordinator between Iran and Hamas, allegedly also responsible for funding the Hamas, the same Hamas that is a proxy as far as Iran is concerned. The other man we are talking about is Major General Ali Shadmani, the wartime chief of the staff, close aide of the supreme leader. He has again been neutralized in these strikes. He was critical for the IRGC and also the Iranian army, and that is why a lot of that strength gets depleted now. The other man is General Hussein Salami. He was the Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and again someone said to be very, very close to the Supreme Leader. And he also controlled Iran's terror nukes. And this is again another important man, the Chief of the Staff of the Iranian Army, Major General Mohammad Bagheri. He has also been neutralized. He was the second highest commander after Ayatollah. And when you're looking at all this happening, who's next? What could happen? Could there be a regime change? Now, there has been a lot of conversation about Mojtaba Ayatollah Khamenei. He, in fact, is the second son of the Supreme Leader. Deep ties with the IRGC and Iran's clerical establishment. And he is also said to be right now in the same bunker where Ayatollah is. The other man is Ali Reza Rafi, the trusted confidant of the Supreme Leader. He holds key positions, the second deputy chairman of the Assembly of Experts. This is what possibly is also being discussed. The buzz is that Ayatollah himself has named people to be able to succeed him in case, you have an eventuality. The other man we are talking about is Ali Asghar Hijazi, the political security and affairs official in his office, powerful intelligence official. Again, tipped to succeed Ayatollah in case a need is. Ali Akbar Velayati, the former foreign minister, said to be again very, very close to Ayatollah, and that is why he finds his name on this list. Mohammad Golpaingi, the chief of the staff in his office, again, most trusted. So at least 5 names is what we have discussed, John, and this is going to be my last question to you as we look at more developments on this story. Okay, I'm told that we don't have John with us, but this, remember, again, is a story that is important to look at. I will close, but we will go full frame with those 2 videos that you have seen earlier in the day, one from the 18th, the other from the 25th, because Iran wants you to believe that Ayatollah is unharmed, he is safe, and he has a message not just for his own people, but also for the US and also for Israel. But again, if you look at the pictures, we do not know anything about the veracity. Are these old videos? Are these new videos? What will he do next? Is the war that has just hit a pause all but over? Newsnight will continue to track that story. Thank you so much for watching. Good night.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, a residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। NDTV का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। NDTV लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें NDTV नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे एनडीटीवी क्रिएटर्स मंच पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum cities.
दो 2014 में 26 मई 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 2014 में मुझे पहली बार देश के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में शपथ लेने का अवसर मिला और तब भारत की इकोनॉमी दुनिया में 11 नंबर पर थे। हमने कोरोना से लड़ाई लड़ी, हमने पड़ोसियों से भी मुसीबतें झेली, हमने प्राकृतिक आपदा भी झेली। इन सब के बावजूद भी इतने कम समय में हम 11 नंबर की इकोनॉमी से 4 नंबर की इकोनॉमी पहुंच गए, क्योंकि हमारा ये लक्ष्य है। हम विकास चाहते हैं, हम प्रगति चाहते हैं। भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi outlining India's incredible journey towards becoming a global economic powerhouse at the event to celebrate 20 years of Gujarat urban growth story in Gandhinagar recently.
3 नंबर पर ले जाने के लिए।
And what a remarkable story of sustained economic development and growing it has been amidst all odds. It's brought the Indian economy to the global center stage. Under PM Modi's leadership, the Indian economy has taken giant strides in the global economic landscape since 2014. Driven by a series of bold and visionary reforms and ambitious policies to make India Atmanirbhar across different sectors, from manufacturing to defense, India has emerged as the fastest growing economy among major economies in the post-COVID world, especially at a time when the global economic order has been reset with geopolitical uncertainties following the Russia-Ukraine war and now the conflict in the Middle East.
The Indian economy presents a picture of strength, stability and opportunity. First, strength comes from the strong balance sheets of the 5 major sectors: corporates, banks, households, government and the external sector. Second, there is stability on all 3 fronts: price, financial and political, providing policy and economic certainty in this dynamically evolving global economic order. Third, the Indian economy offers immense opportunities to investors, both domestic and foreign, through 3 Ds. Demography. We have a high proportion of the working age population which is growing. It is becoming more literate, it's becoming more educated, more skilled, urbanized. Then there is the third D, the second D, the digitalization. We have very advanced and sophisticated public digital infrastructure. And domestic demand is the third D, which we are talking about over here, which is very important given the trends of deglobalization. This 5x3x3 matrix of fundamentals provides the necessary core strength to cushion the Indian economy against global spillovers and propel it to grow at a faster pace.
The matrix of fundamentals, as outlined by the RBI governor, is all set to push the Indian economy further up in the global economic order. The RBI has projected that despite the risks of protracted geopolitical tensions and global trade-related uncertainties, India's real GDP growth for 2025 to 2026 is projected at 6.5%. The highest expected growth rate among all the major economies of the world. The government's think tank, Niti Aayog, has assessed that this period of high economic growth will continue over the next 2 to 3 years. Leading economist and a member of the Niti Aayog, Dr. Arvind Virmani says, this sustained high economic growth will make India the 3rd largest economy in the world by 2028.
By when do you think India can become the 3rd largest economy in the world?
So, 3rd largest economy, my projection suggests that either in 27 or 28, 2027, 28. So, overtaking Japan during 2025 and overtaking Germany, which is now the third largest, by 27 or 28, definitely by 2028.
Arvind Virwani is confident that India has the potential to catch up even with China, currently the second largest global economy after the United States, if India can sustain a high GDP growth rate in the next 2.5 decades.
If we grow in a sustained manner at around 6.3% for the next 22-25 years, we will have virtually closed the gap with China by the turn of the century, which is 2050.
In a world struggling with the slowdown and shocks following tariff-related uncertainties caused by US President Donald Trump, India's economic policies have kept the country insulated. And foremost among these policy initiatives of the Modi government has been the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan.
भारत जब समृद्ध था, सोने की चिड़िया कहा जाता था, संपन्न था, तब सदा विश्व के कल्याण की राह पर ही चला। वक्त बदल गया, देश गुलामी की जंजीरों में जकड़ गया। हम विकास के लिए तरसते रहे। आज फिर भारत विकास की ओर सफलतापूर्वक कदम बढ़ा रहा है, तब भी विश्व कल्याण की राह पर अटल है। याद करिए, इस शताब्दी की शुरुआत के समय Y2K संकट आया था। भारत के टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट्स ने दुनिया को उस संकट से निकाला था। आज हमारे पास साधन है, हमारे पास सामर्थ्य है, हमारे पास दुनिया की सबसे बेहतरीन टैलेंट है। हम बेस्ट प्रोडक्ट्स बनाएंगे, अपनी क्वालिटी और बेहतर करेंगे, सप्लाई चेन को और आधुनिक बनाएंगे। ये हम कर सकते हैं और हम जरूर करेंगे।
It was during the COVID-19 pandemic that PM Modi had given the clarion call for launching the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Addressing the nation on May 12, 2020, PM Modi outlined the 5 pillars of his vision for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Prime Minister went on to lay out a 20 lakh crore economic package to kickstart the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan.
कोरोना संकट का सामना करते हुए नए संकल्प के साथ मैं आज एक विशेष आर्थिक पैकेज की घोषणा कर रहा हूं। यह आर्थिक पैकेज आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान, आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान की अहम कड़ी के तौर पर काम करेगा। साथियों, हाल में सरकार ने कोरोना संकट से जुड़ी जो आर्थिक घोषणाएं की थी, जो रिजर्व बैंक के फैसले थे और आज जिस आर्थिक पैकेज का ऐलान हो रहा है, उसे जोड़ दें तो ये करीब करीब 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए का है। 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए का है। ये पैकेज भारत की जीडीपी का करीब करीब 10% है। इन सबके जरिए देश के विभिन्न वर्गों को आर्थिक व्यवस्था की कड़ियों को 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए का संबल मिलेगा, सपोर्ट मिलेगा। 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एक पैकेज 2020 में देश की विकास यात्रा को 20 लाख 2020 में आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को एक नई गति देगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प को सिद्ध करने के लिए इस पैकेज में लैंड, लेबर, लिक्विडिटी और लॉज सभी पर बल दिया गया है।
Over the next few days after Prime Minister's address to the nation, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman held a series of media interactions to outline government's roadmap to implement Prime Minister's vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. She first announced a special relief package for the MSMEs sector, which had faced the brunt of the COVID-19 lockdown.
So Atmanirbhar Bharat is what we are talking about. And you heard the Prime Minister clearly say that this is going to be resting on 5 important pillars. 5 important pillars: the economy, infrastructure, technology-driven systems, demography, and demand. So if these are the 5 pillars on which we are trying to build Atmanirbhar Bharat, the focus obviously will be what can be defined as the factors of production in today's language. Factors of production, all of us know that we've been hearing it: land, labor, capital and enterprise. Today we recast it, say it the same way, but then essentially referring to the very same factors of production, but in this Atmanirbhar Bharat, our focus therefore would be on those factors of production which are land, labor, liquidity and law.
The impact of the ambitious Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan initiative is already visible. NDTV had visited this industrial manufacturing unit of Oriono Pro Solutions Limited within weeks after PM Modi had announced the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan on May 12, 2020. The factory owner, Sanjeev Sachdev, had then just reopened his factory just a couple of weeks after the COVID-imposed lockdown norms were eased.
On 12th May 2020, Prime Minister Modi had announced a 20 lakh crore relief package during the COVID crisis, and he had said that this is part of the larger strategy to boost Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. And as part of this initiative, the fiscal support that was given to the MSME units is now producing good results.
5 years later, this MSME unit has grown manifold. Workers working with welding machines at this factory have been specially trained to produce high-end automated products. This laser-guided machine is cutting the iron sheets to manufacture different products for metro rail stations. From design to cutting, bending and fabrication of assembly firmware, most of the processes have been indigenously prepared and produced. Along with the rapid expansion of his automated product manufacturing business, Sanjeev Sachdev has now started exporting them to many countries now.
Sanjeev, in May 2020, Prime Minister had announced a 20 lakh crore package, and he said that this is linked to the larger goal of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. How far has India moved in the last 5 years?
In the last 5 years, we have traveled a distance not less than 30 years. And in another 5 years, we will cross that level to almost 100 years of our development. So in 10 साल की journey में, in this 10 years of journey, which we are evolving now into a manufacturing sector, I am sure we will cover a distance what we could have done in 100 years.
These high-end automated fare gates have been manufactured for Delhi Metro, Kanpur Metro and Chennai Metro. There is also the automated ticket vending machines manufactured here, which will be installed at metro stations in Delhi, Chennai and Kanpur. These loading and unloading components and welding machines were imported from China, but now they have been locally sourced. The impact of the relief package to MSMEs in 2020 in the form of Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme is evident from this data. Another significant step to establish India as a global manufacturing hub is the Modi government's Production-Linked Incentive Scheme, widely known as PLI scheme. Launched in 2020, the PLI scheme is a strategic leap towards self-reliance. Aligned with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and the larger Make in India initiative. The PLI scheme has strengthened the manufacturing backbone in the country and reduced reliance on imports in industries like electronics, textiles, pharmaceuticals, and automobiles. According to the latest data released by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, under the PLI scheme, actual investment of Rs 1.61 lakh crores has been reported till November 2024. Production or sales of around Rs 14 lakh crore up to fiscal year 2024 to 2025 has been generated. Employment of over 11.5 lakhs have been created. PLI schemes have witnessed exports surpassing Rs 5.31 lakh crore with significant contributions from sectors such as large-scale electronics manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, food processing and telecom products. More than 764 applications have been approved under PLI schemes for 14 key sectors. As the government takes the next big step towards making India a global economic powerhouse, it would require a sustained focus on the optimal utilization of India's demographic dividend, improving the learning outcomes in millions of primary and secondary schools, and the skilling of its manpower across critical sectors. Niti Aayog economist Arvind Virmani says, India will have to capitalize on the opportunity that has arisen following the growing global demand for diversification of resources of manufacturing goods. In this regard, the India-UK Free Trade Agreement, finalized on May 2025, is expected to significantly boost India's export sector. According to the commerce industry, India will gain from tariff elimination on about 99% of the tariff lines, covering almost 100% of the trade value, offering huge opportunities for increase in the bilateral trade between India and the UK. India and USA are working expeditiously towards negotiating the first tranche of mutually beneficial multi-sector bilateral trade agreement by the fall of 2025. In-depth negotiations have been held in India and the US since March 2025 in areas such as market access, SPS-TBT, digital trade, customs and trade facilitation, and legal framework. Both sides are working towards achieving an expeditious conclusion of an initial tranche of the BTA. Both the countries are also working towards an interim deal ahead of the July 9 deadline, when the pause on Trump's reciprocal tariffs will be lifted. The India-US joint statement issued after Modi-Trump meeting in February 2025 has outlined a bold new goal for bilateral trade. Mission 500, aiming to more than double total bilateral trade to $500 billion by 2030. Clearly, this aggressive outreach is part of the larger goal to make India a developed nation by 2047, a goal that is sacrosanct and a reflection of the national sentiment.
एक तो हमारा लक्ष्य है 2047 हिंदुस्तान विकसित होना ही चाहिए। नो कॉम्प्रोमाइज। आजादी के 100 साल हम ऐसे ही नहीं बिताएंगे। आजादी के 100 साल ऐसे मनाएंगे कि दुनिया में विकसित भारत का झंडा फहरता होगा। अगर 25-30 करोड़ लोग संकल्पबद्ध होकर के 20 साल 25 साल के भीतर अंग्रेजों को यहां से निकाल सकते हैं, तो आने वाले 25 साल में 140 करोड़ लोग विकसित भारत बना भी सकते हैं।
In Delhi, with camera person Rakesh Singh, Himanshu Shekhar, NDTV.
Dangerously cool. Go, stop, go. Playing this game like a tic-tac-toe. Sharp as a razor, the flavor bowl. Flip it out, they wanna fold. Keeping them coming.
Motorola Razr 60. Dangerously cool.
Hello, Moto.
11 years of putting the nation first. India is the world's 4th largest and fastest growing economy, poised for even greater heights. A confident foreign policy has earned India new respect and influence on the global stage. In science and technology, India has established itself as an innovation powerhouse, leading the digital revolution. Ease of doing business is no longer a dream. It's a reality attracting global investment. The Northeast, once neglected, now thrives with unprecedented infrastructure and connectivity. From massive infrastructure to every citizen's progress, this is a new India, driven by performance and vision. 11 years of Modi government. 11 years of vision, action, and transformation.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
बड़ी बहू, ये तुम्हारे नाम। इतनी भी क्या जल्दी थी? अरे और छोटी, ये तुम्हारे नाम। और
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
There have been 4 alerts which have been sounded off here. In fact, what we can confirm is that one missile did hit a residential building in Beersheba. As I speak, you can hear the air raid sirens going in. So I will have to make my way out and see if we can find us a safe place. This is the announcement being made. Listen into it. We are coming to you live from this location which was hit in Beersheba, residential high-rise. Ruins of this building tell you the cost that this war, the 12-day war so far, has taken.
सज गया है मंच, शिरकत करेंगे जाने माने कलाकार। NDTV का क्रिएटर्स मंच है आपके लिए तैयार। शामिल होंगे लेजेंडरी राइटर जावेद अख्तर, अपनी कविताओं से युवाओं के दिलों पर राज करने वाले कवि कुमार विश्वास, समय से परे की फिल्म बनाने वाले डायरेक्टर इम्तियाज अली और बेस्ट सेलिंग राइटर चेतन भगत। यहाँ फन और एंटरटेनमेंट मिलेगा, साहित्य से नई रचनाएं, नई सोच, नया मंच। NDTV लाया है आपके लिए क्रिएटर्स मंच। आप भी जुड़ें NDTV नेटवर्क पर।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता हुआ कवि, एक पेंटिंग बनाता हुआ चित्रकार, सुरीले राग गाता हुआ एक गायक और फिल्म के रूप में दुनिया की हकीकत दिखाता हुआ एक फिल्मकार। सब चाहते हैं कि उन्हें एक मंच मिले जहां से उनकी उड़ान को दुनिया पहचान सके। NDTV क्रिएटर्स मंच एक ऐसा ही मंच है। आइए इस मचान पर स्वागत है, एक वक्त बिताएंगे NDTV क्रिएटर्स मंच पर। If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV.
The RSS has renewed its call to remove the words secular and socialist from the preamble of the Indian Constitution. Shubhanshu Shukla and team dock at the International Space Station. Shubhanshu Shukla says, Namaskar from the space. big breakthrough in the Air India crash probe data has been downloaded from the recovered black boxes. The analysis of the data is currently underway. After 9 days of silence, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, he emerges to attack the United States and says that this is a big slap to the US. Diljit Dosanjh is at the center of a storm as his film Sardarji 3 faces trouble. The controversy erupted and intensified over the casting of Pakistani actress Hania Amir. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. Starting this bulletin is an unmissable and unprecedented interview. Bihar's blockbuster beta, Tej Pratap Yadav, he has spoken out for the first time since the family drama that gripped the state. From Pyar and Parivar to his relationship with his father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, and the intricate world of politics, he has revealed it all in this exclusive and candid conversation with NDTV's Manoranjan Bharti. Take a look.
अभी आपकी स्थिति क्या है पार्टी में और अब चुनाव होने वाले हैं?
देखिए, चुनाव होने वाले हैं, अच्छी बात है। एज हम विधायक हैं, अभी हसनपुर से विधायक हैं, तो हमारा दौरा लगेगा क्षेत्र में और हम घूमेंगे, पब्लिक के बीच में जाएंगे और जो भी समस्या होगा, अभी देखे होंगे कि अभी हमने एक पोस्ट किया, आज हमने ट्वीट किया था, जनता दरबार। तो जनता दरबार के माध्यम से समस्या को हम सुनने का काम करेंगे। और दो चीज़ का फ़र्क होता है। एक होता है कि जैसे आवास में लोग, बड़े बड़े नेता लोग भी होते हैं, अपने आवास में लोगों से मिलते हैं और जनता दरबार जैसी कार्यक्रम को लगाने का काम करते हैं कि उनकी समस्याओं को सुने और उसका ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा निपटारा हो। तो हमारा ये लक्ष्य है कि हम 30 तारीख से अपना जनता दरबार, अपने आवास यहीं 26M स्टैंड रोड पे सभी लोगों का हम समस्या।
अभी आरजेडी में है ना, आप तो है ना, कोई पद नहीं है भले।
नहीं, देखिए 6 साल के लिए संगठन से हम बाहर हैं। हाँ। 6 साल के लिए हम तो संगठन से बाहर हो गए। हाँ। लेकिन बाहर रहते हुए इसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि आदमी को घर में पैक हो जाना चाहिए। आदमी को अपना काम करना चाहिए। तो हम अपने तरीके से यात्रा लगाएंगे और काम करेंगे।
उस दिन को आप याद करें जब आपको निष्कासित किया गया, आपके मन में क्या आया वो बताइए जरा सा। जब आपको निकाला गया पार्टी से, आपको कैसा महसूस हुआ वो बताइए।
खराब तो लगा। पार्टी से अगर निकाला जाता है किसी को भी, या कोई नौकरी पर रहता है या किसी स्टाफ को आपने हायर किया है, कोई एम्प्लॉय को आपने अगर हायर किया है, अगर उसको आप किन्हीं के बात में आ करके उसको निष्कासित करते हैं तो ये तो गलत बात है और थोड़ा दुख होता है लोगों को। तो खैर इन चीज़ों पे मैं,
और निष्कासित करने वाला यदि पिता हो तो, यदि पिता हो निष्कासित करने वाला,
पिता को हम अपने सर आंखों पे मानते हैं। हमारे माता पिता सर्वोपरि हैं। सबसे अगर अहम भूमिका है तो मैं अपने पिता को और माता को देने का काम करता हूँ। वो हमारे लिए आज भी आदरणीय है, हमारे लिए पूजनीय है, हमारे भगवान हैं। और ऐसी बात नहीं है कि मैं यहाँ रहता हूँ तो उधर मेरी माँ को चिंता नहीं रहती है, चिंता लगातार रहती है। और सबसे पहले प्रथम पुत्र होने के नाते माता पिता हमको अपने दिल में रखते हैं, ये हम पूरे तरीके से जानते हैं। लेकिन जो सिचुएशन बना, क्या ये सिचुएशन थी, नहीं सिचुएशन थी, उन चीज़ों पे हम नहीं जाना चाहते कि वो पॉलिटिकल है पूरे तरीके से। और हमारे छोटे भाई तेजस्वी जी को पूरा आशीर्वाद है, मुख्यमंत्री बने, पूरा सपोर्ट है उनको, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
दोनों भाई के रिश्ते कैसे हैं अभी?
अभी देखिए सिचुएशन है, थोड़ा सा उथल पुथल है, लेकिन सिचुएशन को हम संभालने का काम कर रहे हैं और वो अपना काम कर रहे हैं पूरे तरीके से। हमको रिश्ता ख़राब करने में कोई दिलचस्पी ये नहीं है। रिश्ता हमको ख़राब नहीं करना है किसी से भी, चाहे कोई घर का सदस्य हो। हम किसी से रिलेशन नहीं ख़राब करते हैं, हम रिलेशन अच्छे से बना के रखने का काम करते हैं।
मतलब आप बड़े भाई का फ़र्ज निभाते हैं हमेशा से?
बड़े भाई का फ़र्ज, अगर बड़े भाई आप हैं तो तो बड़े भाई का फर्ज निभाना पड़ेगा ना।
बहुत लोग आपके विपक्षी लोग जो आपके की कंट्रोवर्सी हुई है उसका मुद्दा बना रहे हैं। कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि इससे जो है कहीं आरजेडी को नुकसान ना हो जाए पॉलिटिकली।
देखिए आरजेडी को क्या नुकसान होगा नहीं नुकसान होगा, केवल हम ही से नुकसान होता है आरजेडी को, और लोगों से नुकसान नहीं होगा। और भी तो लोग हैं बहुत सारे लोग। स्पेशली हमको क्यों टारगेट किया गया? स्पेशली सब हमको टारगेट करते हैं लोग। मैं अपने परिवार पे नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ। मैं अपने परिवार पे, भाई पे, बहन पे, माता पे, पिता पे, मैं किसी पे नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ। और लोग जो हैं जो टारगेट किए हुए रहते हैं लगातार हम ही को, और लोग जो हैं वो केवल इसलिए टारगेट करते हैं कि वो समझ जानते हैं कि दूसरा लालू यादव यही है। आवाज़ वही निकलता है, ठेठ अंदाज, जमीन से जुड़े हुए। कई एक लोगों ने कहा है ये बात अच्छी है कि तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं, हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं। और बहुत सारे लोग को खटकता है कि ज़मीन से जुड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है, ज़मीन का मसला को उठाने का काम करता है। ज़मीन का धरातल जो मुद्दा होता है पब्लिक के बीच में मुंह तोड़ होकर के जवाब देने का काम करता है, किसी से डरता नहीं है। तो हमारे पिताजी का वही अंदाज रहा है। तो जब हमारे पिताजी का वो अंदाज रहा है तो पुत्र का भी वही अंदाज होना चाहिए, ज़मीन से जुड़ा हुआ आदमी होना चाहिए।
इतने देर तक आपके साथ बातचीत करने के बाद मुझे इतना तो मैं कह सकता हूँ, मुझे लगा कि तेज प्रताप के दिल में थोड़ा दर्द है।
दर्द?
हाँ दर्द है, थोड़ा
दर्द
है थोड़ा। इतना ये सब जो एपिसोड हुआ है उससे थोड़े मायूस तो हैं।
हम मायूस नहीं होते हैं।
नहीं है।
अब हम ही मायूस हो जाएंगे तो फिर जनता का क्या होगा? हम जब मायूस हो जाएंगे, सुन लीजिए बिहार की तमाम जनता, मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से बोलना है, कोई मायूस मत होइए। जो हमारे फैन फॉलोवर्स हैं, जो हमको तेजू भैया बोलते हैं, मायूस मत होइए। बहुत जल्द आपके बीच में हम आने जा रहे हैं।
तो लगता है आप उसी काम में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
अब उसी काम में आगे बढ़ना है, निकलना है जनता के बीच में। चलिए आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मनोरंजन जी, आपकी पूरी टीम को, दिल्ली से आप लोग यहाँ आए, सबको धन्यवाद, स्टूडियो के सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद।
Well, another big story that we are tracking at this hour is that the RSS has renewed its call to remove the words secular and socialist from the preamble of the Indian Constitution. The RSS General Secretary Dattare Hosable, he stated that these terms were inserted during the emergency period in 1976 without wider public consent and therefore should be removed. Listen in.
इस आपातकाल के दौरान भारत के संविधान के प्रस्तावना में, प्रियम्बल में 2 शब्द जोड़े गए। हम सब लोगों को मालूम है सेक्युलरिज्म और सोशलिज्म के। सेक्युलरिज्म का शब्द भारत संविधान में नहीं था, प्रस्तावना में जोड़ा है। बाद में इसको निकालने के प्रयत्न हुआ नहीं है, चर्चा हुई, दोनों प्रकार के आर्गुमेंट्स हुए। तो क्या वो रहनी चाहिए प्रस्तावना में? ये विचार होना चाहिए। बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर ने जो संविधान बनाया था उस के प्रस्तावना में ये 2 शब्द नहीं थे।
The 26th of June 2025. This date marks a truly historic moment in space exploration as Shubhanshu Shukla with his team successfully entered the International Space Station. He was met with hugs, handshakes and high fives from the current ISS crew. The team's grand entry, it signals a new era of collaboration and achievement. They were witnessing the smiles and excitement as Team Shukla begins their mission, making India's presence felt in the happy confines of our orbiting space station.
हम लॉन्च कर रहे थे तो मेरे स्पेस सूट पे तिरंगा मेरे शोल्डर्स पे था।
Floating into the space station, stepping into history and legend. Air Force pilot Shubhanshu Shukla wrote a historic new chapter in the country's space exploration story as he became the first Indian to float into the International Space Station. Gleaming with big smiles, Shubhanshu and his team of 4 astronauts entered the space station at about 6 p.m. Indian time after a 28-hour journey into space. Axiom 4's journey began at 12:01 p.m. on Wednesday, when SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket blasted off from Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in the United States. The 4-member crew were greeted by the existing 7-member crew at the International Space Station with big smiles, hugs, and welcome drinks.
So I am number 634. That's a privilege. No, but to be fair, it is a privilege to be amongst the few who have got the chance to see the Earth from a vantage point that I have been able to see now. It has been a wonderful ride. It has been great, and I was looking forward to come to space. It is something to look forward to as such. But the minute I entered the International Space Station and you guys, this crew, you just made me feel so welcome, as if you literally opened your doors, like your house doors for us. That's true. So, but it was fantastic. I feel even better. Whatever expectation I had of coming here, they were surpassed by the view. Of course, that's the big part of it, but by you guys as well. So thank you so much. I think this was fantastic. This is wonderful, and I'm very, very confident that the next 14 days are going to be amazing, doing, as you said, advancing science and research and working together. Thank you so much.
The 4 then lined up for a photo op drinking liquids from a foil packet. Together, they all now make the Space 11 at the International Space Station. Earlier in the day, the capsule carrying the 4 astronauts docked at the space station at about 4 p.m. The fascinating process of docking and the crew entering the space station was beamed live across the world. Shukla's proud parents watched their son write history with tears in their eyes, prayers on their lips, and pride in their heart.
अब ये अंदर चले गए, अब कोई दिक्कत नहीं। क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अब कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बेहद खुश है। अब 14 दिन बाद उनका इंतजार रहेगा वापसी का। 14 वापसी का इंतजार रहेगा कि जल्दी से आए, जल्दी से मिले आके हम लोगों से।
ये बहुत ही अहम पड़ाव था, उसके लिए उसने जो है अच्छी तरह उसने मेहनत करके जो भी सक्सेस प्राप्त की है, उसके लिए हम बहुत खुश हैं और बच्चे पर गर्व है, हमें पूरा अपने बच्चे पर गर्व है।
The International Space Station will now be Shukla & Co.'s home for the next 14 days, where they will conduct experiments before returning to Earth.
Astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla created history for India, becoming the first Indian to visit the International Space Station. After a long journey, he will now spend 14 days at the International Space Station, conducting several experiments. But this is really the beginning of the Indo-US partnership in space. Beyond this, coming up is the NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar Satellite, the world's single most expensive Earth imaging satellite ever made. India and America exploring space together. And Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla lays the first firm steps for India's Gaganyaan program. With Vishnu Som in New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
Well, to talk about this absolutely historic moment for India and Shubhanshu Shukla, I'm joined by a space flight specialist and with research and operational experience, Mr. Simon Everts. Simon, welcome to NDTV. Firstly, how ambitious is a mission like this, especially for a country like India, which has such huge ambitions when it comes to space exploration, when it comes to developing its own space program, sending an Indian to the moon? This is possibly the first step towards it, isn't it?
I think that's pretty key what you just said. It is the first step. Human spaceflight programs are incredibly complex. They're lengthy, they take a lot of resources, and with the way that technology has developed, the modern new space era and how things are being done now is very different to, say, 40 years ago when the first Indian went into space. So understanding how to do human spaceflight, how to be involved, the international collaborations that are required, the government commercial relationships that are required, These are all steps that this particular mission is enabling. And it's allowing that start to Gaganyaan to be seen internationally and providing a degree of confidence, I think, within India that we've started this process now. We're going all the way, as you just said there, we're going all the way to the moon, and this is the start. So it's pretty significant.
You know, this comes on the back of the success of the Chandrayaan mission. And of course, many countries are collaborating, which is what it should be. But when you look at it in isolation, where do you feel India stands at the moment, Simon?
Well, if you look at the space sector broadly, India is a power player. As you just said, India has been to the moon, and so few countries have done that. I look at the space sector slightly differently. I'm a human spaceflight specialist, so I look at the human spaceflight program. So there is where India, I believe, is starting to make big gains and gain traction, and this is a good example of that traction, where it can be in the vanguard of the field, human spaceflight, as it moves forward, because it's got the strength, it's got the capabilities, the foundations, if you like, to do that. So I'm really pleased to see that India is now taking these steps forward, because I'm quite sure that you can go all the way.
Simon, finally, what are the key lessons or best practices can India draw from this mission, especially in order to increase and strengthen our Gaganyaan mission, which you know we have set our eyes on? What can we as a country draw from this experience?
I think one of the things that India needs to understand is, so this is a short duration mission. It's a commercial mission. A certain amount of preparation and selection of the individuals was required. But what you have to look at when you've got a human spaceflight program that is a significant program, such as the one India intends, those individuals will be career astronauts. They will be decades going through these difficult and stressful missions. And so the selection of those individuals is going to be key. The selection program needs to be detailed, it needs to be appropriate, and I'm sure it will be, so that the cream of Indian society are found for those astronaut positions as the program develops and moves forward.
All right, Simon Evans, thank you very much for speaking with NDTV and sharing your views on this historic moment, not just for India, but for the entire world. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
RSS renews its call to remove the word secular and socialist from the preamble of the Indian Constitution. Shubhanshu Shukla and team dock at the International Space Station. Shubhanshu Shukla says, Namaskar from space. A big breakthrough in the Air India crash probe. Data has been downloaded from the recovered black boxes. Analysis of that data is currently underway. Diljit Dosanjh is at the center of a storm as his film Sardarji 3 faces trouble. The controversy erupted and intensified over the casting of Pakistani actress Hania Amir.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims?
Welcome back. Punjabi superstar Diljit Dosanjh, he finds himself at the center of a storm as Sardarji 3, the movie. It faces triple trouble from celebrities, film bodies and critics. This controversy erupted and intensified over the casting of Pakistan's Hania Amir, leading to growing calls for a boycott Diljit campaign. While Dosanjh and the filmmakers, they have defended the decision, stating that the film was shot before the recent India-Pakistan thaw. The big question remains, can Diljit win back the hearts of his fans amidst this escalating drama?
Be just another Punjabi comedy. But Sardarji 3 is now making headlines for all the wrong reasons. The trailer dropped earlier this week and sparked instant backlash. Pakistan on 27th of June. The film's timing and casting go against a rule the film industry has set post the Pahalgam attack. No collaborations with Pakistani artists whatsoever. Singer Mika Singh was among the first to publicly call out Diljit Dosanjh and demand an apology.
हम सभी लोग प्यार करते हैं. He's a great artist. We all respect him. We all love his music. But this time हमारे लिए देश पहले है. और अगर उनसे कोई गलती हो जाती है तो आके सॉरी बोल दें और अपना पोस्ट डिलीट कर दें.
Adding to that was a veiled dig from singer Guru Randhawa, who posted, "When the PR team is more talented than the talent itself, controversies become part of daily routine." Mika Singh agreed and said the situation needs sensitivity and respect for soldiers. Taking the matter further, the Federation of Western India's cine employees has written to Sunny Deol and Imtiaz Ali, asking them to reconsider working with Diljit. He's cast in Border 2 and a musical biopic with Imtiaz due in 2026. Diljit, promoting the film in London, broke his silence on the controversy. But not everyone is slamming Diljit. Singer Jasbir Jassi has spoken up in his support, calling the backlash hypocritical. He told NDTV,
80% गाने ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਜਾਂ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਤਰਜ਼ਾਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ ਚੋਰੀ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਗਾਣੇ ਹੀ ਚੋਰੀ ਨੇ ਸੋ ਦੋਹਰੇ ਮਾਪਦੰਡ ਕਿਉਂ ਫਿਰ ਜਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਪੂਰੇ ਗਾਣੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਾਓ ਇਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਆਰਟਿਸਟ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ.
Sardarji 3 releases worldwide tomorrow, including Pakistan, but the debate around art, nationalism and timing isn't dying down anytime soon. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Sending a stern message, the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, he has refused to sign a joint statement at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meet because it did not mention the Pahalgam terror attack, which claimed 26 innocent lives and did not reflect India's strong position on terror. While skipping any mention of Pahalgam, the document mentioned Balochistan, tactically accusing India of creating unrest there.
It is imperative that those who sponsor, nurture and utilize terrorism for their narrow and selfish ends must bear the consequences. Some countries use cross-border terrorism as an instrument of policy and provide shelter to terrorists. There should be no place for such double standards. Yes, you should not hesitate to criticize such nations. India's zero tolerance for terrorism is manifest today through its actions. This includes our right to defend ourselves against terrorism. And we have shown that epicenters of terrorism are no longer safe and we will not hesitate to target them.
The Defence Ministers' meeting has concluded. I understand that they could not adopt a joint statement. I also understand that certain member countries could not reach consensus on certain issues and hence the document could not be finalized. On our side, India wanted concerns on terrorism reflected in the document, which was not acceptable to one particular country, and therefore the statement was not adopted. Raksha Mantri, in his articulation and in his address, called upon the SCO member countries to come together, unite to fight terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. He also reiterated the need to uphold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers, sponsors of reprehensible acts of terrorism, including cross-border terrorism. They to be held accountable and bring them to justice.
The Pentagon has released an official video of the United States aircrafts destroying the Iranian nuclear sites. The Pentagon has confirmed that the B-2 bomber's bunker buster destroyed 3 Iranian nuclear sites, including Fordo, Natanz, as well as Isfahan. The official video shows the destruction of the Iranian nuclear facilities. Remember, the US unleashed bunker buster on Iran's nuclear program. The US Supreme Court is set to deliver rulings in 6 major cases as its term wraps up. At the top of the list is President Trump's attempt to deny birthright citizenship to children of undocumented immigrants, blocked so far by lower courts. Other high-stakes cases involved religious rights in schools, racial gerrymandering in Louisiana, and Texas's age verification law for porn sites. The rulings could reshape civil rights, voting, and digital freedoms, just as Trump's second-term agenda faces mounting legal resistance. That's all we have for you. Keep watching NDTV for more news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The United Nations posted on social media saying drug addiction is not a choice, yet many people who use drugs face stigma and discrimination, further harming their mental and physical health and standing in the way of the support they need.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
The RSS has renewed its call to remove the words secular and socialist from the preamble of the Indian Constitution. Shubhanshu Shukla and team dock at the International Space Station. Shubhanshu Shukla says, Namaskar from the space. A big breakthrough in the Air India crash probe data has been downloaded from the recovered black boxes. The analysis of the data is currently underway. After 9 days of silence, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, he emerges to attack the United States and says that this is a big slap to the US. Diljit Dosanjh is at the center of a storm as his film Sardarji 3 faces trouble. The controversy erupted and intensified over the casting of Pakistani actress Hania Amir. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. Starting this bulletin is an unmissable and unprecedented interview. Bihar's blockbuster beta, Tej Pratap Yadav, he has spoken out for the first time since the family drama that gripped the state. From Pyar and Parivar to his relationship with his father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, and the intricate world of politics, he has revealed it all in this exclusive and candid conversation with NDTV's Manoranjan Bharti. Take a look.
अभी आपकी स्थिति क्या है पार्टी में, और अब चुनाव होने वाले हैं?
देखिए, चुनाव होने वाले हैं, अच्छी बात है। एज आ हम विधायक हैं, अभी हसनपुर से विधायक हैं, तो हमारा दौरा लगेगा क्षेत्र में, और हम घूमेंगे, पब्लिक के बीच में जाएंगे, और जो भी समस्या होगा, अभी देखे होंगे कि अभी हमने एक पोस्ट किया, आज हमने ट्वीट किया था, जनता दरबार। तो जनता दरबार के माध्यम से समस्या को हम सुनने का काम करेंगे। और दो चीज़ का फ़र्क होता है। एक होता है कि जैसे आवास में लोग, बड़े बड़े नेता लोग भी होते हैं, अपने आवास में लोगों से मिलते हैं, और जनता दरबार जैसी कार्यक्रम को लगाने का काम करते हैं कि उनकी समस्याओं को सुने और उसका ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा निपटारा हो। तो हमारा ये लक्ष्य है कि हम 30 तारीख से अपना जनता दरबार, अपने आवास यहीं 26M स्टैंड रोड पे, सभी लोगों का हम समस्या।
अभी आरजेडी में है ना आप? तो है ना, कोई पद नहीं है, भले
नहीं, देखिए